Chapter 452. Chapter 452. Holding the Hand of the Demoness. Chapter 452. Holding the Hand of the Demoness. By the riverside, at a small stall, Jiang Hao used wine as ink and wrote some words on the table. After finishing, he stood up and bowed. Goodbye. The wine had been enchanted with a spell, so it didn't dissipate quickly. Wan Xiao and Si Cheng immediately began examining the words. They had come out to the inn in search of a quiet place. When they heard that Jiang Hao was willing to compose a poem, they were delighted. What mattered most was what he would write. I'll recite it first. Wan Xiao looked at the words and began reading aloud. Have you not seen that the yellow river's waters come from the heavens? In life, one should enjoy it to the fullest. Don't let the golden cup be empty in front of the moon. Keep pouring the wine. Don't stop. Wan Xiao and Si Cheng continued reciting the poem. Si Cheng burst into laughter. Haha, Wan Xiao, look at this line. Throughout history, sages and wise men have all been lonely, but only drinkers leave their mark. Did you see that? It's meant for me. It's for me. Ha! I told you not to skip drinking with me. Do you regret it now? Wan Xiao looked at the person next to him and then kicked him into the water. Si Cheng fell into the water once more. After struggling for a few moments, Si Cheng cried out for help, but Wan Xiao paid him no attention. He continued reading the poem. Once they were done reading, they carefully wrote the poem down in a notebook. You can take this to show the others, but it's a pity. Wan Xiao shook his head. He was certain now that these poems weren't written by Jiang Hao. Despite eating and drinking together, Jiang Hao didn't even touch alcohol. The poems didn't reflect his temperament. However, he was curious. He reached out and pulled Si Cheng out of the water. Fusave, I have a question for you. What is it? Where is the Yellow River? In the vast expanse of mountains and rivers, there are a total of 128 rivers with the same name and 36 cities with the same name. Which one are you referring to? Wan Xiao fell silent for a moment and then kicked Si Cheng back into the water. This time, the wineskin didn't fall into the water with him, but remained in Wan Xiao's hand. Watching Si Cheng struggling in the water, Wan Xiao took a sip of wine and felt annoyed. With a swish, the wineskin hit Si Cheng on the head. Come on, the water only reaches your knees. Si Cheng was stunned for a moment, and he stood up. It turned out the river wasn't very deep. Aha, you cracked me up. Thud. Si Cheng fell into the deeper end of the water. Help, help! Jiang Hao returned to the inn. He thought that Wan Xiao and Si Cheng probably wouldn't come looking for him again. He didn't drink alcohol, so they would be thinking that he couldn't have composed that poem. After all, the real-life experience required to compose such a poem was missing. Both Wan Xiao and Si Cheng were intelligent, and they would have questioned it. All the necessary arrangements had been made, and he could return at any time. In the month of July, when he returned, he would be able to see the requirements for the incarnation of the immortal peach tree. 10 days later, Jiang Hao wandered around with Hong Yuye. He enjoyed the night. Some sects began to leave, while others remained to watch the ongoing competition. The intensity of the competition was ever increasing. Most of those who hadn't left yet wanted to see how strong these talented individuals really were. Jiang Hao also went to watch and indeed found them to be very powerful. However, he had a feeling that they weren't giving it their all, which left him somewhat disappointed. He couldn't witness their full power. There probably aren't any more clues left. Most of them have been handled by the Bright Moon sect, Jiang Hao said. With the conclusion of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment ceremony, members of the Bright Moon sect were now free to act, and they had indeed done a lot. Not only had the members of the end of all things disappeared, but the rumors had also ended. Hong Yuye didn't say much, but instead led him to a restaurant and ordered some food. She made him spend 12 or so spirit stones. Come closer, Hong Yuye whispered. Jiang Hao was puzzled, but moved closer. At this moment, Hong Yuye's hand pressed against his chest. Immediately, something began to spread. It was the one-heart palm. Jiang Hao realized that it was time to return. Sometimes, he wondered if he could escape the clutches of this demoness by returning directly to the sect. As far as he knew, Hong Ye couldn't travel instantly from the Heavenly Notes sect to the Bright Moon sect. However, he wasn't sure how long he could delay her. This left him in a dilemma about whether to leave behind a ring here for the future. However, if he didn't use it, someone might take it and activate it. Once that was done, he would lose that ring entirely. It simply wasn't worth the risk. He would have to consider it later. There would be opportunities to return to the eastern region or other places in the future. There weren't many rings left. There was one each for the beast, Shaoli, and the corpse realm. There was another one in the courtyard. Including the main ring, there were only 4 left. Let's go to the Star River again tonight, Hong Yuye said. Jiang Hao nodded. On the first day of their arrival, they visited the Star River. They had met Wan Xiao and Si Cheng there, which had spoiled the mood. Nevertheless, the place was spectacular. At night, with the starry sky reflecting brightly on the river, Jiang Hao paddled a boat on the Star River. Hong Ye sat on a wooden chair at the bow of the boat and gazed at the Star River with a distant look on her face. She was lost in thought. Jiang Hao didn't know what was on her mind. This time, they didn't encounter any noisy people. Jiang Hao paddled all the way to the center of the Star River, where the stars shone brilliantly. It resembled a vast sea of stars. Jiang Hao stopped here. He was awed by the breathtaking scenery. The view was even more beautiful than when he was here before. The beauty of this place prompted Hong Yuye to stand up. After a long while, they left the Star River and docked downstream. How do you plan to return? Hong Yuye suddenly asked. After securing the wooden boat, Jiang Hao said, the same way we came. Can only one person return? Hong Yuye asked. Jiang Hao thought about it briefly and was about to nod in agreement. However, the change in Hong Yuye's face made him change his mind. He said, trying it with more people is possible, but I can't be sure if there are any risks. They had tried it once before, and while it had been successful, they didn't know the details. In that case, let's give it a try, Hong Yuye said. Please extend your hand, senior, Jiang Hao said. As Hong Yuye placed his hand in front of him, Jiang Hao took out the ring and placed it on her wrist. During the process, Jiang Hao dared not look in her eyes and focused on completing it as quickly as possible. Apologies, he said as he grasped Hong Yuye's hand and activated the golden ring that connected to the courtyard. Then, the two of them disappeared on the spot. On the city walls, Si Cheng and Wan Xiao were drinking. Suddenly, they paused and looked toward the city. It seems like they've left, Wan Xiao said. They did. What a pity. All this feels boring again all of a sudden, Si Cheng said. He then turned to the person beside him. What about you? When are you leaving? In a few days. I want to travel around. Unlike you, who stays here every day, it's no fun at all, Wan Xiao said with a smile. So be it. Si Cheng chuckled. Wan Xiao didn't pay any attention to him and looked at the Star River. Then he kicked Si Cheng out of his way. Chapter 453. Chapter 453. They still don't know about the great demons and its great power. Chapter 453. They still don't know about the great demons and its great power. In the Heavenly Notes sect, 2 people appeared in the main hall of Jiang Hao's residence. After 2.5 months, they had finally returned. Jiang Hao looked around and noticed that nothing had changed. No one had entered the courtyard during their absence. Don't you feel anything when holding my hand for so long? Hong Yuye asked. Only then did Jiang Hao realize that he was holding her hand and let her go. It's because the spatial distance we crossed was too vast and sometimes causes a sensory imbalance in the body. In truth, he hadn't noticed anything. Hong Yuye let out a laugh. She walked into the courtyard. The heavenly fragrance Dao flower filled the air with a faint scent. The leaves swayed gently. The immortal peach tree was also bearing fruits. They would be ripe soon. Hong Yuye began to disappear. If you want to kill someone, you could try crossing great distances with others. Her voice echoed. Then, she disappeared. Jiang Hao understood that he needed to be cautious when crossing long distances in the future. At the very least, he should test his abilities. Short distances might not pose a problem, but traveling across prefectures was a different matter. My ring. Where is it? The things he had lost before were gone for good, but the golden rings were not disposable. Misplacing one would mean a significant loss. Fortunately, he still had 3 that could be used. During their travels, the rings had played a crucial role. Having fewer than 3 of them would severely limit their capabilities. Jiangha took a deep breath. He wondered if it was just his imagination, but he felt that the spiritual energy in the surroundings had become even denser. It might be due to Bai Yi, but he would need to observe further. Half a month later, in early August, the group from the Heavenly Note sect in Star Moon City was also planning to return. They had been here for quite some time, and they had already reaped all the rewards they could. Staying longer would be meaningless. It was better to return as soon as possible and use their gains. Lu Xingxin led a group of people to scout the route they would take back. The spirit beast and Shaoli went shopping. Chu Chuan, on the other hand, arrived at the Bright Moon sect. He nervously approached a small attic. "This is where junior sister Chu Jie lives," Fang Jin said. "Thank you, senior," Chu Chuan said respectfully. This senior's strength was so great that he had no choice but to address him as senior. "Don't be so formal. You can call me senior brother or fellow Taoist. Are you really not going to stay in the Bright Moon sect?" Fang Jin asked. "No." Chu Chuan shook his head and said, "I should create my own path instead of living under someone's shadow. Lord Beast told me that only by forging my own path can I make my own future." He didn't say the rest of it. He didn't tell him the part about how the beast had said that the future great demon was here to allow them to bask in its glory. "All right, go in then. Junior sister Chu can't stray too far from here for a while, and the sect master doesn't allow her to meet with others because she's still in the Foundation establishment realm. There won't be any problems after a few months," Fang Jin said. Chu Chuan nodded and then walked inside. As soon as he entered, the beauty of the place captivated him. He couldn't help but think of his old, run-down house. He lowered his head to look at the ground beneath his feet. It felt like his feet would leave stains if he walked here. After all, in the Heavenly Notes sect, he would often collapse from exhaustion after practicing his cultivation. He hadn't paid much attention to keeping neat. Although he had taken a bath, he still felt disheveled. This place was like a fairyland and seemed out of place for him. At that moment, Chu Jie walked out. She was dressed in a simple blue gown. Their eyes met. Chu Jie opened her mouth but couldn't call out his name. "Are you in the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm already?" Chu Chuan was the first to speak. "Yes, Master said that I would advance rapidly in the future. If I'm not careful, I might get lost in the process of advancing and forget other important things," Chu Jie said. "My senior brother mentioned that too. He said that if your state of mind can't keep up with your cultivation realm, disasters may occur," Chu Chuan said. Chu Jie nodded in agreement. "I'm going back," Chu Chuan said. Chu Jie lowered her head. She looked conflicted. After a long moment of silence, she finally said, "Will you come to the Bright Moon sect in the future?" "Of course." Chu Chuan nodded. If he wanted to surpass everyone, he would inevitably need the people of the Bright Moon sect. He would definitely come back here in the future. "When are you going back?" Chu Jie asked. "Probably tonight. They're buying some things for the journey," Chu Chuan said. Shaoli had won a lot of spirit stones, and she was buying food everywhere. Even the disciples of the Bright Moon sect canteen felt like they were facing a disaster whenever Shaoli went to eat there. It wasn't because the canteen couldn't afford it, but she made them stressed and made them hurry with the food. The Cliff Master's reputation had suffered quite a bit. "Oh, this is for you." Chu Jie took out a small storage treasure and handed it to Chu Chuan. Chu Chuan received the storage treasure in confusion. "What is this?" He looked at the contents of the storage treasure. His hands trembled when he saw what was inside. "This," Chu Chuan hurriedly placed the storage treasure back in Chu Jie's hand. "I can't accept this." "Why not?" Chu Jie asked in confusion. She had saved up half of her pocket money for this. "It's too much," Chu Chuan said. With so much money, he was worried that he would lose his life before he reached his sect. It's just a little over 320,000, Chu Jie muttered. What? Chu Chuan didn't hear her clearly. Nothing. If I reduce it by a bit, would that be okay? She asked. How about 5 or 600? Chu Chuan suggested. That amount was something he could bear. Anything more would be risky. No, Chu Jie refused. Chu Chuan was speechless. I didn't mean that. Chu Jie didn't know how to explain herself. I understand. Chu Chuan smiled, even though he didn't understand at all. They talked for a while, but Chu Chuan noticed that it was getting late. He then prepared to leave. He also wanted to explore the attic and see what this fairyland was like. However, Chu Jie seemed distracted. She was lost in thought, so Chu Chuan didn't want to interrupt her. Besides, he felt stressed staying here. He felt like he would dirty the floor. So, he decided it was better not to go up and explore. Chu Jie accompanied Chu Chuan to the door. Well, I should head back now. Chu Chuan bid her goodbye. When he turned around to leave, Chu Jie called out, Wait. Chu Chuan turned back to her. Last time, Chu Jie couldn't bring herself to mention the hairpin. Last time, Chu Chuan was puzzled. He then felt a bit anxious. Had she discovered him using the beast's name to make up for the lacking spirit stones? He felt embarrassed. He couldn't tell her that he couldn't afford the hairpin without the spirit beast's help. When he saw that Chu Jie was still wearing the hairpin, he asked, You wore it? Chu Jie touched the hairpin and nodded. I like it a lot. That's great. Chu Chuan breathed a sigh of relief and then smiled. Well, I'll be heading back now. And so, Chu Jie watched as Chu Chuan left. Chapter 454, The Great Changes. Chapter 454, The Great Changes. In the Heavenly Notes sect, Jiang Hao looked at the peach tree in his courtyard. The peaches on the trees were ripening. It wouldn't be long before they could be picked and eaten. Turning his gaze away, Jiang Hao looked at a panel. Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel a bit nostalgic. He was almost 31 now. He recalled when he was 20. Unknowingly, 10 years had passed. Meeting Hong Yuye was 11 years ago. The speed of growth over these 11 years far exceeded his expectations. Whether it was changes in the cultivation realm or mental state, everything had happened quite rapidly. Even his understanding of the world of cultivation had progressed quickly, thanks to his access to the stone tablet. Thinking back, he realized that he had experienced so much in such a short time. Before the age of 19, everything had been relatively smooth, and he rarely encountered difficulties. Now, with more people and more things to deal with, he couldn't find the same peace of mind as before. I wonder how profitable mining would be now. With his improved cultivation, mining might no longer be as lucrative as it used to be, and it might be more profitable to focus on growing the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Shaking his head, he shifted his attention to the spiritual energy in the courtyard. After observing for half a month, he noticed that not only had the spiritual energy increased in his surroundings, but it had also risen throughout the entire Heavenly Notes sect. It should be the same in the surrounding areas. No one knew why. It had suddenly increased. During this time, Jiang Hao took out the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl and sealed it. He noticed that the number of days might increase. Since returning, he had observed that the progress in the outer sect's herb medicine garden had suddenly increased. It seemed that a small amount of lifeblood had appeared suddenly, and, combined with the increase in spiritual energy, the progress was rapid. All signs pointed to one thing. The world was changing for the better, and the only thing that could be related to this was the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. To learn more, he sent Cheng Cho out to gather more information. Now that the 3-month deadline had arrived, he needed to make a trip to the law enforcement hall. It was still the same senior sister from before. This senior sister seemed idle. She was always present at the reception. Junior brother Jiang, are you here to submit a task? Is it completed? Asked the senior sister with a smile. Junior brother Jiang, are you here to submit a task? Is it completed? Asked the senior sister with a smile. Jiang Hao lowered his head. No. The senior sister smiled. It's okay. Do you want to split the repayment into 3 months? She asked. After hesitating for a while, Jiang Hao decided to repay in 3 months. 3 months? Okay. Would you like to repay 500 now or 1,000? Junior brother, if you have difficulties, we won't rush you. How about 500? If it's not convenient, you can repay within 2 years, which will be easier for you, said the senior sister. Jiang Hao was speechless. In the end, he handed over 1,000 spirit stones. There would be another 1,500 to pay in the future. When he left, the senior sister happily told him to come back next time. Jiang Hao gave a hasty response. He never wanted to come here if he could help it. With the amount of spirit stones he had paid to the law enforcement hall till now, it was enough to buy red azure tea. He now had 26,500 spirit stones left. Originally, he had 35,000, but he spent 3,000 to buy a heavenly rejuvenation pill. He had spent another 4,500 on a collar and 1,000 to repay his debt to the law enforcement hall. He still owed them 1,500. If necessary, he could sell 2 heaven rejuvenation pills in the future. So, he was sure he had enough. His cultivation was currently only at the late stage of the foundation, establishment realm, and it wasn't easy to obtain heavenly rejuvenation pills. It would be much safer to wait until after reaching the golden core realm to sell them. Since he wasn't lacking spirit stones, he could only wait. At the spirit herb garden, Jiang Hao saw the bubbles the moment he entered. Most of them were white. He felt good. He liked his life for now. If he went out, he not only had to interact with people, but he also had to do many things to keep himself safe. Facing powerful individuals would be fatal. He had to admit that there were many geniuses in the Star Moon City, and it was worth getting to know them. But after experiencing it, he still longed for the life he had built here. When he was in the Foundation Establishment Realm, he had offended the Sunset Immortal Sect and Heavenly Joy Pavilion. Later, killing Yanhua had caused trouble with the Heavenly Saint Sect. Now, with time, it seemed that the Sunset Immortal Sect had let go of their grudge. Although it would take some time for the Heavenly Saint Sect to do the same, it couldn't be helped. Perhaps the Heavenly Joy Pavilion would finally let go as well. So, Jiang Hao thought it was safer to stay here and cultivate spirit herbs until those people could let go of their grudges. There was no need to go to other places. He couldn't escape Hong Yuye's grasp anyway. At noon, Cheng Cho returned. How did it go? Jiang Hao asked. I did find a lot of information, Cheng Cho said. I went to the drought-affected areas this year, and they said that it has been raining for a month now, and the Zhuang family has survived. Not only that, but they also feel that this year might be a year of abundance. In places where there was flooding, the water receded, and many people managed to survive. They all feel that it's the mercy of the immortals and the blessings of heaven. Jiang Hao nodded. He knew that this was the influence of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. He originally thought the impact wouldn't be so significant, but he hadn't expected it to be so terrifying. With the rise in spiritual energy, the land became even more fertile. It affected both ordinary people and cultivators. It was no wonder that all living things sought to destroy it. The better the environment, the more unfavorable it was for their development. Is there any problem with your cultivation? Jiang Hao asked. There are some issues, Cheng Cho said without hesitation. On this day, in addition to tending to some spiritual herbs, Jiang Hao was willing to help with some explanations. Cheng Cho had been in the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm for several years now. With a few more years of steady progress, he could try to advance to the middle stage. Don't try to advance too fast. It's easy to lose focus, especially when you see others catching up. Your state of mind at this moment is crucial, Jiang Hao said. Xiao Li and Chu Chuan would soon surpass Cheng Cho. It was easy to become impatient, especially for Cheng Cho. So, he needed some guidance. Senior brother Jiang, rest assured, I understand, Cheng Cho said respectfully. He understood very well. Junior sister Xiao Li and junior brother Chu Chuan would both surpass him soon. Not only would they surpass him, but they might also make him feel lesser. Have you been keeping an eye on Lin Ji? Jiang Hao asked. After Jiang Hao left, Cheng Cho had kept an eye on Lin Ji. Nothing much has happened in the past few months. Junior brother Lin Ji leads a very disciplined life, but he is often bullied by others, Cheng Cho said. Cheng Cho had known about Lin Ji for a long time, as he had inquired about Lin Ji's background before. However, Lin Ji was only at the first stage of the lifeblood refinement realm despite so many years. But for some reason, senior brother Jiang was interested in him, which left Cheng Cho puzzled. However, senior brother Jiang must have his own reasons. All Cheng Cho had to do was wait and see. Although senior brother Jiang was only at the peak of the foundation establishment realm, he gave Cheng Cho the feeling that he had seen and experienced a lot. After all, as long as senior brother Jiang was around, anything in the spirit herb garden could be handled. This had been Cheng Cho's experience over the past few years. Chapter 455. Chapter 455. Heavenly King comes and goes as he pleases. Chapter 455. Heavenly King comes and goes as he pleases. By the way, there's something I need to tell you, senior brother Jiang. During the recent trip outside, I heard a lot of people talking about the Blood Wish Path. Cheng Cho hesitated for a moment. What is it? Jiang Hao asked. They said you were practicing the Blood Wish Path, and there was an incident related to it in an area outside. It happened in the last few months. Many people believe that you are attempting to break through to the Golden Core realm using the Blood Wish Path. If it were just the people within the sect, it wouldn't be a big deal. But the problem is that the Black Heaven sect, the Sunset Immortal sect, and other sects have received news about you practicing the Blood Wish Path. Now, in their eyes, you are a bloodthirsty demon who has committed an unforgivable sin. They might start a crusade against you, Cheng Cho said. Jiang Hao lowered his head. When did this incident happen? It was around the end of April, near the location of the sects, Cheng Cho said. End of April. Jiang Hao remembered that he was still within the sect at that time. He left in early May. But who would care about that? The demonic sect didn't care if it was him or not. They just believed it to be true. The immortal sects wouldn't have anyone to vouch for or against him either. So, there was nothing more to be said. Once something happened, and if someone popped up who matched the description, it was a done deal. Were there any good people left in the Heavenly Note sect? Jiang Hao smiled self-deprecatingly. He was indeed no saint, but there were certain things he hadn't done. Do you think you might need to explain things, senior brother Jiang? Cheng Cho asked. Explain. Jiang Hao shook his head and chuckled. No need to worry about them. It's their business how they feel. Explanation would be of no use. Since these people had already made up their minds, there was no changing it. Everyone had to pay the price for their actions. Whether it was him or them, they had to take responsibility for their deeds and their words. Furthermore, an explanation could never dispel their suspicions. He was, after all, a disciple of a demonic sect. There was no need for him to defend himself. They wouldn't dare to barge into the sect, and it didn't matter how they tried to attack from outside. There's one more thing, Cheng Cho said. Senior brother Jiang, did you go to the Sea Fog Cave before? It seems that something has happened there, and they want you to confirm something. The Sea Fog Cave had problems. This surprised Jiang Hao. The next day, he talked with the people from the law enforcement hall and then followed his senior brother who had reached the Golden Core realm to the Sea Fog Cave. On the way, they also found several juniors who had previously visited the cave. Ji Bian from the law enforcement hall, Wu Shi from the Thunder Fire Peak, Xiao Xiao from the Hundred Bones Forest. All of them were surprised to see Jiang Hao and wondered why he had returned. Soon, they arrived at the Sea Fog Cave. Normally, the poisonous mist would have extended much further, but when they arrived at the stone tablet, there was no trace of the sea fog. Now, let's confirm it again. Is this where you all stopped last time? The senior brother at the Golden Core realm looked at everyone. The sea fog retreated? This was unexpected for Jiang Hao. However, he thought it was unlikely that the people from the Thunder Fire Peak had come here and dispelled it. The Thunder Fire Peak disciples would not have brought them here if that were the case. Senior brother Jiang, what happened here? Ji Bian asked. They clearly remembered that there was poisonous fog in this area. In recent times, probably within the last month, I don't know why, but the sea fog suddenly receded. We're not sure where it has gone for now, the senior at the Golden Core Realm said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao was surprised. Within the last month, could it be the influence of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? He was concerned. Usually, anything that could be influenced by the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment was not ordinary. The sea fog cave was not safe. Should we go inside and check? Xiao Xiu suddenly asked. Jiang Hao silently took a step back and intended to leave this place. After all, it was not a sect mission, and he was not obliged to take any risks, especially since he had seen a figure here before. The Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl had been affected by the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, and now, even the poisonous fog here had been affected. Although the two couldn't be equated, they were somewhat similar. Ordinary poisonous fog wouldn't be so greatly affected. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment needed to maintain balance, so it couldn't suppress everything. What do you think, junior brother Jiang? The Golden Core Realm senior asked. I think it's better to leave it to the seniors who are more suitable to investigate this matter, Jiang Hao respectfully said. In that case, let's go back. The senior at the Golden Core Realm also didn't want to take any risks. Before leaving, Jiang Hao looked at the stone tablet. The only text left on it now were the 3 characters, Heavenly Notes Sect. The sentence in the language of the Heavenly Spirit Tribe had disappeared. Jiang Hao didn't speak and began to retreat. He knew that there was probably some powerful creature here, but it couldn't be left at will. The Heavenly Notes Sect had too many mysteries. The mining site, Devil's Den, and now the Sea Fog Cave. The Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl was found in Devil's Denver. Other treasures might be in the mines, but he wasn't certain. So far, only the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl was in his hands, and he could confirm the existence of some sinister creature inside. As he returned to the Spirit Herb Garden, Jiang Hao planned to find an opportunity to go to the Lawless Tower and ask the seniors there about the situation in the Sea Fog Cave. They had been there for quite some time, so they should have made some discoveries. In the evening, he arrived at the Lawless Tower and inquired with the guard at the gate. The Sea Fog Cave. The senior in the black robe frowned slightly. The situation is not good. This surprised Jiang Hao. If the people of the Lawless Tower felt that the situation was bad, then it must be very bad. Soon he got his answer. Disappeared, Jiang Hao exclaimed. Yes, senior sister Insha led a group inside, but afterwards she disappeared. Although we are still trying to find her, there has been no news for several months, said the senior brother in the black robe. Jiang Hao had met her before. She was one of the few people he had interacted with the most. But they should not be in immediate danger, at least for now, the senior brother in the black robe said. Jiang Hao nodded. He really didn't want anything to happen to the senior sister, because she was the one he was most familiar with. If she were to remain in the Lawless Tower, it would provide some assurance for his future visits. Moreover, her status and position were not low, and she was easy to communicate with. Such people were not easy to come by. He arrived in front of Zhuang Yuzhen. He couldn't think of any way he could be of any help to him. Senior, you are still in the early stage of the primordial spirit realm. Jiang Hao was surprised to see that Zhuang Yuzhen was the same. Even after being here for so long, Zhuang Yuzhen could maintain his cultivation. It was truly remarkable. He can stay here because of my silver tongue. Otherwise, he would have been gone long ago, said Hai Luo, the Heavenly King, with a sneer. You brat, you flatter yourself too much. Zhuang Yuzhen chuckled. Jiang Hao looked at Heavenly King Hao Luo in puzzlement. The value that Hai Luo provided should have been long gone. The people from overseas who had been captured had been released after their kin had paid their ransom. So, why was Heavenly King Hai Luo still here? Did no one pay your ransom? Jiang Hao asked. Ransom? What a joke. Do you think I can't leave willingly? I'm just bored and playing around. I'm not stuck here. Hai Luo sneered. Let me ask you a question. How much do you know about the Heavenly Spirit Tribe? Jiang Hao suddenly asked because he remembered the writing in the Sea Fog Cave, especially that one sentence. Chapter 456, Chapter 456, 100 Ways to Make You Kneel and Beg for Mercy. Chapter 456, 100 Ways to Make You Kneel and Beg for Mercy. Heavenly Spirit Tribe. Zhuang Yuzhen furrowed his brows slightly. The tribe must be located overseas and isn't a particularly notable group. Are there any other details like legends about their tribe? Jiang Hao asked. He wasn't particularly concerned about it, and it wasn't a major issue. He was just curious. Even if someone with ulterior motives found out about him asking questions, it wouldn't matter because senior sister Insha's disappearance might be related to the Heavenly Spirit Tribe, so he was just trying to help. There are quite a few, said Hai Luo. It is said that the Heavenly Spirit Tribe used to be a major tribe. It was called the God Clan. The words Heavenly Spirit say it all. It was believed that all living creatures born out of heaven and living under them were a manifestation of them. It said that they had astonishing natural talent and were in harmony with heaven and earth. They possessed divine abilities. However, at some point, their status changed, and they were rejected by heaven and earth. They even struggled to cultivate. Today, they're just a moderately sized tribe. Even members of their tribe are polite to me when they meet me. You brat, Zhuang Yuzhen sneered. Hai Luo was taken aback. Old scum, are you provoking me? Inside this tower, I have 100 ways to make you kneel and beg for mercy. Jiang Hao didn't pay much attention to their argument, but felt something was amiss. Why had the Heavenly Spirit Tribe suddenly lost their protection? Was the Sea Fog Cave related to them? He had seen the writings there, and the one who went to investigate the area should have seen them too. The Heavenly Spirit Tribe must have been investigated as well. It meant that the danger in the cave might be manageable. Old bastard, aren't you still rotting here? Surprisingly, the esteemed Divine Corpse sect hasn't even offered to ransom you, said Hai Luo sarcastically. You little brat, do you think I've lost my value just like you? Zhuang Yuzhen retorted. Jiang Hao asked a few more questions about the Heavenly Spirit Tribe, their special abilities, and any abilities that could have a significant impact. However, he didn't get the answers he was looking for. With a helpless shake of his head, Jiang Hao got up and bid them farewell. In fact, Zhuang Yuzhen came here because of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. The reasons behind it and the person who provided the information had not been disclosed yet. The Lawless Tower wouldn't easily let him leave. Heavenly King Hai Luo, on the other hand, had no value anymore. He wasn't useful to the Heavenly Note sect. That's why one could be let go after accepting ransom, while the other couldn't. After leaving the Lawless Tower, Jiang Hao thought about the Sea Fog Cave. Want unparalleled talent? Come to me, and I will grant it to you. Those were the words he had seen on the stone tablet. What does it mean? Jiang Hao muttered to himself. The matter seemed to exceed his capabilities. All he could do was keep an eye on it. After all, he wouldn't enter the Sea Fog Cave. He didn't know how dangerous it might be inside. At the marketplace, Jiang Hao planned to sell some talismans so that he could get spirit stones to take care of the spirit herbs. He had already planted the holy medicine seed, but it required spiritual stones every day for its maintenance. He didn't want to use the spirit stones he had on him, so selling talismans was the best solution. He had made quite a few when he was in the Star Moon City. It was enough to sell and earn a bit of spirit stones. After setting up the talismans, he sat cross-legged on the ground. There were not many customers today, so his income wasn't that high. Junior brother Jiang? Someone approached shortly after he sat down. It was his senior sister, Lung Tian. Senior sister Lung Tian had reached the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm, and it seemed like she wasn't too far from reaching the Golden Core realm. Senior sister Lung, Jiang Hao greeted her politely. I heard you're going to advance to the Golden Core realm soon. Lung Tian crouched down and smiled. Jiang Hao shook his head. That's all just nonsense. Lung Tian looked at Jiang Hao and glanced around. I also think the rumors are too far-fetched. It doesn't seem like you would use the Blood Wish path. However, I've heard that more people are learning about the Blood Wish path lately, and some have even started practicing it. Jiang Hao smiled, but didn't explain further. He would wait for junior brother Han to return before displaying his cultivation realm at the Golden Core realm. He wondered if Lung's senior sister would choose to believe the rumors at that time. Given his talent, it might seem like a rapid promotion. Do you need any talismans, senior sister Lung? Jiang Hao asked. Of course. By the way, junior brother Jiang, are you going to start making higher-grade talismans? Lung Tian asked as she held a healing talisman and 100,000 swords talisman in her hand. She bought a total of 20 healing talismans and 100,000 swords talisman. I'm thinking of learning them, Jiang Hao said. Lung Tian paid 900 spirit stones and then picked up one healing talisman. Since I bought 20 of them, do I get one for free? Sure. You can even choose the 100,000 swords talisman for free, Jiang Hao said. Healing talismans were 30 spirit stones each, and 100,000 sword talisman was 60 spirit stones. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. I always feel comfortable buying talismans from you, she said before taking 20 healing talismans and an additional 100,000 swords talisman. She paid 900 spirit stones in total. Not bad at all. A customer who spends 1,800 spirit stones on me deserves such treatment. If senior sister Lung Tian reached the Golden Core realm, she probably wouldn't be weaker than him. He was even looking forward to her advancement. However, it was hard to believe that a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator could spend 1,800 spirit stones on talismans. I and my seniors are preparing to leave for a while to advance to Golden Core alchemists. These items are essential for our safety, Lung Tian said. After Lung Tian left, Jiang Hao set up his stall again. He sold 3 healing talismans and 200,000 sword talismans in the end. He earned a total of 150 spirit stones. Along the way, someone bought 5 divine walk talismans for 1 spirit stone. Jiang Hao had made these talismans and always put them on display. However, they were never in high demand. It was surprising to see someone buying it. After closing the stall, Jiang Hao went to the Snow Lotus Pavilion and bought Jade Spirit Liquid and Ordinary Spirit Liquid. 1 bottle of Jade Spirit Liquid cost 300 spirit stones, and there were 30 bottles in total. He also bought 10 bottles of Spirit Liquid. In total, he purchased 5 bottles of Jade Spirit Liquid and 10 bottles of Spirit Liquid. 1,800 spirit stones were just gone. Today, most of the earnings were spent. He still had a few bottles of Jade Spirit Liquid on him that he bought in the Star Moon City. The price was 280 spirit stones each. It was slightly cheaper. In the beginning, he felt that the spirit stones were reducing too quickly, so he didn't buy them all. It was a typical small vendor mentality. Jiang had already reflected on himself and would probably do the same next time. Planting sweet leaf cold grass required about 5,000 spirit stones in total, which was quite expensive. However, he had won the seed, and the prospect of getting a purple bubble was too tempting. Jiang Hao looked at the corner where the sweet leaf cold grass seed was planted. It had only been 7 days, and there were still 42 days to go. After 42 days passed, it was already mid-September. Jiang Hao walked into his courtyard, and sure enough, the sweet leaf-cold grass had sprouted tender shoots. Next to it was a floating purple bubble. Jiang Hao hurried over. It is indeed a purple bubble. I just don't know how many more days it will take for other bubbles to appear. In theory, Holy Medicine Seed should produce blue bubbles, but it was uncertain how soon they would appear. However, he now knew how to plant them. It was best to continue watering the plant with spirit liquid. After being influenced by divine items long enough, plain water could be used. It was quite expensive in the early stages. 5 days later, a white bubble appeared. 10 days later, a green bubble appeared. 15 days later, a blue bubble appeared. After observing for another half a month, Jiang Hao found that the white and green bubbles were not produced on regular days, but the time interval didn't fluctuate much. Blue bubbles, on the other hand, took at least 15 days to spawn. Now, in mid-October, Jiang Hao focused on the immortal peach tree. He needed to check on its progress for another incarnation. Chapter 457. Chapter 457. He will come to kill you at night. Chapter 457. He will come to kill you at night. Seeing the number of spirit stones required, Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He could afford it. Even though he had repaid 1,500 of the law enforcement haul during these few days, and had spent a considerable amount of spirit stones on the sweet leaf cold grass, he still had 25,000 left. This was due to the diligent sales of talismans in recent days. However, after the incarnation, he probably wouldn't have many spirit stones left. If he wanted to accumulate over 10,000 again, he would need to sell heavenly rejuvenation pills. Fortunately, he didn't need spirit stones for the time being. He could continue to manage with just a few hundred spirit stones for the tea he used for Hong Yuya. She only visited once every few months, so he didn't need too much tea. This time, the incarnation might result in another purple bubble, which means I'm just one bubble away from gaining another divine ability. Jiang Hao was in anticipation for another divine ability. Each divine ability had its uses, and it could significantly boost his combat power. For example, when combined with the reappearance of Hidden Spirit, his strength far exceeded what it was before. After picking some peaches, Jiang Hao went to the Spirit Her Garden. He gave the peaches to Cheng Chou. They were still delicious and had no other changes. Senior brother Jiang, something has happened recently, Cheng Chou said in a hushed voice after receiving the peaches. Several people have died in the ice. Moon Valley's Spirit Her Garden, and it's said to be the work of the Blood Wish Path. This has already affected the progress of the Spirit Her Garden, and their people have started investigating. They even got the law enforcement hall involved. Jiang Hao was quite surprised. How long has this been going on? It's been several days. People have been dying serially. The management of the Spirit Her Garden wouldn't have reported it unless they couldn't take it anymore. They don't want to make the issue too big, Cheng Chou said. They would have endured it because they didn't want to seem incompetent. Were they all ordinary people? Jiang Hao asked. Yes. Cheng Chou nodded. Without the sect backing them, the law enforcement hall wouldn't go all out. Because everyone assumes that you, senior brother Jiang, practice the Blood Wish sect, the blame has been shifted on you. They want you to explain. Some people from the Ice Moon Valley even said that those individuals had long wanted to work for you, so they died for the Blood Wish path. Jiang Hao lowered his head. He felt like someone was targeting him, but he hadn't provoked anyone lately. The Spirit Her Garden had not had any conflicts with others. Why would he be targeted suddenly? Could it be senior brother Qian Shun? His intention must be to make the sect pay attention to me, not make me the target of everyone's hostility within the sect. Jiang Hao didn't respond to this matter, and he chose to ignore the Ice Moon Valley's request for answers. Although the deaths might be blamed on him, the Ice Moon Valley wouldn't be targeting him personally, but rather the Cliff of Broken Hearts. Currently, no one from the Cliff of Broken Hearts had come looking for him, so he didn't want to press it further. If they wanted him to apologize, then he would apologize. As for compensation, that would be troublesome. The next day, a senior brother came over to the garden. He was in the Soul Ascension realm. Jiang Hao had never seen this senior before. He appeared to be in his late 20s and looked calm. His aura was astonishing. He looked to be in the early stage of the Soul Ascension realm, but judging from the aura he secretly emitted, he was probably already in the late or even the peak stage. "Are you junior brother Jiang Hao?" the senior asked. "Yes, senior brother. May I know who you are?" Jiang Hao lowered his head respectfully. Bai said, "The senior disciple of the Cliff of Broken Hearts." Jiang Hao was shocked. "Hello, senior brother Bai," Jiang Hao said. "I'm here for the matter concerning the Ice Moon Valley. I have a question for you," Bai said softly. "Of course. Please ask away." Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. He realized that he would need to respond to the rumors. "Did you kill those people?" Bai asked. "No," Jiang Hao said. Before he could think of an explanation, Bai nodded. "I see." He then turned and left. The next day, the Cliff of Broken Hearts responded by admitting to the killings. They had killed the people, and since they were dead, that was the end of it. If they were short on people, they could just recruit a few ordinary non-cultivators and count them as compensation. If they thought the Cliff of Broken Hearts was temporarily without a master and they could push them around, they could come and try. Jiang Hao was stunned by this response. He had directly admitted to it, but it didn't seem like he was yielding. His tone seemed to be saying that if anyone dared, they could come to the Cliff of Broken Hearts. I thought that senior brother Bai wasn't reckless, but he might provoke more trouble if the others decide to confront him directly. But if the others don't confront him head-on, then they can only swallow their pride and keep quiet. Senior brother also mentioned our master. He probably wants other branch masters to get involved. After all, our master led a team to the Bright Moon sect. If something happened to our branch now, it would easily upset the sect's balance. As expected, the matter was smoothed over by the law enforcement hall, and it seemed that they had identified the real culprits and were pursuing them. Jiang Hao had gained some insight into senior brother Bai Yi. However, without Lu Xingqian's presence, he had no information about the individuals who had taken action this time. Otherwise, he could try to appraise the person targeting him, but it might have been just a coincidence. In early November, the matter with the Ice Moon Valley had completely dissipated, and Jiang Hao met another person, Pei Yuan, who practiced the Blood Wish path. His aura was dense, and he had already reached the Golden Core realm. How could it have happened so fast? Jiang Hao was somewhat surprised. When he first saw Pei Yuan, he was only in the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. But soon, he reached the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm. Now, they were already at the Golden Core realm. The Blood Wish path's progress couldn't have been this quick. Pei Yuan looked at him with a mocking smile as if flaunting his achievement. As he got closer, Jiang Hao noticed that although Pei Yuan's aura was dense, his cultivation was not solid enough, and his spiritual sense carried a hint of black energy. His body also had a touch of death energy. He won't live for more than 20 years if he doesn't advance further. Golden Core Realm cultivators had a lifespan of 500 years, but with such advancement, Pei Yuan had less than 20 years left. Senior brother Jiang, you haven't reached the Golden Core Realm yet? Pei, Yuan sneered. Junior brother Pei, you are truly remarkable. Did you have guidance from your master? Jiang Hao asked. Pei Yuan suddenly changed the topic of their conversation. Senior brother, Jiang, you're only at the peak of the Foundation Establishment realm, while I'm in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. According to etiquette, you should address me as senior brother, right? Isn't that so, junior brother Jiang? Jiang Hao remained silent. Jiang Hao sensed the killing intent emanating from this person as if he was determined to kill him. Did Pei Yin have a beef against him? Was it because Jiang Hao hadn't guided him in the past? He appraised Pei Yuan. Chapter 458. Chapter 458. Don't try to deceive me with petty illusions. Chapter 458. Don't try to deceive me with petty illusions. The feedback this time was somewhat unexpected. It was the first time he had witnessed a fellow disciple daring to make a move within the sect. Is it because he has only 20 years left to live, so he wants to leave? Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. It seemed that when a person was at the end of their life, they could do anything. It was better to avoid such people in the future, as they might become fanatical at the slightest inconvenience. With a hearty laugh, Pei Yuan left. He seemed satisfied to see Jiang Hao lower his head. However, the killing intent remained. As he watched Pei Yuan leave, Jiang Hao felt that this person might end up killing quite a few others, and he was just one of them. If he wasn't the first, then things would be much easier to handle. However, if he was the first victim, openly confronting the enemy might lead to trouble. Jiang Hao shook his head. He was not in a hurry, and he would deal with it calmly. At night, senior brother, Pei, I was forced to follow behind senior brother Chung. I wasn't the one who robbed your resources back then. I saw that you didn't look well, so I even gave you a piece of spirit stone. A Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivator had a wound on his abdomen. He kept retreating until he was in a corner against the wall. Gave me a spirit stone? Pei Yuan asked. Pei Yuan, with fresh blood on his clothing, gradually approached the man with a cruel smile on his lips. Back then, did you think I should be grateful to you? You robbed me and still expect my gratitude? What a joke. Are you trying to insult me? Don't worry. I've already killed Senior Brother Chung. Now it's your turn. But during the sex mission, I saved you, said the man at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm in terror. Saved me? Why did you save me? Wasn't it because you wanted to rob me? Pei Yuan thrust his longsword forward. Although the man had defensive magical treasures, they were ineffective against the golden core realm cultivator. The sword pierced his body. Pei Yuan laughed maniacally. He pulled the sword out and was ready to decapitate the man in front of him. The bloodied sword swung swiftly. At that moment, a faint light shot past. Clang! The sword was repelled. Who is it? Pei Yuan looked back. He had been keeping an eye on his surroundings and hadn't noticed anyone approaching. The only explanation was that he had fallen for an illusion created by the person before him. It's me. Jiang Hao appeared at the doorway and looked at Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan looked slightly surprised. You are here? I was about to come find you after I'm done here. Why the rush? I have a few questions for you, Jiang Hao said. Illusion. Pei Yuan realized that the senior brother who had been beside him had disappeared, and he hadn't sensed anyone approaching. The only explanation was that he had fallen for an illusion cast by the person before him. I guess so. Jiang Hao nodded. I want to ask you, who taught you the Blood Wish path? Hearing this, Pei Yuan burst into laughter. You noticed it too? The Blood Wish path cultivation I practice is the most authentic one. And why are you talking to me with such an attitude? Don't tell me you think a mere illusion can trap. Let's change the topic. Who is Yinwei? Jiang Hao asked. Who? Pei Yuan appeared puzzled. Jiang Hao was surprised. So, Pei Yuan didn't know Yinwei was the one guiding him. Had he used a false name? I actually don't know anything about the Blood Wish path, Jiang Hao said. Pei Yuan just smiled. At the moment, just as Jiang Hao was about to speak, he suddenly moved. A red sword aura slashed toward Jiang Hao. It had a hint of madness. The sword pierced Jiang Hao's body, but it turned out to be just a shadow. A long knife sliced across Pei Yuan's neck. For an instant, he felt that his entire life force dissipated. What's your cultivation realm? This blow far exceeded his expectations, and he couldn't understand why he was thinking about this at the last moments of his life. Early stage of the primordial spirit realm, Jiang Hao said. With a thud, Pei Yuan fell to the ground. Before leaving, Jiang Hao delivered 2 more blows and then retrieved the valuable items from Pei Yuan's storage treasure. He then returned the storage treasure to the body. After that, he backed out of the room. At this moment, the person at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm was lying in a corner in confusion. Pei Yuan had disappeared as if he had just left. He wanted to leave this place, but his injuries were too severe. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of him. When he saw the person's face, he felt dread. Pei Yuan is dead. The eerie feeling left him with lingering fear. He wanted to leave, but he couldn't move. He abandoned all dignity and shouted for help. Help! Help! Back in the courtyard, Jiang Hao sat under the immortal peach tree and began to take stock of his gains. This time, he acted fast to avoid trouble. Since the other person had struck first against someone else, it made things much easier. Killing someone who had already murdered someone would not necessarily result in punishment. As long as the heavily wounded individual had the courage, they could easily take credit for the act. Even if the law enforcement peak knew that someone else had committed the murder, they would not investigate it seriously. They certainly would not resort to the heavenly essence soul modeling mirror. So, acting at that moment was the safest option. The only regret was that he hadn't been able to obtain any more information. As rumors became more exaggerated, there might be people coming to him in the future seeking guidance on the Blood Wish path. That would be troublesome. He just hoped that others wouldn't be as short-tempered as junior brother Pei Yuan. Otherwise, it would not be good for anyone. Putting aside these questions, Jiang Hao began to inspect junior brother Pei Yuan's belongings. Naturally, he was most interested in spirit stones. There were no surprises. Pei Yuan had little to no savings. It only amounted to 135 spirit stones. People who had just advanced to the Golden Core realm were not very well off. The only item of note was a simple Foundation establishment pill, but it couldn't be sold since it was usually sold by the bottle, not individually. There were no magical treasures, but there was a book and a token. The book was titled Blood Divine Path Lifeblood Refinement Technique. Divine Path. Jiang Hao was surprised. Wasn't the Blood Wish Path an evil technique? He began to read the book because he was curious. He could understand it at the beginning, but became increasingly cryptic and difficult to understand toward the end. He activated his clear and pure heart ability. After a long time, Jiang Hao had a general understanding of the contents of the book. The Blood Wish Path required a blood vow. The more sincere a person was, the more effective their blood would be. It caused fewer side effects. The less sincere the person, the more one's lifespan would be consumed to make progress in the Blood Wish Path. Absorbing blood in one go was the most effective method. Splitting it up greatly reduced the effect, but had a lesser chance of side effects. The blood gourd was used for steady and prolonged cultivation. This method was considered evil because it required the death of too many people to create just one blood gourd. Jiang Hao had also read through the cultivation techniques, which he could roughly understand. In fact, the cruelest aspect of the Blood Wish Path was that both parties needed to be sincere in their vows for it to be the highest quality blood vow. In essence, it meant using the lives of one's most loved and dearest people to pave the way for cultivation. Chapter 459. Chapter 459. I have a friend. Chapter 459. I have a friend. Jiang Hao put away the book and picked up the token. One word was written on it. Spirit. Spirit, he said in puzzlement, and then decided to appraise it. The appraisal result was very straightforward. It was clear that Pei Yuan intended to leave the Heavenly Note sect and head to the Heavenly Spirit tribe overseas. What puzzled Jiang Hao was where Pei Yuan had obtained this token. Perhaps he bought it from someone, or maybe he stole it. But it didn't matter. After inspecting everything, he still couldn't find any information about Yin Wei. However, he just wanted to know who this person was and had no intention of making contact or investigating further. If he could find out, that would be enough. If not, he wouldn't force it. For now, he wanted to continue with his current life and focus on his cultivation. In the early morning, the stone tablet vibrated. It was about tonight's gathering. This time, it was a genuine gathering, unlike the previous ones that were all about the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment. It was a good opportunity to ask about the elder from the Blood Shadow sect. If he succeeded, there would be the next step to consider. At noon, while Jiang Hao was tending to spirit herbs, 3 senior disciples arrived. They were dressed in attires that were unique to the law enforcement hall. They looked very serious. Junior brother Jiang, there are some questions we need to ask you, the senior at the forefront said politely. Please ask, senior brothers, Jiang Hao said respectfully. Junior brother Pei Yuan was killed last night, said the other disciple bluntly. He visited you yesterday. We want to know what you talked about. Jiang Hao did not hide anything and recounted all the details of their conversation. After listening to him, the seniors nodded. Junior brother Jiang, we think you had a motive for murder, so for now, please stay within the sect, the leading senior said. Until we reach a conclusion, you should be ready to cooperate with us at any time. If you have important matters outside, you must inform the law enforcement hall. Otherwise, you, senior brother. At this point, the other disciple interrupted. There's no need to explain. Why? The leading senior was puzzled. Senior brother, you have just returned from outside and may not be aware, the junior disciple whispered. Junior brother Zhang's name has actually been on the law enforcement hall's suspect list for more than 10 years. He's associated with quite a few traitors. Moreover, he ranks high in the mayor hall, and the task hall often talks about assigning him new missions. They can't wait to send him out. What's going on? The leading senior was utterly bewildered. On the list for more than 10 years. High rank in the mayor hall. The task hall is eager to send him out. In that case, I won't say much more. Junior brother Jiang, you understand, right? Said the leading senior seriously. Our restrictions will only last for 2 months. If we don't return in 2 months, then this matter will be considered closed for you. As long as you're innocent, you don't have to worry. Understand. Jiang Hao nodded. Only 2 months meant that the matter was considered minor. After all, Pei Yuan did kill a fellow disciple. They were investigating the cause of death, mostly out of curiosity about the one who retaliated against him. The person from last night dared not admit to the killing. But if it were Jiang Hao himself, he probably wouldn't admit it either. It's better to avoid trouble when possible. After that, the law enforcement hall disciples left. Being familiar with the law enforcement hall had its advantages. As long as it wasn't a major issue, they were usually accommodating, and the task hall and merit hall also put pressure on the investigation. After all, they were after spirit stones. After seeing the disciples off, Jiang Hao resumed tending to the spirit herbs. He had already checked the herbs sent by the 100 Bones Forest. They were still helping him infuse spiritual energy into the garden, but he couldn't figure out why. Was it for reconciliation? It had been a long time, and he should find the time to see how Bai Yi was. At midnight, Jiang Hao looked at the stone tablet, took a deep breath, and entered it. This time, he didn't know what kind of task he would receive, so he had to be cautious. He was worried that someone might want him to handle affairs in the southern region, which he couldn't do easily with his current strength. If someone asked him to do it, he couldn't refuse, but if he accepted the task, it would be problematic. It was okay to be involved once or twice, but over time, he might be questioned. So, if possible, it would be best to avoid such matters and continue to keep a low profile. Fortunately, due to the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, his reputation had improved significantly, and they wouldn't easily ask him for help. In the public area, the 4 of them paid their respects to Dan Yuan and then sat cross-legged on the ground. "Do any of you have questions about your cultivation?" Dan Yuan asked. It was the standard opening to their gathering. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Hao couldn't come up with any cultivation-related questions. He could ask about the blood wish path, but that wasn't really a cultivation question. He would have to wait and see if there was an opportunity later. "Senior, I have a friend who recently used a curse, and it seems to have gone wrong. He's afflicted by an uncontrollable curse. Is there any way to alleviate it?" Gue asked. Dan Yuan glanced at Gue. "To what extent does it need to be alleviated?" "Just a little relief would be fine," Gue said. "In the eastern region, there's a plant called mind relief grass that can help alleviate curses, but it requires a special method," Dan Yuan said. "One think you know the rest." "Indeed," Gue nodded. "In fact, there's another method." Dan Yuan looked at Jiang Hao. "Friend Jing, you should know about it, right?" "I don't know, don't ask me." Jiang Hao felt helpless. However, Dan Yuan would never ask anything without reason. By asking now, it seemed like he was seeking his opinions, which meant this thing was related to him. So what was it? Jiang Hao thought of the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. That item could suppress curses. "I know, but Gue might be hesitant to use it," Jiang Hao said in a low voice. "What is it?" Gue looked puzzled. "Go to the Heavenly Notes sect and borrow the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl," Jiang Hao said. Gue was speechless. This was quite challenging because the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl was not something an ordinary person could use. Even borrowing it might lead to karmic consequences and various other problems. The sealed Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl is said to have miraculous effects, but I have never seen it. Friend Jing seems to have completely grasped it. Dan Yuan looked at the others. After confirming that there were no more questions, Dan Yuan said, "Do we have any news about the Saint Bandits?" "It seems that the Bright Moon sect has some information about the Saint Bandits' origins. They most likely come from the Heavenly Spirit tribe," Xing said. Members of the Bright Moon sect had fought against the Saint Bandits, so they had some knowledge about them. The Heavenly Spirit tribe? Lu found it hard to believe. The Heavenly Spirit tribe overseas? They're the Saint Bandits? Jiang Hao was also surprised. In an instant, he recalled the words from the Sea Fog Cave. "If you seek talent, you can find me." Those words were indeed similar to the Saint Bandit style, and they used the Heavenly Spirit tribe's language. For a moment, he was worried that the Sea Fog Cave might have a direct connection with the Saint Bandits. This information is crucial, Dan Yuan said with a smile. Xing, you can consider asking whatever you want. Or you can also choose to cancel a portion of the previous transaction. I'll choose to cancel it, Xing said. Dan Yuan nodded and didn't assign any more tasks. Xing turned to Jiang Hao. Friend Jing, I've completed your task. Jiang Hao nodded. It was Lu's turn now. He had to find a way to make Lu owe him a favor. Chapter 460. Chapter 460. Impersonating someone. Chapter 460. Impersonating someone. After discussing a few more matters, the gathering came to an end with Dan Yuan's reminder. Once Jiang Hao left the public forum, he took out his notebook and wrote down the things that they had discussed. This time, there were quite a few things to focus on. The Saint Bandits might be associated with the Heavenly Spirit Tribe, which suggested a connection between the Saint Bandits and the Sea Fog Cave. Qi Tian's undercover mission had begun, and they would need to rely on Lu for further information. He could then find more information on the end of all things and about Sansheng. Gue might come to borrow the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. He needed to handle this situation carefully and preferably avoid mentioning the Heavenly Fragrance Dao Flower. There were sightings of the people from the Heavenly Note sect underwater, and it was speculated to be Senior Sister, Insha, and others. The Sea Fog Cave might connect to the underwater world, and the individuals emerging from there were likely from the Heavenly Spirit Tribe, which was also connected to the Saint Bandits. These are the 4 main points. The third was the most crucial because it directly involved Jiang Hao. The 4th point was also important. If he could help, he would. However, there wasn't much information available at the moment. Fortunately, Lu had already started investigating the matter and would provide updates on the situation. Jiang Hao also needed to be cautious about one more thing. Lu would know that those individuals were disciples of the Heavenly Note sect, and others might find out too. He didn't know if that would cause trouble for the sect, as many would be curious about how they reached there. If there are valuable treasures inside, many people will want to explore it. In the near future, some people might come to visit or send undercover agents to gather more information, Jiang Hao muttered. However, the Sea Fog Cave was not well known within the sect, so not many people would investigate it. After putting away the notebook, Jiang Hao began writing information about Sansheng. After a long time, he had almost written half a book. Sansheng didn't have a tragic past. He acted capriciously, and his emotions were unpredictable. One moment he could be enjoying a drink, and the next he could draw his sword to kill. It was said that he originally came from the prestigious 10,000 Dharma sect. He offended one of the sect's elders, fled, and then returned with a new identity. This time, he had a good relationship with that elder. When the elder fully trusted him, he struck him with his sword. At this point, his cultivation had surpassed the elder's, and he was toying with him. After leaving the sect, he roamed the southern region. He left a smiley face whenever he killed someone. Each smiley face was unique. Jiang Hao had seen some of these smiley faces on the stone tablet and sketched them. What surprised him, however, was that there was no repetition among the recorded smiley faces. Nonetheless, it was evident from the records that Sansheng was ruthless and unpredictable, with no code of conduct. To completely impersonate him, one needed to obtain his treasure, the Thousand Faces treasure fan. This fan had been taken away by the Black Heaven sect, but Sansheng would likely retrieve it. The method to activate the fan was known only to him, after all. So if someone had the fan and could use it, they would be considered to be Sansheng himself. The information contained the method of use, which Jiang Hao had read carefully. It was very comprehensive. There was also information about what Sansheng had done for the end of all things. After writing all this, Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment and then appraised his notebook. He needed to verify if this information was genuine. It seems to be genuine. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. However, having this identity wouldn't help him find the other members of the end of all things. He needed to figure out the contact code. Otherwise, problems could arise. But to completely take San Sheng's place, he needed to obtain the Thousand Faces treasure fan. It won't be easy to get from the Black Heaven sect. Jiang Hao thought that Xing could easily obtain it. Fortunately, he didn't need to use this identity for the time being. When he did, he would most likely be going outside, and there was a high possibility that Hong Yuye would come with him. With her help, obtaining the Thousand Faces treasure fan might not be difficult at all. With these matters sorted out, Jiang Hao put away the notebook and began cultivating. A little while later, he opened his eyes and decided that today was as good a day as any to visit Bai Yi in the Hundred Bones Forest. With his decision made, Jiang Hao left his house. At the entrance to the valley, he stood in place and used the powerful perception that he learned from the nameless manual to spy on Bai Yi. Soon, he sensed Bai Yi's aura. It was still at the early stage of the primordial spirit realm, and his injuries hadn't completely healed. It's strange. Why is he still suppressing himself with such minor injuries? Perhaps he sensed that I might take action, so he has been restraining himself? Jiang Hao believed this was highly likely. If that's the case, he probably won't leave the sect. I can't kill him. Bai Yi had contributed a lot to the sect and was a true disciple. Killing him would mean an affront to the Heavenly Note sect. Once the Heavenly Essence Soul modeling mirror was used, he would also meet his end, which wasn't worth it. He decided to wait a little longer. In the valley, Bai Yi sat on a chair and gazed at the sky. He felt that he might have escaped a calamity. As long as he continued like this, he would survive. After a while, Lian Qin walked to the courtyard and was surprised to see Bai Yi there. "Senior brother Bai, aren't you going to go inside and rest?" I felt a connection to the stars. It seems I can see my own star in the sky, albeit faintly. Bai Yi smiled as he looked at the stars. It hasn't diminished yet. Perhaps I will also have a stroke of good luck one day. But one wrong step, and there will be no turning back from the calamity that follows. In the future, every step will be like walking on thin ice. Even though I might escape one calamity, I could die in the next one at any moment. Lian Qin didn't fully understand her senior brother, but usually he was right. "Do you have any news?" Bai Yi asked. "I conducted an investigation outside and found that more people are practicing the Blood Wish path lately. The major sects are preparing to take action because the influence of the Blood Wish path has spread to their side," said Lian Qin. Fingers are being pointed at Jiang Hao of the Cliff of Broken Hearts, especially due to the rumors. Now, everyone seems to assume it's him. Moreover, with his cultivation almost at the Golden Core realm, people think it's highly likely. While he didn't harm ordinary people in the Spirit Her Garden, he is almost certainly doing so outside. This has almost been confirmed. It's impossible. The heavenly fragrance Dao flower is in his courtyard. He wouldn't be practicing the Blood Wish path. There should be some connection to senior brother Qianshun, but the situation is more complex than anticipated. There might be other individuals manipulating things behind the scenes. Go and investigate, but don't get involved too deeply. It might not be someone we can handle, Bai Yi said. Lian Qi nodded. Then Bai Yi, who had been gazing at the stars, suddenly said, "Wait a moment. Don't rush to investigate the situation within the sect. Look into the situation outside. There might be some clues." Lian Qi nodded. 7 days later, Lian Qin walked to the courtyard. "Did you find anything?" Bai Yi asked. "I found someone who uses the Blood Wish path. There was an attack outside." They mentioned Jiang Hao's name and even the Cliff of Broken Hearts, Lian Qin said. Bai Yi frowned. "Go to the Cliff of Broken Hearts and tell him the news." Chapter 461. Chapter 461. Impersonating Someone 2. Chapter 461. Impersonating Someone 2. Qi Tian went overseas to collect information for Jiang Hao. It was so far away that Jiang Hao couldn't contact him. If he made the other party send messages frequently, it would be too risky. So, he couldn't let Qi Tian contact him. He needed to make Qi Tian wait for him to make contact. And the method of contact couldn't be him going there personally. The best method was to have Lu find Qi Tian when the time came and send a message. With Lu's abilities, finding Qi Tian shouldn't be difficult. This would also let Chi Tian know that no matter where he went, he was still under someone else's control. That way, he could be of better use. But for now, Lu had no favors he needed, so the only thing Jiang Hao could do was wait. There was no need to rush. It would take several years for Chi Tian to integrate into the end of all things with his cultivation realm. Regarding the end of all things, do you want to know about the eastern or southern part? Xing asked. The southern part, Jiang Hao said. In the southern part, I have an identity that you can use. Everyone assumes they belong to the end of all things. You can use that identity. The person never appears, so impersonating them wouldn't be a problem. You can rest assured of that. Does this work as compensation for the previous deal? Xing asked. He was referring to the reward for helping him find Gu Qing. At the time, Jiang Hao had mentioned the end of all things, but there had been no information until now. Xing had given him a whole identity to use. Sure, Jiang Hao nodded. Soon, the identity was delivered through Senior Dan Yuan's stone tablet. It was the identity of San Sheng. Following that, a pile of information was provided, and Jiang Hao had to try to remember it and write it down later. It seemed easier to remember things on the stone tablet compared to outside. Perhaps it was because his consciousness had entered the tablet. Gue, did you receive the items? Xing looked at Gue. Yes. Gue nodded. With that, all the tasks related to the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment were fulfilled. Gue fell silent for a moment. Will the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl really work? Could she not come to the sect? Jiang Hao felt somewhat helpless, but maintained an indifferent attitude. Under the seal, it can be used to suppress curses. Is it safe? Gue asked curiously. Jiang Hao remained silent for a moment. It should be safe unless something unexpected happens. Gue nodded. She understood what he meant. But there was still a major issue. Can I borrow it? The Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl was no ordinary item. People at the gathering would need to ask Jing for permission if they wanted to borrow it. It wasn't as simple as finding the person only. Sure, Jiang Hao sighed. He didn't want to agree at first. Getting in touch with Gue would bring trouble. As soon as she got close, she would discover the presence of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower in his possession. That would lead to more complications, so he preferred to find a way to avoid it. I plan to use the star-shifting teleportation technique soon. Do you have any good defensive techniques? Lu asked. Jiang Hao didn't say anything, but he was unaware of such methods. I have a set of defensive techniques related to the star-shifting teleportation technique, but it will take some time. How long will it approximately take? Lu asked. It will take around 2 months, Xing said. All right. Lu wasn't in a hurry. Jiang Hao would have to wait until they had no transactions between them. Have you all noticed that there's been an abundant harvest and the spiritual energy is rising everywhere lately? Is this all due to the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment? Asked Gue. Lu agreed. The same is happening overseas. It's incredible. Because of the help of the purple energy, the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment has almost reached the level of great luck. If she does something in the future, she can become a person who embodies great luck. The impact it brings is immense, Dan Yuan said. Jiang Hao lowered his head. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment was indeed extraordinary. However, he didn't envy it because the responsibilities borne by the one practicing it was not simple. After learning about the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, they discussed other matters in the surrounding area. I mentioned earlier that there was a situation at the bottom of the sea. They are still investigating it, and something strange happened recently, Lu said as he looked at everyone. It seems that a group of people appeared at the bottom of the sea, but they disappeared quickly. Out of curiosity, I went to take a look and found the same phenomenon. People appeared and then vanished. It felt strange, as if they weren't really there, as if it was just their shadows. However, I saw their attire and had it checked by someone. It turns out that these people might be from... Lu looked at Jiang Hao. They might be from the south, from the heavenly. Note sect. Jiang Hao's heart skipped a beat, but he didn't show it. People from the heavenly note sect? Why would they be at the bottom of the sea? Why would people from the Heavenly Notes sect be at the bottom of the sea? Gue asked. That was what Jiang Hao had wanted to ask. He felt that the gathering couldn't do without Gue around. I don't know, but that place is strange. At first, I thought something was about to emerge from there, but I couldn't find anything. After investigating further, there was nothing special. It wasn't until those people appeared that it felt strange, Lu said. If his assumption was true, the likelihood of senior sister Insha and her group appearing at the seabed was quite high. He had to keep an eye on the situation. But Lu might not mention it next time. After some hesitation, Jiang Hao said in a low voice, "It may be related to the Saint Bandits." Jiang Hao wasn't just making things up. It was indeed a possibility. The Saint Bandits belonged to the Heavenly Spirit Tribe, and the writings in the Sea Fog Cave were also in the Heavenly Spirit Tribe's language. The fact that members of the Heavenly Notes sect appeared at the bottom of the sea could mean that they reached there from the Sea Fog Cave. Although it was all speculation, everything seemed to fit. However, what was strange was that if the Sea Fog Cave was the passage to the bottom of the sea, the Saint Bandits should have appeared from the Heavenly Notes sect as well. But that wasn't the case. There was likely another passage somewhere else. Saint Bandits? The others were surprised. Dan Yuan seemed to be deep in thought. Indeed, there's a possibility. Lu, you can pay attention to that area, and you can ask one question as a reward. All right, Lu nodded. If you find something more, Jing, you can also ask one question as a reward, Dan Yuan said with a smile. Jiang Hao nodded and thanked him. This unexpected gain meant that Dan Yuan's answer would be valuable. However, he didn't know what to ask for. Fortunately, he was not in a rush. He would need to find some clues before he could ask a question. Otherwise, asking a question without any clues would mean paying another price. Chapter 462. Chapter 462. The ring was still on the demoness wrist. Chapter 462. The ring was still on the demoness wrist. That's possible, Jiang Hao said after thinking for a long time. Based on the information from a gathering, the Saint Bandits are likely to contact individuals who are willing to use any means to enhance their cultivation, especially those with low innate talent who practice unique techniques, like the Blood Wish Path. After gathering various pieces of information, Jiang Hao began to understand. The recent proliferation of the Blood Wish Path was likely the work of the Saint Bandits. However, there had been no reports of anyone having their talents stripped away. This seemed to go against the Saint Bandits' ideology. It was possible that they were biding their time and waiting for the right moment. Some of the geniuses within the sects were likely being targeted, and all it would take was one opportunity for the Saint Bandits to strike. But this would almost certainly result in their deaths, as the Heavenly Notes sect would never allow such individuals to leave alive. Are you planning to go after them? Hong Ye asked after swallowing a piece of fruit. Senior, you must be joking. As a mere Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator, I won't be venturing into that kind of danger, Jiang Hao said. Going after the Saint Bandits was akin to seeking death, especially after witnessing the overwhelming strength of the Saint Bandits back when he was in the Bright Moon sect. Even if the Sea Fog Cave was inhabited by some unknown creatures, it was not a place he could approach. In the eyes of powerful cultivators, whether he was at the Foundation Establishment Realm or the Primordial Spirit Realm, it didn't make much of a difference. Foundation Establishment Realm? Haven't you reached the Golden Core Realm yet? Hong Ye chuckled. Jiang Hao bowed his head and didn't reply. In fact, he should have advanced to the Golden Core Realm by now, but he was waiting for junior brother Han to return. The chaos caused by the Blood Wish Path outside required his help. However, advancing at this time would put him in a precarious position. It would be best to quell the rumors before advancing. But he needed to think about how to do that. In a few days, do you plan to contact your undercover agent through the gathering? Hong Ye asked. Yes, even though the other party may not be obedient, as long as he goes overseas and enters the core of the end of all things, that will be enough. When they find him there, he won't have a choice but to provide information, Jiang Hao said. The strength of Lu was enough to make Qi Tian understand how insignificant he was if he was unwilling to cooperate. Unless he decided to die, he would have to give some information. If it weren't for the fact that Lu didn't need anything at the moment, Jiang Hao would have asked Lu to send a message to Qi Tian. Senior, can Gue borrow the heavenly fate misfortune pearl? Jiang Hao asked. This was something he needed to ask about. Borrowing something like this was dangerous, and he had to ask. What if something went wrong? It would be hard to imagine the consequences. Her friend seems to be cultivating the 1,000 curses body. While being eroded by curses is a part of it, as long as it can be suppressed, the final step can be completed. The heavenly fate misfortune pearl can help her, but it's best to not suppress it. Instead, you should transfer it, Han Yuye said while eating a peach. Transfer it. Jiang Hao was puzzled, especially regarding the 1,000 curses body. He had never heard of it before. Suppression is just making the body adapt, while transfer is a rebirth, Han Yuye said. Jiang Hao lowered his head. He still couldn't fully understand it, but he made a mental note of it. If Gue could understand it, he would be able to avoid danger. He just hoped that Han Yuye wouldn't be too profound. It should be fine. With Dan Yuan present at the gathering, he should be able to understand it. Senior Dan Yuan's knowledge and power are unquestionable. Even if others don't understand, he can. Having him around allows me to talk about things I don't understand myself, as someone will help explain them to me. After all, he has experience. Jiang Hao thought to himself. After that, Han Yuye remained silent and quietly ate the peach. In the evening, Jiang Hao began to set up an array for the immortal peach tree. Han Yuye sat nearby and watched the peach tree. Once everything was ready, Jiang Hao sat in his chair and looked at the peach tree. During this time, he brewed a pot of tea. As Han Yuye drank her tea, the red and white sleeves fell down. Jiang Hao noticed that his ring was still on her wrist. This made him a little concerned, as he had been thinking about whether to speak up and ask for it back. However, in the end, he decided against it. If she didn't return it willingly, it would only lead to trouble if he asked for it. Losing one ring wouldn't make much of a difference, and he could always ask for the one the spirit beast had. What kind of tea is this? Han Yuye asked as he looked at him. It's 1,000 snow, Jiang Hao said and lowered his head. It was ancient spirit tea not too long ago, and now it's 1,000 snow? Are you planning to switch to red sleeve fragrance next time? Han Yuye said teasingly. Senior, you jest. It's just that it's been difficult to buy good tea lately, Jiang Hao said. The ancient spirit tea cost 500 spirit stones. The 1,000 snow cost around 200, and red sleeve fragrance cost 100. He didn't need to reduce his standards to this extent. However, it seemed that Han Yuye wasn't interested in hearing this. A powerful aura surged like a tidal wave. At midnight, the immortal peach tree began to emit a faint light, and spiritual energy was rapidly being absorbed. Veins appeared in the branches, and all the spiritual energy was converging toward the final fruit. It lasted for most of the night. Early the next morning, the entire tree turned into ashes and fell to the ground. The fruit had also been absorbed. A ray of sunlight shone from the sky and fell upon the red and white figure in the courtyard. She slowly approached the ashes and squatted down. She eventually found a seed in the ashes. After examining it for a moment, she stood up and handed the seed to Jiang Hao. Do you need to go through the incarnations for more times? She asked. Yes, for more times, Jiang Hao said as he took the seed. What happens after 4 times? Han Yuye asked. It might take thousands of years for it to mature, Jiang Hao said. After 9 incarnations, it would turn into a divine tree. After that, it might not mature in just a year. Han Yuye didn't speak further. She watered the heavenly fragrance Dao flower and disappeared. Next time, remember to prepare some new tea. Han Yuye's voice reached Jiang Hao's ears. Finally, everything completely dissipated. Jiang Hao let out a sigh of relief and knew that he would have to buy tea again. He wondered what kind of tea cost 250 spirit stones for such a small portion. Thankfully, it wasn't consumed too quickly, and he couldn't finish too many pots in one night. The most important thing was that Han Yuye only visited once every few months. After appraising the immortal peach tree seed, Jiang Hao planted it. In 4 days, it would take root and sprout. In the spirit herb garden, Cheng Cho greeted him as soon as he arrived. "Senior brother Jiang, I found out some information." "What is it?" Jiang Hao asked. "The commotion caused by the blood wish path was huge, and I also heard your name mentioned," Cheng Cho said in surprise. "While I was on my way out, I saw someone being chased on the road, and their silhouette resembled yours a bit. I thought you had come out of the sect. Later, I found out it was someone being chased for absorbing the blood vow. He called himself Jiang Hao from the Cliff of Broken Hearts. He had a mask on. His appearance is somewhat similar to yours." Jiang Hao frowned. It seemed that these people were really using him as a scapegoat. He knew someone was behind this, especially since so many of them were practicing the blood vow Tao. There had to be something fishy going on. Senior brother Qin Shun had always kept his practice of the blood wish path hidden, so it was unlikely that it was him, unless he was using this as an opportunity to achieve his own goals. If that were the case, then Inwei might also be his associate. However, he had a feeling that there was another person involved who was adding fuel to the fire. He needed to find out who they were and put an end to it. Chapter 463. Chapter 463. I suspect he's waiting for an opportunity to advance. Chapter 463. I suspect he's waiting for an opportunity to advance. Listening to Cheng Cho, Jiang Hao felt that this matter was becoming more and more troublesome. Simple rumors wouldn't affect him, but so many imposters had appeared, and it wasn't just 1 or 2 of them. Senior Sister Qin had seen it, and now Cheng Cho too. He was curious if it would end if someone was caught. Probably not, as they would need to catch the real culprits. "Senior brother Jiang, the situation isn't looking good," Cheng Cho said. "Yes, I understand." Jiang Hao nodded and instructed Cheng Cho to focus on his tasks and not worry too much about this matter. Cheng Cho couldn't say much more about it. He knew that Jiang Hao's abilities and methods far exceeded his own understanding, so he just followed his orders. After taking care of the spirit herb garden for a while, Jiang Hao got up. He looked around the entire garden, but didn't see anyone suspicious. In his opinion, this situation was likely orchestrated by someone, and they might still be watching the area. That person was the key to resolving the issue. Waiting for the other party to show up wasn't impossible, but it would be hard to control the situation. At night, within the disciples' quarters of the flowing waterfall, 2 men in their mid-20s with late Foundation establishment realm sat facing each other in the hall. They looked delighted, as if they had finally found hope in their cultivation paths. "Who would have thought that the blood wish path could help us advance so quickly?" said the man with the scar at the corner of his eye. He sounded excited, as if it was the first time he had advanced in his cultivation realm in a long time. "Yes, the blood wish path allows for such rapid progress, but I feel like more and more people are taking action now. Too many people are dying," said the frail-looking man in concern. "Don't worry. It's all thanks to the senior from the Cliff of Broken Hearts, anyway. He's a senior in the blood wish path. Don't be fooled by his late Foundation establishment realm cultivation. He might just be hiding his true strength. There's a good chance he's already in the Golden Core realm. We're advancing so quickly, so he shouldn't be slow either," the scarred man said. "What if he finds out we're impersonating him?" asked the frail man. "There are so many impersonators out there. Some willingly give us their names. So, if they're looking for someone, they'll probably go for others first. Besides, within the sect, he wouldn't dare to mess with us," the scarred man said. He understood the rules of the sect. If you played your cards right, it could be your protective umbrella. That's true. Once we reach the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, we can exchange information on how to enter the Golden Core realm. After that, we just need to consult some seniors, the frail man said in agreement. Indeed, once we enter the Golden Core realm, we won't have to worry about anything anymore. Speaking of which, why do I feel like the sky is darker today than before? The frail man said. Is it? The scar man was puzzled. Without thinking too much, they continued discussing their future plans. In a corner of the hall, a figure gradually appeared. It seemed like he had just arrived, but it also felt like he had been there all along. When the two men left, he walked out of the corner, exited the hall, and left the courtyard. Under the moonlight, his figure became clearer. It was Jiang Hao. He had been investigating the situation. The commotion caused by the Blood Wish path was becoming significant, and he couldn't ignore it anymore. While he wasn't concerned about simple rumors, the appearance of imposters raised serious issues. The person targeting him hadn't shown themselves yet, so he needed to find them and resolve the situation. He had been watching two individuals, Hua Lai and Bao Cheng. Cheng Chou had found out that they both cultivated the Blood Wish path willingly, so he had come here to investigate. His original intention was to ask them in person, so he pulled them into the Heavenly Cauldron. But he found out that they were going to visit their seniors and decided not to show themselves. He appraised one of them. He confirmed that they were practicing the Blood Wish path. It was similar to what he had discovered about Pei Yuan. It appeared that they were also getting help from Yinwei. Finding Yinwei would likely yield valuable information. As for Qian Shun, he couldn't investigate that yet. The undercover agents hadn't sent him any information. He was only aware of 3 undercover agents who were also his acquaintances: Lu Xingchen, Senior Sister Ming Yi, and Senior Sister Hua Lu. Lu Xingchen was currently away and would take some time to return. Hua Lu rarely had contact with him, and Senior Sister Ming, he should have been sending him information, but he didn't know what she was doing now. Jiang Hao returned to his house and began to study the 4th form of the Heavenly Blade. He had to completely comprehend it before Chu Chuan's return and make modifications to adapt it to the Foundation Establishment realm. If he couldn't modify it, Chu Chuan wouldn't be able to learn it. Every time Baiji came to the 100 Flowers Lake, she felt scared. She couldn't even breathe freely. And in the entire sect, apart from her, no one else was qualified to approach this place. The sect master hadn't left here since emerging from seclusion. She no longer concerned herself with sect matters. She was investigating something else. It seemed that someone was targeting the Heavenly Notes sect, and there was a certain possibility that they might be from the end of all things. The sect master's plan surpassed her expectations. Baiji took a deep breath and approached the pavilion. She saw the sect master sitting there, like a peerless beauty. She looked detached from worldly affairs. She was afraid to stare at the sect master too closely. He bowed respectfully. "Sect master." After a short wait, Baiji heard her speak. "Speak," said the sect master. "Lately, it seems that various major sects want to use the Blood Wish path as a pretext to target us. There should be other motives behind it." Hong Yue looked at the teacup on the table. "What motives?" "There's a good chance it's related to the mines. They brought back some items before, and although they weren't extraordinary treasures, they might be convinced that there are valuable treasures in the mine. However, considering the short time gap, they shouldn't have had a reason to act so soon. There might be other instigators," Baiji said. She didn't mention Jiang Hao being in the thick of it all because it wasn't a significant matter. As long as he remained in the sect, regardless of what those other sects wanted, the Heavenly Notes sect wouldn't hand him over to them. Last time, they nearly made a big mistake. Now that they understood Jiang Hao's value, those people wouldn't be able to take him unless they were willing to provoke the entire Heavenly Notes sect. They probably hoped for a conflict to achieve their goals. "Is there anything else?" Hong Yi asked. She seemed uninterested in these matters. Jiang Hao has returned from outside, and so far, there's nothing particularly unusual about him. His cultivation realm is still at the late stage of the Foundation Establishment realm. According to my speculation, he might be waiting for a good opportunity to advance to make it seem less conspicuous, Baiji said carefully. This time, he should have received guidance from someone behind the scenes. However, he hasn't advanced yet, which suggests that the timing isn't right. He is still on the suspect list, but there's been no evidence of any betrayal toward the sect. The person behind him is extremely cautious, and we haven't gained any information so far. Continue the investigation, Hong Yue said calmly. What about the sea fog cave? Chapter 464. Chapter 464. Who would impersonate their master? Chapter 464. Who would impersonate their master? The poison fog in the misty fog cave suddenly retreated, and there are unknown dangers inside. Our people have disappeared after entering that cave. However, there's one piece of information from overseas that is worth noting, said Baiji and paused. The original message stated that in a special place beneath the sea, there appeared the shadows of the Heavenly Note sect disciples. We suspect it's related to the Sea Fog Cave. We've sent people to investigate overseas, and we've also started paying attention to the Sea Fog Cave. No one has entered it again for the time being. As for the news from the End of All Things organization, they seem to be searching for the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl and have made some progress. Although they were stopped by those overseas, it's already too late. They are planning to send people out for exploration soon. We haven't found Azure Mountain's contact yet, so it's going to take some time, said Baiji. Continue the investigation, Hong Yuye said. Baiji nodded in agreement. The Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment is a success. Seize this opportunity, and you might make further progress, said Hong Yuye. Baiji was momentarily stunned, but she lowered her head and expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Sect Master. After you find out more, come back and find me. You may leave now, Hong Yuye said. Baiji left. Although she didn't understand the extent of the impact of the Heavenly Tao Foundation establishment, if the Sect Master said there was hope, then there might be hope after all. However, the most urgent matter at hand was to manage all the affairs properly, both regarding the Sea Fog Cave and the surrounding sections. Half a month later, in early December, Jiang Hao was still working in the Spirit Her Garden. Lately, things have been relatively calm within the sect, but there was significant commotion outside. It was rumored that many members of various sects were planning to hunt him down. Most of them were Foundation Establishment Realm and Golden Core Realm cultivators. Even some seniors from other sects seemed to be involved. They were challenging the Heavenly Note sect. Why would they mobilize such a force just to deal with someone in the peak of the Foundation Establishment Realm? That was Jiang Hao's first reaction. It was impossible to find him unless they knew there was a treasure on him. Otherwise, the cultivators from other sects weren't fools. While it was acceptable for Golden Core Realm and Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators to take action, it didn't make sense for seniors to get involved. These powerful cultivators had ulterior motives, and Jiang Hao felt that someone behind the scenes was orchestrating everything. The other sects were undoubtedly aware of this, but they would act if it aligned with their interests. They certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity, especially because many members of the Heavenly Note sect had gone to the Bright Moon sect, and they had recently clashed with overseas powers and the Heavenly Saint sect. In just 10 years, the Heavenly Note sect had clashed with Azure Mountain, the Heavenly Saint sect, the overseas powers, and the Devil's Denver. Then, a group of people went to the Bright Moon sect. Currently, the Heavenly Note sect was short of time. In the evening, Jiang Hao left the Spirit Her Garden and visited the task hall of the law enforcement hall. Junior brother, you're here again? The senior at the counter sounded surprised to see him. Are there any missions available? Jiang Hao asked. In the end, he accepted a mission to find a fellow sect disciple, which would cost him 1,500 spirit stones if he failed. For him, that was quite a lot. After the incarnation of the immortal peach tree, he had less than 1,000 spirit stones left. Before leaving, he used the Heaven Secret's hidden talisman to conceal himself. The effect would last for 3 days. After 3 days, he had to return. This time, he followed the 2 fellow disciples who were going to find Yin-Wei. He wasn't sure about Yin-Wei's strength, so he could only observe them. If Yin-Wei was too powerful, he would retreat immediately and wait for the sect's response. This time, he left a ring outside as a precaution. If there was not much commotion, he would retrieve the ring afterward to prevent it from being discovered by others. Let's go. We don't have much time left. I didn't expect the sect's mission to delay us, said Bao Cheng impatiently. We should have enough time. Just move quickly, said Huolai earnestly. The 2 of them departed from the sect's residence and flew on their swords. They headed away from the sect. However, neither of them noticed that a figure was following them all the way. They traveled for an entire night before finally arriving at a stronghold in the early hours of the morning. This stronghold had recently been established and was guarded by many people. The weakest of them was at the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Before entering, Bao Chung and Huolai put on their masks that could block prying eyes. Once they passed the guards, they headed straight for the central location. Jiang Hao sneaked in from the side and went unnoticed. There's a formation, but it's not strong. Although Jiang Hao didn't know much about the formations, he could sense their power. Inside, he found several people. Each of them was wearing masks. Occasionally, he could overhear their conversations. I went to a relatively remote city earlier. I went there to absorb all the fresh blood to help me advance to the Golden Core realm. Unfortunately, I encountered people from the Black Heaven sect on the way. I nearly got caught. Before leaving, I taunted them. I told them that they should go to the Heavenly Note sect to find me if they had the guts. I told them that I'm Jiang Hao and I won't change my name or hide my identity. They were furious. They said, "I'll kill you one day, Jiang Hao." By the way, who is this Jiang Hao? Is he famous in the Heavenly Note sect? Said a middle-aged man as he laughed heartily. I killed an entire family in front of a child in the village. Then I told him that I was Jiang Hao from the Cliff of Broken Hearts. Now, whenever that child hears the name, he screams in terror. The two men laughed. However, they didn't notice that the heavenly cauldron enveloped them in a split second. Suddenly, a blade pierced through the young man's chest, and blood dripped from the tip of the blade. Immediately afterward, a cold voice followed. "Is it still funny?" The young man was shocked, and he released his inner power in an attempt to counterattack. But moonlight flashed in his eyes, and a long blade cut across his neck. In a state of terror, the young man felt his vision blurring. "Is it no longer funny?" asked the cold voice. In a state of fear, the young man lost consciousness. He would never know who had killed him or how it had happened. On the other side, the middle-aged man looked back and saw someone holding a long blade in the night. The figure resembled a ruthless butcher. "Fellow disciple." Suddenly, the aura of a golden core realm emanated, followed by the aura of a primordial spirit realm. "Friend, senior, I didn't know that you were here. Please forgive me," the middle-aged man said in fear. "I'm willing to serve you as a slave." "A slave?" said the cold, indifferent voice in amusement. Which slave would dare to impersonate their master so casually? Impersonate their master? The middle-aged man realized something at that moment and was filled with shock and terror. Moonlight appeared. The figure had already appeared behind the middle-aged man. In an instant, he felt his consciousness fading. Finally, he collapsed. Chapter 465. Chapter 465. Sorry, I'm not someone who likes to be famous. Chapter 465. Sorry, I'm not someone who likes to be famous. Looking at the two corpses, Jiang Hao added 2 more strikes to make sure they were dead. After that, he took their storage treasures and masks. After trying one of the masks, he burned them. Once they were reduced to ashes, he dispersed the heavenly cauldron illusion. Observing the people coming and going, he realized that everyone here was pretending to be him, most likely at the instigation of someone inside. So poor, there were hardly any spirit stones in the storage treasures of the 2 people. Those who had fallen so low as to come here to learn the Blood Wish path were rarely highly talented individuals. Although they advanced quickly, they didn't have many years left to live. Those with sufficient talent wouldn't have ended up like this. This also meant that those who came to learn the Blood Wish path were usually ordinary members of their sects, and they indeed didn't have many spirit stones. Even with their cultivation improving now, they couldn't earn much in just a few months. Shaking his head, he headed toward the center. As he approached, he saw many people waiting in line. It seemed that only 1 or 2 people were allowed in at a time. Huolai and Bao Chung were also waiting. So, Jiang Hao joined the line. However, unlike the others, he wasn't just waiting. Instead, He used the knowledge from the nameless manual to sense the cultivation realms of the people inside. It was a kind of perception that probed not the cultivation realms of others without attracting attraction. It was to avoid detection. At one point, he sensed countless auras. These auras were intertwined and carried a sense of despair, misery, and sorrow. Soon, he noticed an aura that didn't carry any of these emotions. It was coming from the central wooden hut. Through the blend of all the spiritual energy and aura heading there, Jiang Hao could sense that whoever was in that hut was in the soul ascension realm. Soul ascension realm? Jiang Hao was surprised. Then he sighed. The people spreading the blood path wish aren't practitioners of the blood path themselves. It seems they're only using it to achieve their goals. In fact, he didn't need to care about such people. But these people insisted on involving him. All of them were struggling for survival in the cultivation world, so why make things difficult for each other? While waiting in line, he overheard some people discussing something. This time, I'm going upstream in the Eastern River, so you guys better not go there. I'm going downstream. Suddenly, someone behind Jiang Hao said, since you've chosen these directions, I'll go to Fallen City. Fallen City is a bit close. It's said to be a place of the Heavenly Note sect. Getting discovered there can be dangerous, someone said. What's there to be afraid of? Just take it one step at a time, and they won't pay attention to you. If worse comes to worst, can't I use Jiang Hao's name again? Isn't he also from the Heavenly Note sect? This way, they might have some, and it'll, near FNR the RU Renhan Tiana, said. Haha, that's true. Speaking of that, this person's name is really useful. Everyone's using it. I wonder how he'd feel if he heard about it. Someone in front laughed. Why is it so useful? Jiang Hao asked curiously. He's famous and is in a demonic sect. He's probably a vain person. He'd love others to use his name. Otherwise, why hasn't he refuted any of the claims for so long? The person in front said. I see. Jiang Hao nodded. He understood one thing. Different actions brought out different consequences. At first, he thought that ignoring everything would calm things down, and gradually, the rumors would fade away. But not paying attention to them could also lead to many people using those rumors boldly to their advantage. Rumors might not affect him, but the impersonation and doing things in his name would have a significant impact on him. Speaking in his name and doing things in his name would inevitably draw the attention of those in the cultivation world. What he couldn't understand was why they wanted to use his name. There must be someone pushing from behind. Is Fallen City the closest city around here? Jiang Hao suddenly asked. Yes, friend. Are you also going there to look for Blood Vow? Don't go too far. Kill half at most. Try not to destroy the city. I'm doing it bit by bit. I also need them to reproduce, right? Otherwise, where would we get so much nourishment? The man behind him said. Jiang Hao remained silent. Fallen City. His family was over there. After a brief wait, there were fewer people in front of him. From them, Jiang Hao learned that tonight, everyone would stay and cultivate for a while and leave only tomorrow. Jiang Hao was relieved by this news. As long as they stayed, that was good. Next, Jiang Hao walked in. He could unleash his power at any moment. When he entered the room, he saw a man sitting on a wooden chair. He looked calm and was dressed in white. His hair was tied up with a bamboo stick. He looked like a scholar. Sir, Jiang Hao greeted him respectfully. He appraised the man. I advise you not to make a move, Jiang Hao said. Feng Jing was somewhat surprised, but then he smiled. Friend, are you here for the Blood Vow? I came for Yinwei, but unfortunately, you are not him, Jiang Hao said calmly. Ha! Feng Jing lifted a teacup and smiled. Friend, don't be upset. Look, Yinwei is right there. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao almost turned around to look. It was at this moment that Feng Jing made his move. With his early-stage soul ascension realm aura erupting, a long sword appeared in his hand as he leaped toward Jiang Hao. He aimed to kill with a single strike. However, he found that the person hadn't turned around. At some point, a silver-white long knife had appeared in his hand and struck against Feng Jing's attack. During this process, He even saw the opponent's aura becoming thicker. It overwhelmed everything. Feng Jing was shocked. The other party was attempting to ambush him. He had pretended to turn around, but in reality, he was accumulating power for an attack. In the blink of an eye, the knife and sword clashed. Boom! A powerful force erupted. The blade shattered the sword and cut across Feng Jing's shoulder. Clank! The long sword broke and fell to the ground. Feng Jing's shoulder was injured. Blood gushed out. At this moment, he took a step back. "Friend, we can." Moonlight swept across. A single slash ended Feng Jing's life force. Then, the blade rose again, and the second form of the heavenly blade, mountain suppression, was activated. "Friend." Boom! With another slash, Feng Jing was dead. Seeing this, Jiang Hao stepped forward and added 2 more strikes to make sure he was dead. He then picked up his storage treasure. After that, he looked at the Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator nearby. The person was cowering on the ground with a look of terror. "Do you know Yinwei?" Jiang Hao asked. "No, I don't." The person frantically shook their head. "Do you know Jiang Hao?" I don't know him either." "You have seen me now, so you know me." "Sorry, I'm not someone who likes to be famous." The person looked at the figure in front of them in despair. Chapter 466. Chapter 466. Smiling Sansheng. Chapter 466. Smiling Sansheng. In the hall, Jiang Hao lowered his head and thought about the next steps. Once he resolved matters here, the commotion would likely calm down to some extent. The reason he hadn't been deceived by Feng Jing earlier was that he had secretly activated the heavenly cauldron. Under its illusion, how could Yinwei have appeared? So, when he sensed the opponent's sneak attack, he outwitted him. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. During the confrontation, he also activated the immortal mountain sea shield to increase his strength. The opponent was quite skilled and managed to avoid a direct hit. However, regarding Yinwei, he needed to inquire with others to see if he could gather some more information. Feng Jing was too powerful. If he started playing tricks, Jiang Hao might not be able to firmly suppress him. Down the mountain, a group of people was rapidly approaching. The leader was a late Gold Core realm man. He looked composed, but he felt slightly uneasy. After a while, they stopped in a hidden area, and some people followed suit. "What's wrong, senior brother?" Ren Shuang asked. They were disciples of the Black Heaven sect and were sent on a mission to investigate the commotion regarding the Blood Wish path. The people practicing it were acting recklessly and cruelly. The sect couldn't afford to stand by, even though the distance was quite far. This mountain is close to the Heavenly Note sect. Although it's not that near, it's still within their range. "We should be cautious," Situ Jian said. "Senior brother, do you think that the one behind this attack might really be Jiang Hao? Or did he order someone to do this?" Ren Shuang asked curiously. By now, she had recovered to the middle stage of the Gold Core realm. Soon, she would advance to the late stage. Whenever Jiang Hao was mentioned, she instinctively touched her neck. She still remembered what happened back then when he slashed at her neck. His gaze had been cold and calculative, as if he could kill her at any moment. Even though her cultivation had caught up with those from that time, that feeling of trepidation had never left her. It's not him. He's not the kind of person who gets involved in such matters. Clearly, someone wants to push him into the spotlight, Situ Jian said. If the immortal sects target him, would the demonic sect send someone too? Ren Shuang asked. No, Situ Jian said firmly. Last time, they didn't send anyone, and they're even less likely to do so this time. If such a person appears, we either make friends with them or avoid them. Junior sister, you must think it over carefully. Don't act impulsively. If you're on my team, it's best to remain silent. If you say the wrong thing at the wrong time, don't blame me for the consequences. Ren Shuang lowered her head and didn't respond. After waiting for a while, Situ Jian and the others continued forward. A short while later, the outline of a mountain village came into view. It seems the information was correct. There really is a gathering of Blood Wish Path practitioners here, Situ Jian said. He sent someone to contact the seniors in the vicinity. There was definitely an expert behind the proliferation of the Blood Wish Path. Although he was in the late Gold Core realm, the Blood Wish Path had lots of Gold Core realm cultivators and even powerful backers. There might even be primordial spirit realm cultivators among them. In any case, it was safer to call a Soul Ascension realm senior for backup. After notifying the others, they waited. However, the village was unusually quiet. Situ Jian tried to project his senses and found that there seemed to be no signs of life inside. So unusual. Let's go around the side and take a look, he said. After a while, they arrived at a guarded area. Surprisingly, the guards seemed to be looking inside. Something must have happened inside the stronghold. Moments later, cries of alarm rang out, and the two guards fled on their flying swords. Wait, if no one chases us, we'll intercept them. Situ Jian didn't hesitate to make a decision. Soon, they captured the two guards. What did you see? Situ Jian asked. They're dead. All of them, one of the guards said. He was trembling in fear. They're all dead. Situ Jian was surprised. Yes, the guard said. You two come with me. The rest of you, stay here and wait for reinforcements, said Situ Jian to his group. Finally, he took Ren Shuang and a junior in the early stage of the Golden Core realm and headed in. At first, they were cautious, but after entering the main gate, they were shocked by the scene before them. There were many people here, but all of them were lying on the ground. Their bodies were broken, and their vitality extinguished. The methods used were extremely cruel. Separate and investigate carefully, Situ Jian instructed. Ren Shuang and the others didn't hesitate and began to examine the area. After some time, the junior in the early stage of the Golden Core realm returned. Junior brother, what did you find? Situ Jian asked. All their storage treasures are gone, and there are no survivors. Furthermore, everyone here is a Blood Wish Path cultivator. They range from Foundation Establishment realm to the Golden Core realm, a junior said. Situ Jian wasn't surprised. He had seen it as well. Moreover, after circling the area, he found that there was no sign of struggle. This indicated that the killer was stronger than all the people here. Senior brother, come over here and look, Ren Shuang shouted. Situ Jian didn't hesitate and hurried over to her. It was a square with massive wooden pillars erected. Ren Shuang was in front of one of the pillars. What's wrong? Situ Jian asked. There were bodies here, but nothing seemed unusual. There, Ren Shuang pointed at the wooden pillar. The two of them looked over and saw a carved smiley face on it. It was a grotesque, malevolent smile. Situ Jian was taken aback. He had seen a similar smiley face in a book before. Smiling Sansheng, the Black Heaven sect knew about this person because his magic treasure was still in their possession. Is he telling us that he's here and can come to our sect at any time to take back what belongs to him? Ren Shuang asked. Situ Jian couldn't say for sure. It wasn't something he could consider. He would leave it to the seniors to decide. Let's figure out what happened here first, and then wait for the seniors to arrive. The Blood Wish Path practitioners should quiet down for a while after this. Most of them are here. This was their mission. Although they didn't know what had happened exactly, their mission was accomplished. Any other unexpected discoveries would be left to the sect to figure out. At this moment, from a hidden spot in the sky, Jiang Hao watched Situ Jian and the others. It seems like I've seen them somewhere before. After some thought, he finally remembered. Situ Jian, a disciple of the Black Heaven sect whom he had met at the mines. He was indeed quite skilled. Now he had reached the late stage of the Gold Core realm. Then, he turned and left. In fact, he wanted to stay for a while to see if someone was pretending to be dead or if any of the Saint Bandits were aware of the situation here. He hadn't expected that he would find the disciples of the Black Heaven sect, who had arrived just in time to clean up. Jiang Hao disappeared from the spot. He returned to his residence in the Heavenly Notes sect. He went inside and sat down. This time, he had retrieved quite a few storage treasures. It was a good opportunity to see how many spirit stones he had collected. He took out the nearly shattered storage treasure, which belonged to Feng Jing. As a soul ascension realm cultivator, he shouldn't be too poor. However, if he were the same as Jiang Hao, he might have only a few hundred spirit stones. Fortunately, Feng Jing was different from him. After a quick check, Jiang Hao found 9,679 spirit stones. Considering his cultivation realm, this was still somewhat lacking. But luckily, there were other things inside. Chapter 467. Chapter 467. The world is unpredictable, yet he heads toward danger. Chapter 467. The world is unpredictable, yet he heads toward danger. This time, his trip had yielded quite a bit. There were many masks, but the quality varied. Some were just ordinary masks. Not everyone could afford to spend thousands on a good mask. But these masks weren't easy to sell, so they had to be put aside for now. They could be sold later when the opportunity arose. There weren't many things in Feng Jing's storage treasure, but at least they were easy to identify. First, there was a pill that was crimson. It contained a significant amount of blood energy. It seemed to be meant for primordial spirit realm cultivators. Feng Jing was in the soul ascension realm, so he could indeed use it. However, the specific properties of the pill needed to be appraised. The knowledge regarding pills was vast, and he didn't have time to study it right now. His cultivation had just been raised, and it would take a lot of time to increase his knowledge. This was an inevitable part of his journey. The world of cultivation had accumulated knowledge for countless years, and there was a wealth of information on various subjects. A small cultivator like him couldn't comprehend it all. In addition to the pill, there was also information on the blood wish path techniques, which were more comprehensive than what Pei Yuan had. There were also some spirit herbs. He also found a treasure called the Heavenly Halberd, which was of high quality and was suitable for the primordial spirit realm. It was quite expensive. Apart from these, there were various miscellaneous items. There were some ordinary pills and other pretty useful items. It was difficult to estimate the value of the pills, but there were definitely several thousand spirit stones worth in that storage treasure. The Heavenly Halberd was the same. Jiang Hao had made a profit of over 20,000 spirit stones. Not bad. After collecting the items, Jiang Hao began inspecting the storage treasures of the other people. At this point, he realized just how difficult it was for ordinary cultivators to survive. 20 spirit stones, 30 spirit stones, 15 spirit stones, 60 spirit stones, 95 spirit stones. Aside from these, everything else was ordinary treasures and pills. There wasn't a single useful item in their storage treasure. In contrast, he had the primordial heavenly blade and the immortal mountain and sea shield. He wore the 9 heavens battle armor and also had the 9 golden rings. He practiced the Hong Meng Heart Sutra, wielded the 7 forms of the heavenly blade, and possessed a nameless manual that helped him immensely. He was much luckier than them, so he had to be extra careful and understand the consequences of his actions. Jiang Hao obtained 3,645 spirit stones from the storage treasures. When combined with what he already had and the ones he got from Feng Jing, it totaled up to 14,026. Quite unexpected, Jiang Hao couldn't help but feel moved. His original intention was to resolve the problem, not to earn spirit stones. Besides spirit stones, the most valuable things they had were probably the masks. Unfortunately, they weren't easy to sell. Ordinary items could be sold within the sect. As for the Heavenly Halberd and that pill, he would have to wait for the right opportunity. The masks were the same. There were too many of them, and they could easily be recognized. As for the Heavenly Halberd, there was nothing to worry about. Being a primordial spirit realm treasure, the price range wasn't too wide. As for the pills, he would have to appraise them later, but there was no rush. After collecting all the items, Jiang Hao destroyed some of the useless ones to save space. It was still daytime, and he planned to visit the Spirit Herb Garden and take care of some matters. He wanted to continue collecting bubbles. On the way, He glanced at his interface. There is still a long way to go for the lifeblood and cultivation. But he was only one divine ability fragment away, which was worth celebrating. One was provided by the sweet leaf coalgrass, and the other was provided by the incarnation of the immortal peach tree. If everything went smoothly, he would be able to acquire another divine ability during the next incarnation. The next day, Jiang Hao praised the pill. Mostly effective for those at the primordial spirit realm or below. Jiang Hao understood the pill's properties after reading the feedback. This pill was similar to the blood-burning secret technique he had learned before in the fourth form of the Heavenly Blade. They were all desperate techniques with consequences. Unfortunately, it's not very useful for me. With its function clarified, Jiang Hao decided to sell it when the opportunity arose. At noon, Cheng Cho brought some news. He said that the Black Heaven sect had killed a group of Blood Wish Path cultivators. They said the strongest was at the Soul Ascension realm, and the weakest was at the Foundation Establishment realm. After this news came out, there didn't seem to be any more Blood Wish Path cultivators in the vicinity. Most people believe that only you are left, Cheng Cho said. Jiang Hao nodded. As long as there were no imposters pretending to be him, everything was fine. By the way, there's another news. It said that a person named Smiling Sansheng has appeared. Cheng Cho frowned. They say this person is capricious, behaves strangely, and doesn't care about either the immortal or demonic sections. Jiang Hao tended to the spirit herbs and remained silent. Smiling Sansheng was an alias he had used. They needed to have a target, so he gave them one. It just happened to match up. I heard that the Black Heaven sect people are on guard. It seems that the mysterious person is most likely targeting their sect this time, Cheng Cho said. Jiang Hao was surprised, as he hadn't considered that. But it didn't matter. It wouldn't bring any trouble to him personally. In the eastern part of Heavenly Victory Prefecture, Bai Zhu sat cross-legged in her room. A faint black mist enveloped her body and distorted the surroundings. Soon, the black mist dissipated and was concealed by a powerful force. It's difficult to suppress it. Although some treasures can temporarily suppress it, they are not enough to achieve the best results. She hesitated. Do I really have to go to the Heavenly Note sect? It's just too dangerous. While that method might be very effective, the level of danger was incredibly high. A slight mistake could lead to her demise. Even the slightest leak of the aura would be enough to get her killed. After hesitating for a moment, she looked at the black mist in her hands again. In the end, she made up her mind. She would go and take a look, and then make a decision. She needed to return there. Something is strange. Jing was previously in the Heavenly Note sect, so why didn't he receive any news about the Heavenly Fragrance Dao flower? Was it not discovered, or is there some other reason? While the Heavenly Fragrance Dao flower was not easy to find, with Jing's strength, there was no way he couldn't have found it if he wanted to. Baizhu shook her head and brushed aside the thought. Instead, she began to pack her things and prepare to leave the eastern region. Previously, she had to leave the southern region because of the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. She never expected that she would now be rushing back to the south for the same reason. Chapter 468. Chapter 468. The Heavenly Note sect is under attack. Chapter 468. The Heavenly Note sect is under attack. In the eastern region, near the sea, Qi Tian followed behind a man. The man looked to be in his 30s, and his aura was not weak. Junior brother, you already have your revenge. Do you still want to join the end of all things? Asked the man as he turned around. It's not enough, Qi Tian said. All right then. Otherwise it would be difficult to enter the end of all things. Even with me leading the way, the man said. Qi Tian nodded. He understood. This time he truly wanted to become stronger and then return to the Blood Shadow sect. As for the person who had asked him to gather information, he was somewhat wary. That person might have no way to contact him overseas. He didn't need to send a message, so it was like going off the grid. He didn't need to worry too much. Even if that person came here one day, he would have to find him first. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly said, "Senior brother, I want to change my identity. At least change my name." "No problem," said the man. "I didn't inform you earlier, but I'll tell you now." The man looked at Chi Tion. "On the way, you can think about your last wishes. If you die midway through the mission and your strength allows, there's a chance that your teammates may help fulfill your last wishes. At the very least, they'll help you die in peace." Chi Tion was surprised, but he remained silent. At the Heavenly Notes sect, Jiang Hao waited for several days. Finally, he heard the good news. The matter with the Blood Wish path seemed to be settling down. Even if someone occasionally appeared from somewhere, the immortal sects swiftly dealt with them. However, these were not people from the Heavenly Notes sect, so it didn't create conflict between the sections. But the previous conflicts were still there and ready to be ignited at any moment. After all, Jiang Hao's name still carried weight. And that was enough for him. No one impersonated him, and his reputation stood as it was. As for whether the other sects would use him as an excuse to target the Heavenly Notes sect, it depended on what the other sects thought. Inwei might appear some other time. Until then, Jiang Hao hoped for some peace. However, the sect issued an order to be on high alert. It seemed like they were going to engage in a conflict with someone. This surprised Jiang Hao. He was tending to the spirit herbs in the spirit herb garden. Even the others appeared a little fearful. They knew that they would have to continuously process the herbs and provide them to the sect. In the afternoon, Miao Tinglian came to the spirit herb garden. "Junior brother Jiang, prepare, tore many orders OT spirit herbs. I heard that Azure Mountain is fighting back, and many other immortal sects are in support of them this time. Using the Blood Wish path as an excuse, they might start a war in a few days. This time the enemy was primarily Azure Mountain, and they may reach the sect soon. The situation is not good," Miao Tinglian said. "The sect is still recuperating from the last fight, and our master has also gone out." "Are we weak right now?" Jiang Hao asked. "Yes. It's just that I didn't expect them to act right now. Before, they struck without warning, and now the Blood Wish path has stirred up so much trouble. They're using it as an excuse to attack. I think even without the matter with the Blood Wish path, they would have still attacked, especially with Azure Mountain taking the lead. They have to bear the brunt of this attack. The other immortal sects will reap the benefits. I wonder if Azure Mountain has gone crazy since they chose to attack the Heavenly Notes sect when they are so weak right now." Jiang Hao was also surprised. It seemed that Azure Mountain was eager to defeat the Heavenly Notes sect. But wouldn't this put them at a disadvantage? Did they think that the Heavenly Notes sect would just decline to fight and their sect would rise as a result? Did other sects give them such confidence? Other sects were involved earlier, but only on a small scale. Now, it's likely to be a full-blown fight, Jiang Hao said. Miao Tinglian left after that. She seemed very busy. After she left, Bai Yi arrived. He looked calm as he explained that the sect might soon go to war. Then, he said, "I heard some things about you, junior brother, and I know about your attention to detail while solving problems arising here in the garden. So, I'll leave the maintenance of the spirit herb garden to you. I'll have some others stay on guard as well. If you face any problems, you can directly notify me or have those juniors convey the message to me." "Understood." Jiang Hao nodded. It was his duty, and he would do his best. It didn't need to be perfect, so long he didn't make any major mistakes. 7 days later, the war broke out. The sound of bombardment and blasts echoed continuously in front of the sect. Jiang Hao glanced in the direction of the sound and was shocked. This was the clash between the power of formations and the attacks of strong individuals. Even now, he could only keep a safe distance. Of the 12 branches of Heavenly Notes sect, most of them participated in the battle, except for the 3 branches whose masters were not present. Up to now, the teams primarily led by Azure Mountain did not have an advantage. After all, the terrain favored Heavenly Notes sect, so causing substantial damage to the other side was not easy. Except for occasional visits, Jiang Hao spent most of his time in the spirit herb garden. He feared that something might go wrong. He also had to consider how to escape if Heavenly Notes sect were to lose. As long as he didn't take the Heavenly Fragrance Tao flower with him, it wouldn't be too difficult to escape. If he took it with him, he might attract everyone's attention. Although this conflict was started by the Blood Wish path, they had never mentioned him during it. It seemed that one lesson was enough, and no one wanted to implicate him. At night, when Jiang Hao returned to his residence, he had a feeling that someone was watching him, but he couldn't quite pinpoint the direction. When he reached the courtyard, the feeling disappeared. Is it a spy or Elder Baiji's people? Someone would obviously come knocking on his door because of the flower. It was normal to have someone keeping an eye on the Heavenly Fragrance Tao flower. But he still had to be careful, as he could only perceive some things. The other person's strength might turn out to be higher than the Soul Ascension realm. I don't know what's happening outside right now. Jiang Hao stood on the balcony and looked out. He couldn't see much, but there were some rumbling sounds and beams of power flashing at the outskirts of the sect. It went on incessantly. If the Heavenly Notes sect was defeated, the entire sect would undergo a purge. At that time, he would have to escape with the things in the courtyard. If there was a teleportation array outside, it would be much more convenient. Unfortunately, he couldn't find a safe place to put it for now. So far, he could only use the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman to leave. He had already demarcated the soil in the courtyard and sealed the spirit herbs within the universe in a palm ability. Once the Heavenly Notes sect's large defensive array broke, he would activate the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman and flee. That wouldn't work without taking the Heavenly Fragrance Tao flower with him, because Hong Yuye would be watching him. Moreover, if he was found by the members of the Heavenly Notes sect, it would be better to escape soon with the divine item to be safe. A few more days passed, and it was already late December. The casualties in Heavenly Notes sect were increasing, and the losses were not small. Jiang Hao felt that it wouldn't take even a month for the large array to be broken. The situation in the Spirit Herb Garden was getting worse, and many ordinary people in other Spirit Herb Gardens had already collapsed from exhaustion. According to Senior Sister Miao Tinglian, the greatest pressure fell on the mines. It was almost about to be breached. Once breached, the fate of the mines was unknown. But one thing was certain. The treasure there would be looted. Jiang Hao felt helpless. He knew that if the mines were breached, someone would definitely come to the Cliff of Broken Hearts. Many immortal sects knew about the Heavenly Fragrance Tao flower. The treasure of the mine was still unknown, but the Heavenly Fragrance Tao flower was real. Chapter 469. Chapter 469. The Heavenly Notes sect falls. Chapter 469. The Heavenly Notes sect falls. At the 100 Flowers Lake, there were faint ripples on the surface of the lake. They were caused by raindrops falling. It was drizzling. Baiji stood in front of the pavilion. Sect Master. At this moment, Hong Yuye, who was in the pavilion, was sipping tea and staring in the direction of the lake. She was lost in thought. After a short while, she put down her teacup and asked, "Is the sect under attack?" "Yes." Baiji nodded. They used the Blood Wish path as an excuse. So far, Azure Mountain has mobilized its entire sect. The Black Heaven sect, the Sunset Immortal sect, the Wind Lightning sect, and other immortal sects are also participating in this war. The number far exceeds that of the previous Azure Mountains Tao Conference. It seems that their goal is to win this time. "What's your plan?" Hong Yuye poured herself some tea. It seemed like a casual question. Baiji had prepared herself for this, and carefully chose her words. Azure Mountain's actions this time are a bit unusual. After investigating it, I found that someone had incited them. They resolved disputes and placed Azure Mountain at the forefront. According to his words, as long as the Heavenly Notes sect falls, they can absorb resources and recover to their peak, or even surpass it. And then, Hong Yuye took a sip of her tea. I suspect this person has ulterior motives because he has no reason to go to such lengths. Either he's being compelled by someone, or he has ulterior motives. Azure Mountain is related to someone in the overseas regions. Although we have some clues, we have not been able to catch the mastermind. This person is very likely the one we are looking for. Therefore, in the subsequent battle, our main goal is to capture him, Baiji said. What about the other sects? Hong Ye looked at her. Our sect is in a weakened state, so it is obviously not the best choice to confront all the immortal sections. Their main goal is the mine, so we'll let them go at it. It's also an opportunity for us to explore that place. If we don't suffer a little, or if they don't gain something, it will be difficult to quell this situation. Therefore, I believe that as long as we achieve our goal, some necessary losses can be accepted. This way, we can also buy time to recover and avoid such incidents in the future, Baiji said. Hong Ye quietly sipped her tea. Baiji was worried. She didn't know if the sect master was satisfied with her plan. But in her opinion, it was the best strategy. There was actually another option, which was to ask the sect master to take action, but that would lead to hostility from other sections. Things could easily get out of hand, and she naturally wanted to avoid such a situation. She dared not offer any opinion on whether the sect master should or shouldn't intervene. The teacup made a noise as it was placed on the table. Baiji lowered her head. The management of the sect can be continued according to your own ideas, Hong Ye said. Baiji breathed a sigh of relief. The situations of the sect could indeed be handled according to her own ideas. If the sect master didn't agree, she would take action that very day. Back then, Jiang Hao had been like that, and it was only then that she realized that she might have been wrong from the beginning. Now, she understood even more why the sect master valued Jiang Hao. This time, it didn't involve anyone else, so she didn't need to worry too much. The most troublesome thing was actually the mines. It was hard to determine what would happen there, but these costs had to be paid. If the mine was temporarily lost, other important places would be left alone. Many people knew about the existence of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. If these people targeted the flower, it would be troublesome. Every time Jiang Hao returned home, he could feel the hidden gaze. As soon as he entered the courtyard, the gaze would disappear. He tried several times to find the location of the spy, but he couldn't find any traces. He didn't know if their cultivation realm was too high or if they had a special treasure. It's possible that their cultivation realm is high. They might not have concealed their gaze because they were certain I might not detect it. If that's the case, someone is secretly trying to protect the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. Now, with many sects besieging the Heavenly Note sect, continuing the battle would undoubtedly lead to the Heavenly Note sect's defeat. Moreover, during the attack, someone might sneak into the sect. Once they came for the Heavenly Fragrance Dao flower, the divine item would be in danger. Therefore, it was natural for someone to try to protect it secretly. Not long after returning to his residence, Jiang Hao headed to the Spirit Herb Garden. Now, that place needed to be closely watched. The other Spirit Herb Gardens were not as secure as his, so those who needed spirit herbs would prefer to come here. However, they didn't have all kinds of spirit herbs. When Jiang Hao left, two shadows breathed a sigh of relief. At this time, a man who had been watching the surroundings of the house said, "What are we watching this place for?" "I don't know. Senior Sister Insha was in charge of this job, but she disappeared recently. So, we have to take her place," said the woman whose eyes were closed. Jiang Hao. I've never heard of this name before. He might not even know that there are two people secretly guarding his house. The man smiled. He is in the Foundation establishment realm. I heard that he cultivates very fast and relies on opportunities to advance. But some people say it's because of the blood wish path, said the woman with her eyes closed. The blood wish path. The man was quite surprised. Yes, I inquired about it. He treats ordinary non-cultivators very well, and his actions are not like those of someone from a demonic sect. He wins people's hearts and makes many people willingly offer themselves to him. The possibility of the blood wish path is not low, said the woman. I look down on the blood wish path. After hearing what you just said, I find that this junior brother is a bit unpleasant, said the man with a smile. His actions have nothing to do with us. Whatever path he chooses is his decision, said the woman with her eyes still closed. And try not to stare at him too much. What if he notices? It's unlikely, right? Even if he is in the foundation establishment realm and is sensitive, he can't possibly notice us, said the man. It's better to be careful. After all, we're on a mission, said the woman. Okay, there's really nothing worth paying attention to. Before I knew about the Bloodwish path, I was a little curious. Now that you've mentioned his possible connection to the Bloodwish path, I don't want to pay attention anymore. It's not that interesting, said the man disdainfully. A few days later, Jiang Hao saw several branch masters taking action. He even saw Elder Baiji, which meant the current situation wasn't very optimistic. He also heard that the mines were about to fall, and they might start withdrawing from the mines. All these changes seemed to indicate that the Heavenly Notes sect couldn't hold on for much longer. In the past few days, he hadn't sensed that gaze again. He didn't know if the people had left or stopped spying on him. Anyway, he needed to be prepared. If someone broke in, he would have to leave. With his cultivation realm, he couldn't do much. He might not even be able to protect himself, much less fight seniors. The timing had to be right, too. He needed to escape after the hidden people were defeated. Otherwise, he might easily be held responsible for deserting. I wonder if the sect master will take action. Jiang Hao was curious. The sect master should have even greater strength, and if they intervened, they might have a chance to resolve this crisis. But how could a normal person stay in seclusion for so long? Perhaps the current sect master was already at the end of their strength. If they took action, it might be easy for other sects to see their true nature and make it even more dangerous for them. Boom! A loud noise came from the direction of the mines. Even though he didn't see it, Jiang Hao knew that it had been breached. For a moment, he tensed up. Chapter 470. Chapter 470. I can relax here for a few years, but what about them? Chapter 470. I can relax here for a few years, but what about them? A tremendous roar echoed. It far surpassed the first attack on the mine. In the Spirit Her Garden, many people looked over. Their faces showed fear. Continue working. Don't pay attention to it, Jiang Hao said. His voice held enough authority that it made the others snap out of their panic state. They didn't dare to look or ask too much and buried themselves in their work. Jiang Hao lowered his head. He was actually very worried. Once they broke in, he would be in danger the most because many people were watching him. Whether it was the heavenly fragrance Tao flower or the previous grudges others had against him, they could easily get him into trouble. Without the Heavenly Notes sect as a protective umbrella, the impact on him would be considerable. But he didn't show any emotions. He just continued to do his job. It wasn't time yet. He had to endure and avoid doing anything unnecessary. When the time came, he would act. In his presence, the ordinary people gained a bit more confidence in collecting the herbs. It would be convenient for someone to come and collect them. Boom! Suddenly, there was a burst of power from the Cliff of Broken Hearts. Jiang Hao turned to look. The sound was coming from the direction of his house. It seemed someone was indeed making a move on the heavenly fragrance Tao flower. It seems the person who was watching me before was sent by Elder Baiji. Knowing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. They weren't enemies. As for now, he couldn't go back. There was a person guarding the divine flower for the Heavenly Notes sect, and there was also a powerful individual like Hong Yuye. The flower belonged to her. If others tried to touch it, they would be seeking death. So, for now, he continued to wait. The conflict at the Cliff of Broken Hearts naturally attracted the attention of the senior disciples. Some powerful ones had already rushed over. They were people Jiang Hao had never seen before. The booming sounds echoed several times and gradually subsided at last. It seemed the intruders there had been suppressed. Jiang Hao looked around. He was a little worried that someone would risk it and come in here to kill him. The disciples of the Sunset Immortal sect might still hold a grudge against him. It would be a great opportunity for them to come and kill him right now. Fortunately, among all the people in the garden, There was not one hiding their cultivation realm, nor was there anyone with an exceptionally high cultivation realm. Before long, he saw someone being taken away. It must be the person who went to his residence. However, even though things had calmed down here, the rumbling outside the sect never ceased. There were towering pillars of light from the mine, followed by a pitch-black and dead atmosphere. Jiang Hao looked at all this and frowned. He had no idea about the situation in those two places, so all he could do was continue to wait. This situation lasted for 3 days. It was then that things began to calm down. First, the front lines calmed down, and then the mine. Another 3 days passed. The great battle had finally subsided. Some disciples from the Cliff of Broken Hearts also returned. Each of them had suffered serious injuries. But he also showed up once and was heavily injured. He appeared to inform everyone that everything should continue as usual, and they couldn't let their guard down for the time being. The implications behind his words were that the sect had won, but they must still be prepared for the counterattack from other sections. Jiang Hao found it unbelievable. How did the sect manage to do it? It seemed impossible to win, no matter how he looked at it. Unfortunately, Lu Xingqian was not present, so there was no one to tell him the details. He instructed Cheng Cho to watch over the Spirit Her Garden and went to the Lawless Tower for a visit. On his way, he found that this place was busier than before, and some seniors who were on guard duty had more or less suffered injuries. Soon, he found a senior with some free time on his hands and asked about the situation. It was only then that he realized they had deliberately let the intruders into the mine. The main target of those sects was the mines, and the people left behind could support the front lines. It took some time, but Azure Mountain and some other sects were defeated by them. However, the mine had suffered some serious losses. There was a dangerous aura emanating from inside, and it might make it much more difficult to mine it in the future. Afterwards, there were negotiations. There shouldn't be any more fighting. Taking advantage of the situation, he approached Zhuang Yuzhen. I heard that a person was surrounded and escorted to a higher floor by a group of people. The level of security wasn't any less than when I was sent up back then. It seems your sect has captured another important person. We might be getting more reinforcements in a few days, Zhuang Yuzhen said. I asked as well, and it seems that people from Azure Mountain have finally acted, Hai Luo said. When I came, I noticed there were some people in other parts of the 5th floor, Jiang Hao said. There were quite a few people on this floor. These bunch of useless losers don't even have a separate cell. Do they deserve to be this close to us? Hai Luo sneered. I can relax here for a few years, but what about them? They'll go down in a few days. To have such trash on the same floor as a king is a disgrace and a great insult. Jiang Hao didn't pay much attention to his words. It had been a long time since he heard any news about the Heavenly King's lover. He should inquire next time. In case the other person asks, at least he would have something to say. Zhuang Yuzhen hadn't asked about Chu Zhong lately either. After Chu Zhong escaped last time, there had been no news at all. He didn't know if he had returned to the northern region. And that corpse heart was still with him. Have you been under attack? Zhuang Yuzhen suddenly asked. You know about it, Senior? Jiang Hao was surprised. A lot of people came here, so I know some things. Is everything fine now? Zhuang Yuzhen smiled. It seems that your acting sect master also has her own agenda. She seems to want to capture people from Azure Mountain. She even offered a lot of benefits to other sects, which is why this matter was resolved so quickly. Jiang Hao nodded. The appearance of the Blood Wish path wasn't closely related to the Heavenly Notes sect, but these people used it as an excuse to gain some benefits from this situation. They had previously come to the mine once and wanted to obtain some treasures. So, they used this opportunity to launch an attack. And as for Azure Mountain, Jiang Hao couldn't quite understand it. Wasn't this just inviting trouble upon oneself? Another 3 days passed. The Heavenly Note sect negotiated with various sects, and it was clear who was stronger and who was weaker this time. After the Heavenly Note sect handed over some resources, the matter came to an end. No matter how you looked at it, the Heavenly Note sect was the one that suffered the most in this situation. Fortunately, they were able to settle everything, and Jiang Hao felt relieved. Forcing a direct confrontation was not beneficial to anyone, and the Heavenly Note sect could wait and bide their time. They only lacked foundation. After the Heavenly Note sect handed over the resources, the Immortal sects retreated. Azure Mountain also gained something, but their numbers had diminished significantly. Jiang Hao didn't know whether they had lost or won. Perhaps they thought they had won. With the matter settled, Jiang Hao gave the Spirit Herb Garden a 3-day break. During this time, only some disciples from the outer sect were tending to it. These days, almost everyone was sleepless and exhausted. If they continued like this, some people wouldn't be able to hold out longer. However, these people seemed to still remember the Blood Wish path. I heard that the immortal disciple needs some fresh blood for cultivation, and willingly giving our blood is the best. Do we also need to give blood? The immortal disciple hasn't asked me. If he did, I would definitely be willing. You haven't been to other Spirit Herb Gardens. You don't understand how lucky we are to be here. Is it really that great? I really envy you. You haven't experienced the terrible days by the looks of it. Jiang Hao didn't pay attention to them. He didn't need the blood of these people, and he didn't care whether they considered him good or evil. However, after this ordeal, the Heavenly Note sect could finally relax. I wonder when the next gathering will be. Several months had passed, and he needed to prevent Gue from coming to the Heavenly Note sect. Otherwise, it would invite trouble. Chapter 471. Chapter 471. How much of his cultivation do you think he's hiding? Chapter 471. How much of his cultivation do you think he's hiding? On the way back, Jiang Hao sighed with relief. The sect siege had finally come to an end. The impact had been significant, and it was a narrow escape. It seemed that the sect had lost some people too. Some disciples he occasionally encountered before seemed to have disappeared. That's how it was in this world. Slight carelessness could lead to complete disappearance. Others might just think the person chose a different path. Assuming that he had disappeared, others' impression of him would probably be, "Haven't seen Jiang Hao from the Cliff of Broken Hearts for a long time. Maybe the Spirit Herb Garden has changed hands. Has he finally left that place? Don't you know? In the last major battle of the sect, he died outside." It would probably go something like that. Jiang Hao laughed at himself. He still wanted to live on. Thus, he must be more careful than others, have a mindset far beyond others, and care about fewer things than others. Back in the courtyard, Jiang Hao looked at the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. A few of its leaves swayed in the wind. The peach tree had also grown quite tall. It was growing rapidly. Although it was relatively peaceful now, it still left people feeling uneasy. It would take a few more days to make sure there was no counterattack. 7 days later, Jiang Hao encountered nothing, and the sect began to recuperate. Although some were still vigilant on all sides, there was nothing unusual. The issue at the mining site was also being resolved. Everything was returning to normal. Standing in the courtyard, Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. It seems like it's finally over. He didn't know why, but he always felt that those people might launch a surprise attack. This way, they could take advantage of the temporary peace and break through the Heavenly Note sect's defense and breach it. However, it seemed he was only overthinking. Afterward, he went to the Spirit Herb Garden to continue tending to the herbs and collect bubbles. Many bubbles came flying, and the notification messages kept appearing. The green bubbles were always ordinary treasures, and they couldn't be sold for many spirit stones. Fortunately, they could be accumulated over time. It was just not easy to sell here. He would have to wait to sell on a trip somewhere. There was no rush. Going out of the sect once every 10 or 20 years was all acceptable. By then, he would gain many spirit stones. Jiang Hao watched everyone doing their tasks and joined them. Things were peaceful now, but it wasn't clear how long it would last. They had to be mentally prepared to face any sudden events. During this time, He could make talismans to earn spirit stones. The best time to make money was right before and after a big battle. Previously, he had to take care of the spirit herb garden and couldn't make talismans to sell. But now, there was no problem. After deducting the 1,500 spirit stones for the task haul, he realized he had over 13,500 left. Somewhere in the Heavenly Notes sect, two young men walked side by side on a small path. They looked like ordinary people and would blend well in a crowd. At that moment, they were like good friends who were talking and laughing. It's indeed surprising. It ended so quickly. Baiji is quite decisive. I thought she would resist to the death, said the taller of the two men. Yeah, I thought we would at least provoke their legendary sect master. But unexpectedly, everything was resolved so quickly. Baiji's management led to significant losses by giving up the mining site. Do you think it was her decision, or did she consult the sect master? The shorter one asked with narrowed eyes. I heard she was heavily injured and had to go into seclusion. She couldn't recover even in seclusion, so she had to announce that she would remain in seclusion. The taller man looked at the short one beside him. Their eyes met. Both of them laughed. After laughing for a while, the shorter one said, "The plan was only half executed. Although it failed, the Heavenly Notes sect is exceptionally weak now. Even if we execute the second half, we can escape unscathed. It's hard to say. Our strength is not much either. Executing the second halt OT the plan is too dangerous. The Heavenly Notes sect's rules are not to be taken lightly. I've been asking around to know more about them. They can hunt us for decades. Escaping won't be easy. It will affect our future plans too much." The taller one shook his head. "I don't think they'll figure out it's us. We could just arrange a couple of scapegoats. Are you still thinking about that Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator? Aren't you curious?" asked the taller one and smiled. "Everyone is saying he practices the Blood Wish path, but when I looked from a distance, I didn't see any traces of the Blood Wish path on him." "What if it's just a rumor?" the shorter one asked. "But I smell blood. Very faint, but it was definitely blood, and it wasn't from him. That means he might have a Blood Wish path treasure. How can he have such a treasure if he doesn't practice the Blood Wish path?" The taller one hesitated for a moment. "There's something else that puzzles me. All the sects besieging the Heavenly Notes sect didn't mention the core person of the Blood Wish path. But why didn't the Heavenly Note sect mention it either? They could have brought it up to prevent the other side from retreating and delay them for a moment. However, they didn't mention anything and just attacked. Is this how a demonic sect acts? Have you ever seen a demonic sect investigating and killing their own sect members so strictly?" the shorter man asked. The taller person smiled. "That'd make sense. There is no need to rush. Let's wait for another opportunity, at least till the moment they can't trace us. In a few years, I'll approach that Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator. Do you think he really has some hidden cultivation technique?" "He probably does. If you can obtain a drop of his blood, we can determine his cultivation realm and technique. We might have a chance to ambush him, but I still want to make contact first. Even if he's at the Golden Core realm. No, even if he's at the Primordial Spirit realm, it wouldn't matter." The two of them talked and laughed as they walked along the road. After a while, they started talking about other things. "By the way, there's someone we need to be cautious of. Qian Shun from the Candlelight Pill Pavilion. It seems like he's aware of us trailing him and is trying to find us. I suspect he's behind the assassinations of Feng Jing and Hua Mo. He doesn't want things to escalate for too long. Whenever someone acts like this, he takes matters into his own hands. That's why Feng Jing and Hua Mo are both dead. Is he at the Soul Ascension realm? It seems like that, but he practices the Blood Wish path. So, he might not be as simple as he seems. When you say that, it feels like all these people are hiding their true cultivation realms. Aren't we doing the same?" Both of them laughed again. "Speaking of which, I encountered a Foundation Establishment Realm Cultivator at the White Moon Lake. His talent is extraordinary. After some time, I'll get in touch with him. You go to White Moon Lake, and I'll go to the Cliff of Broken Hearts." The next day, Jiang Hao finally received a message on the stone tablet. The new gathering would be tonight. Jiang Hao sighed in relief. It's finally here. This time, I need to prepare well. Apart from the news from overseas, it was also an excellent opportunity to prevent Gui from visiting the sect. That can help avoid many problems. I also need to find a way to help Liu. Only then can he go and seek out Qi Tian. His goal for revenge was fulfilled, so he might have been willing to help Jiang Hao at first. However, as time went on, he might even think about how to kill him in order to be completely free. In such matters, one should be prepared for the worst possible scenario. Chapter 472. Chapter 472. King Hai Luo deceived by someone he loved? Chapter 472. King Hai Luo deceived by someone he loved. It seems that everyone has made progress in their cultivation realms lately, Dan Yuan said as he looked at all of them with a smile. Jiang Hao lowered his head. Just now, Senior Dan Yuan had answered quite a few questions in quick succession. It seemed that everyone was at a stage where they were ready for advancement and had many questions. Jiang Hao wanted to ask a few questions, but couldn't come up with any. Perhaps he could exchange ideas with some people who were close to a breakthrough, and then ask Senior Dan Yuan later. He just felt that it might affect the impression he had created of himself. It was better not to ask and let them feel that Jing was someone who never had cultivation problems. That would be fine too. Do you have more information regarding the Saint Bandits? Dan Yuan asked. Before anyone could answer, he said, the Saint Bandits are indeed members of the Heavenly Spirit tribe, and there is indeed a possibility that they might be related to the trouble in the deep sea overseas. They are in hiding now and extremely difficult to trace. Jiang Hao sighed. He had killed one of the Saint Bandits' men, and Yin Wei still had not appeared. He was clearly hiding. He still couldn't understand why. If it was because of the heavenly fragrance Tao flower, it would be fine, but he knew it wasn't. During this period, he hadn't done anything. With no news about the Saint Bandits or the heavenly fragrance Tao flower, the gathering entered the phase where they traded information with each other. Gui looked at Jiang Hao. I would like to borrow the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. Jiang Hao lowered his head. First, he pretended to think for a moment and then said, there's a question I'd like to ask you, Gui. What is it? Gui looked puzzled. In the beginning, Jing had agreed readily. She wondered why he was reconsidering things. Could it be an issue with the heavenly fate misfortune pearl? Others were also curious. Jiang Hao's face was serious, and his voice was deep as he spoke. Is your friend intending to cultivate the 1,000 curses? I have come across it in ancient texts, and it bears some resemblance to what you mentioned before. Gui was startled. She thought that only Senior Dan Yuan would be able to perceive something like that. Yes. Gui nodded. She didn't deny it. Jiang Hao nodded. The heavenly fate misfortune pearl can help your friend, but the best choice is not suppression, but transmutation. Transmutation? Gui was puzzled. Jiang Hao felt his heart sink. Why couldn't you understand it either? If no one could understand it, then he would be in danger. Without thinking further, he said, suppression only allows the body to adapt, while transmutation is a rebirth. Jiang Hao didn't say anything further. He relied on Senior Dan Yuan for the rest of the explanation. Rebirth? Gui felt that it somehow made sense, but she couldn't figure it out exactly. Then, she looked at Senior Dan Yuan. Jiang Hao and the others were also waiting for clarification. Senior Dan Yuan smiled. After returning, Gui, you can tell your friend to try to transmute a small part of the cursed body. It's much easier than doing the entire body. Also, it's necessary to suppress the other curses. Gui nodded. Senior Dan Yuan turned to Jiang Hao. Friend Jing, your insights are exceptionally unique. Senior, you flatter me, Jiang Hao respectfully said. After that was the trade between Xing and Liu. When the trade ended, Dan Yuan inquired about the overseas situation. Friend Liu, have you found anything at the bottom of the sea? The presence of the Heavenly Note sect disciples has appeared again at the bottom of the sea. This time they had some injuries. Not only that, but some people have also seen something else, tentacles. However, They're not sure what kind of tentacles they are, Lu said. They have never seen such tentacles before, but some people have started heading toward the Heavenly Notes sect to ask where this group is going. It feels like something similar to what happened with King Hai Luo is about to happen again. Why does everything seem to be related to the Heavenly Notes sect? Gui felt that it was strange. After that, she instinctively looked at Jing. After coming to the southern region, it seemed that he also went directly to the Heavenly Notes sect. Do you have any news, friend Jing? Lu asked. Jiang Hao shook his head. Even if he knew the answer, he couldn't say it here. It would easily bring him a lot of trouble. Moreover, in the eyes of these people, he should still be in the East. If they found out about recent events, they would start making connections again. Do they look like actual tentacles? Dan Yuan asked. Lu shook his head. Collect more information. The reward will be a Scarlet Heaven God suppressing talisman, Dan Yuan said. The Scarlet Heaven God suppressing talisman could suppress surrounding evil spirits and energy fluctuations. Not only could it defend against surprise attacks, but it could also keep those practicing inside from being affected by demons. This was tailored for Lu. All right, Lu said excitedly. Speaking of which, I recently heard that a true disciple of the Clear Sky School disappeared shortly after being accepted as a disciple. He seemed to have appeared during the recent Dao conference. However, when his master came to find him, he had disappeared. There was no one at the competition. The people from the Clear Sky School are searching all over the world, Xing said. Jiang Hao was also a little surprised. Could the first person mentioned be Lu Xingchen? Unfortunately, the term bored was not included in the explanation. Otherwise, it would definitely be him. As for the second person, Jiang Hao thought about the competition. He realized that there was someone who had disappeared. That was how he was able to obtain the holy medicine seed. Otherwise, it would have definitely belonged to the other person. Are the geniuses of the Clear Sky School all so willful? Lu said incredulously. The Clear Sky School has a method called the Freedom Technique, so they are fearless and unrestrained. Typically, these are the cream of the crop. The stranger they are, the more outstanding they are, Dan Yuan said. Jiang Hao remembered that Lu Xingchen might be one of the best too. Otherwise, who would do such reckless things like him just because they were bored? Even the heavenly fragrance Dao flower did not catch his attention. He focused on having fun. It was the same with the 3 remnant souls in his body. He didn't care for the consequences at all. But those 3 remnants had no chance of escape when it came to Lu Xingchen. Lately, there's also a strange thing happening. It's said that the Astronomical Academy's light and dust technique has made tremendous progress, as if the true senior has appeared. They say that the one who was able to use it was a senior of the Astronomical Academy. People are asking everywhere for him, Xing said. Jiang Hao was surprised. Senior of the Astronomical Academy? How did this news spread? It seemed that even when going to other regions, he must be careful. However, it wouldn't affect him that much right now. With Hong Ye by his side, no one could see his true identity. So, they could only guess about him. I know about the light and dust technique of the Astronomical Academy, but it was useless before. I didn't expect it to actually be effective, Gui said with a smile. Jiang Hao didn't speak. He listened to them discussing about him. When will you return to the southern region, friend Jing? Lu suddenly asked. I have someone asking about King Hai Luo. Isn't he in the Heavenly Notes sect? Jiang Hao asked. He was somewhat interested when he heard about Hai Luo. He was an interesting person, and it was relatively quiet on the 5th floor of the Lawless Tower before he arrived. With him, it was constantly noisy there. There's really no way to deal with him. It has to do with his lover. It seems that her cultivation realm wasn't at the Foundation establishment realm, after all. From the looks of it, she seems to want to devour all of King Hai Luo's resources, Lu said. Jiang Hao was shocked. King Hai Luo deceived by someone he loved. Chapter 473. Chapter 473. 11 kings join forces to get Hai Luo back. Chapter 473. 11 kings join forces to get Hai Luo back. Hai Luo was infatuated with a person at the Foundation establishment realm. Lu had mentioned it a long time ago. Moreover, Hai Luo protected that person in various ways. Even if the person had disappeared for a long time, he had made arrangements for her. But now, this person had transformed into a powerful individual and was not only devouring all of Hai Luo's resources, but also deceiving his feelings. What did she do? Jiang Hao asked calmly. She isn't weak, and there is much evidence to suggest that she is the person Hai Luo trusts the most. She used this to her advantage. On top of that, she has some power of her own. Soon, she became an entity equivalent to the 12 kings. Her methods are dirtier and more troublesome than Hai Luo, said Louis with a smile. So, here's the problem. Many people would rather face Hai Luo than this up-and-coming newcomer who is cunning and unscrupulous. And then, this Miao Anxian should not be a match for the 12 kings, right? Gue asked curiously. Indeed, she isn't, but she is cunning and will use any opportunity to protect herself. A few of the kings don't like her, but they don't want to join forces to get rid of her, as that would disrupt their balance. It hasn't reached a critical point yet. So, they came up with a compromise, Lu said with a smile and looked at the others. That is very interesting. The method they came up with was to get Hai Luo back. If Hai Luo returns, all of Miao Anxian's influence will collapse. Hai Luo has quite the reputation. Jiang Hao was surprised. The other 11 kings were teaming up to get Hai Luo back. Hai Luo indeed had a lot of influence. He just didn't know if Hai Luo was aware that the person he was infatuated with was such a powerful cultivator. They want to confirm if Hai Luo is still in the Heavenly Notes sect, Lu said. Logically, he should be there, Jiang Hao said. Although he had just seen Hai Luo, he couldn't really tell them about it in full confidence. At this moment, even though he had set off from the east, he might not have returned to the south yet. From their perspective, he wouldn't be able to contact Hai Luo soon. After the incident with the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl, he had distanced himself. He had done all this to conceal the identity of Jing. Do you have anything to ask, friend Jing? Lu asked. Jiang Hao shook his head. He couldn't use such minor matters to make Louis look for Qi Tian. Besides, what Lu asked was just something small. He couldn't make a trade with it. He wasn't in a hurry. Next time, if the matter escalated, he would ask Lu to deliver a message to Qi Tian in exchange for information. There was no need for anything too complicated. A simple message would suffice. He believed Qi Tian would comply. After that, they talked and discussed the end of all things. However, there were no more leads, and they didn't know if the Earth Extreme, Silent Pearl, had been found yet. Jiang Hao felt a bit disappointed. The demonic sect was at most selfish and cruel, but treated everyone the same. The gathering ended. Jiang Hao took out a book and began to write about the things he had learned. There was some new information in today's gathering. It was confirmed that Saint Bandits were from the Heavenly Spirit tribe. However, there were no further leads for Saint Bandits. The appearance of the Heavenly Notes sect at the bottom of the sea and the tentacles-like thing were both related to the Sea Fog Cave. It wouldn't be long before overseas people came to the Heavenly Notes sect to find out more. He discussed the matter of transmutation with Gue, and she would likely give up trying to use the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl. Jiang Haotan was assumed to be a senior at the Astronomical Academy, so he needed to be careful. There was no need to record anything else. The Clear Sky School's freedom technique was not something special, and just knowing a little about it was sufficient for now. There was also the matter of Hai Luo, but there was no need to respond to that yet. After some time, he would go and meet Hai Luo to see if anything else could be uncovered. There was no accurate information about the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl. After writing everything down, Jiang Hao put away his things and then went to the balcony. The cool breeze of the night made him feel good, and he decided to take some rest. Sometimes, when troubled by many things and at a loss, a good night's sleep helped. Even though he didn't have anything specific to worry about, he still needed to relax. Just as he had laid down, he suddenly saw a green light shining in the dark. He was startled and sat up. But when he opened his eyes, he found himself in an illusion, and there was a deep green light shining ahead. What's going on? Something mysterious summoned him. He was in a daze as if he was drunk. When he came to, he was already close to the green light. This worried him. Why did he end up here just after falling asleep? The green light made him feel uneasy. He instinctively wanted to take a step back, but for some unknown reason, the green light seemed to be rapidly approaching him. It was a huge green star. Jiang Hao felt like his mind was disintegrating as it got closer. He didn't hesitate. He activated the Hong Meng Heart Sutra and triggered his divine power to fortify his mind. At this moment, a purple aura enveloped him, followed by a loud bang, and everything shattered. Jiang Hao opened his eyes to the familiar ceiling. It was already bright outside. He slowly got up in puzzlement, and then a faint green light caught his attention. It was a fragment. The Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl. Jiang Hao was shocked as he looked at the fragment. He had sealed the thing, and although the seal wasn't reinforced much, it shouldn't have broken this easily. Initially, he only had one fragment of the Earth Extreme Heart Devouring Pearl, but later, Hong Yem managed to snatch one more from the Bright Moon sect. The two fragments would merge upon contact. This was a larger fragment, but it still shouldn't have such a significant impact. Last night, his mind was pulled to an unknown place. That wasn't normal. He felt a bit uneasy when he recalled the gigantic thing he saw last night. If it was related to the Earth Extreme Heart-Devouring Pearl, then there was only one answer. Jiang Hao lowered his head and sighed. The Earth Extreme Silent Pearl. I did indeed find out more about it from the end of all things, but why did it come to me? He hesitated for a while, and then appraised the fragment of the Earth Extreme Heart-Devouring Pearl. Close to the main thing, Jiang Hao was in disbelief. The Earth Extreme Silent Pearl is nearby. But why wasn't it there before? Wasn't it overseas? He recalled that the end of all things was just preparing before. In other words, the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl was completely sealed before, but now it was resonating with the other fragments. This is not good. Chapter 474. Chapter 474. Silent Interrogation. Chapter 474. Silent Interrogation. Although the influence of the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl was not as great as the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl, its destructive power was certainly formidable. If it were really near the Heavenly Note sect, that would be a disaster. However, since he had missed the opportunity to sense it properly, he couldn't figure out its approximate location. Perhaps he had made a mistake. After sealing the item, Jiang Hao went to the courtyard. Next time, if he could sense it again, he would try to confirm the location. If it wasn't in the Heavenly Note sect, he would try to get someone from the gathering to find it, preferably Xing. If it was here, it would be a bit troublesome. It would be best if it could be safely taken away. He was afraid it might suddenly erupt, and he might not even be able to escape. Gouei was right about one thing. It seems like many things are related to the Heavenly Note sect. For a while, Jiang Hao couldn't understand if the Heavenly Note sect was special or just unfortunate to get embroiled in such things. After waiting for a few days, there was no new change in the Earth Extreme Heart-Devouring Pearl. He slept again but didn't see that giant star. It seemed that someone needed to resonate with the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl. I'll need some more time to find it. Jiang Hao stopped overthinking and headed to the Lawless Tower. He wanted to have a chat with Hai Luo, as he might be leaving soon. By then, there would only be Zhuang Yuzhen left. In the eastern region, Baizhu sat cross-legged with her eyes tightly closed in a hidden house. She was surrounded by cross-legged strongmen. Both of them were within an array. Dark energy manifested around her, and the dark energy invaded her palm. The dark energy in other areas dissipated. Within a few breaths, Baizhu's palm started to wither as if it had lost its vitality. At the same time, the array on the ground changed. The black energy from her palm was absorbed by the array and then transferred to the straw man. In an instant, the straw man was covered by the black energy and burned rapidly. At this moment, Baiju opened her eyes and looked at her palm. The withered palm was slowly recovering at a slow pace, and a new curse-like aura was born. However, there was no actual curse. In an instant, she sensed the aura and looked at her palm in disbelief. How was this possible? All the books she had read only talked about suppressing the curse. If transferring and transmutation were possible, why had none of the books mentioned it? Was it impossible to transfer the curse completely? Soon, she began to calculate and transfer the curse bit by bit. Everything went smoothly. That night, she attempted to transfer everything. However, midway, she found that she had failed. She couldn't transfer everything. She could only do it bit by bit. And that part was instantly devoured by the remaining part and returned to its original state. It rendered her efforts ineffective. But Baiju didn't give up. This was something to be studied, but she couldn't just ask about it. The price she would have to pay for information like that would be significant. With Jing's strength, he wouldn't say something if it wasn't useful. Since he mentioned it, there is a possibility of success. Senior Dan Yuan didn't say much, which means this method is possible. Baiju nodded to herself. That was enough. The rest would be up to her. But I have to go back. At the Heavenly Notes sect, Jiang Hao sat in front of Hai Luo on the 5th floor of the Lawless Tower. Do you think just staring at me, without speaking, will put pressure on me? I'm a king. I have seen it all. Hai Luo's voice grew softer as he spoke. Eventually, he sat there quietly. He was nervous. He was afraid that Jiang Hao would beckon him. Zhuang Yuzhen was also curious. Today, Jiang Hao didn't say a word, and he felt like something was wrong. It made everyone nervous. They didn't know when it had started, but they had begun to see this foundation establishment realm cultivator as powerful. Actually, Jiang Hao was at a loss about how to broach the subject. Should he tell Hai Luo directly about Miao Anxian? Or should he tell him that someone might come to free him from here? In the end, he sighed and decided to let it go. He would let him find out on his own. Jiang Hao stood up and left. This startled Hai Luo. Wait, what are you doing? If you have something to say, just say it. Although I'm not someone you can compare to. I'll cooperate. Wait. Jiang Hao glanced at him and remained silent. He then continued to walk away. I'll cooperate. Just come back. Hai Luo was getting anxious. However, Jiang Hao still didn't speak. It was unclear what exactly he wanted. What did you do, you little scum? Zhuang Yuzhen asked out of curiosity. You old bastard. Why do I need to explain myself to you? Hai Luo said arrogantly. Then why are you so panicking? My legs are only shaking because it's numb from sitting so long. The guard watching this felt astonished. He had seen Jiang Hao enter and then leave without saying a word. It seemed Jiang Hao had frightened the captives. This level of interrogation was simply beyond his imagination. Such talent was indeed much needed, but unfortunately, they couldn't get anyone like him. Not long after, the senior went up to a higher floor. He needed to speak with some people above. As soon as he arrived, he saw a senior frowning. It seemed she hadn't had a good time with the interrogation. This old guy from Azure Mountain is quite tough. We've tried various methods, but nothing worked. Senior sister Insha isn't here. Otherwise, she would have used some other way. The senior sighed. Can't get anything out of him? Asked the man who came up to her. Not really. We've asked, but there's no truth in what he says. He claims he didn't lie, and he has revealed everything. The senior shook her head. What Elder Baiji needed was not just this. The man thought for a moment. When will he be sent to the 5th floor? It should be soon. Why? A junior arrived at the Lawless Tower just a while ago. Although he's not one of us, he has helped us with some things. Previously, senior sister Insha was the one who would talk to him, so we don't know many details. I have been guarding the 5th floor, and just now I saw Hai Luo saying that he will cooperate. But that junior just ignored him and left. Is that Junior Jiang Hao? The senior asked. The young man nodded. Is he really that powerful? The senior sister found it hard to believe, but there was no other way. They had to report it to Elder Baiji. They decided to wait for a few more days. In mid-February, Jiang Hao found that the attacks on the Heavenly Note sect by various sects had completely ceased. It had been a month, and there weren't any other changes. He went to the Spirit Her Garden and gave some guidance to Cheng Cho on his cultivation issues. After that, he started tending to the spirit herbs. However, before he could finish, he received a message. It was from Elder Baiji. She wanted me to go to the 5th floor of the Lawless Tower. Jiang Hao was puzzled. Is Hai Luo leaving so soon? He wondered. It hadn't been long, and it shouldn't be this soon. Maybe they set out the moment Lu mentioned it. That seemed to be the only possibility. After that, he continued tending to the Spirit Herb Garden. The message instructed him to go to the Lawless Tower at night. So, there was no need to rush. After finishing up here, he could go set up a stall at the market for a while too. During these days, he had earned some spirit stones. Now, he had 15,500 spirit stones. He had made nearly 2,000 spirit stones. That was quite a lot. He had done it without any major clients. It was far beyond ordinary income. Chapter 475. Chapter 475. Finding a Way to Die. Chapter 475. Finding a Way to Die. In the evening, Jiang Hao packed up his stall and looked in the direction of the Lawless Tower. It was about time to go there. No one was making things difficult for him to sell talismans these days. It was easier. In the beginning, the people of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion made it difficult for him. He had to avoid them. Now, more than 10 years had passed, and he had advanced to the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. No one dared to come after him. When Junior Brother Han comes back, he will most likely challenge me. By then, I can display my cultivation at the early stage of the Golden Core realm. It was already February. In a little over half a year, he should be back. Night had completely fallen. Jiang Hao was already standing in front of the Lawless Tower. Now that the attack on the sect was over, not many people came in and out of there. Everyone was recuperating. The number of sect members had also decreased. Some might not ever appear again, and some were in seclusion to heal. At this time, the Heavenly Note sect was at its weakest and in need of stability. Everyone remained alert and careful when they went out of the sect. Occasionally, some would blame the Blood Wish path. They said that if it weren't for Jiang Hao the Cliff of Broken Hearts, the sect wouldn't be in this situation. There were such remarks sometimes. Jiang Hao didn't care. After all, the Blood Wish path had made quite an impact. Inside the tower, he was received by a senior. Junior brother, your timing is just right, Zhuocheng said with a smile. Yes. Zhuocheng nodded and then gestured for him to walk along. Junior, Brother Jiang, have you heard of Azure Mountain? The ones who started the attack on us. Jiang Hao was puzzled. Wasn't he called because King Kai Luo was leaving? At that moment, he was intrigued. It seemed this was something else entirely. However, the newer the matter, the more likely it is to entangle him in danger. That was how things had gone with Gu Qing. The Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl had caused problems because he hadn't handled the matter properly with Gu Qing. He wouldn't get involved rashly this time. Yes, it's that Azure Mountain. Zhuocheng nodded. We've captured an important member of theirs. It seems like they want to harm the sect, or they have someone behind them. We need to find out who's behind them. Various methods have been used to find that out, but nothing has worked. So, we want to ask for your help. It's just trial and error. So, you don't have to worry if you can't get anything out of them. The person behind Azure Mountain? Jiang Hao knew very little about this. But he didn't refuse. He wanted to take a look first. If it was too complicated, he would forget about it. But if it wasn't that dangerous, he could give it a try. After talking for a while, Jiang Hao arrived at the 5th floor alone. As soon as he entered, he heard Heavenly King Hai Luo speak. Old man, you look quite miserable. Kneel and beg me. I, the Heavenly King, will protect you. The Heavenly King, who can't even protect himself? You want me to kneel? Bah, said a hoarse and mocking voice. Can't protect myself? I've been here for several years. How long can you stay here without losing your cultivation realm, old man? Hai Luo sneered. While I'm here, no one dares to speak loudly to me. And you? You're all wounded, and soon you'll be trash of the lifeblood refinement realm. Lifeblood refinement. You, said the angry old man. That's still better than you yammering everything out and betraying your friends for your own gain. At these words, Heavenly King Hai Luo burst into laughter. Do you think you are stronger than us? You're truly ignorant. I heard Azure Mountain is quite powerful, but I didn't expect you to be so ignorant. People from small places don't know their place. Little trash, your master is here, Zhuang Yuzhen said. What master? Nonsense. This Heavenly King is tired and wants to rest. Don't bother me. Heavenly King Hai Luo laughed coldly and sat back obediently. Zhuang Yuzhen watched Jiang Hao's approach. He was a little curious about who he was here for this time. Most likely, it would be that old disciple from Azure Mountain. If so, they were looking forward to it. For some reason, they really liked seeing others being defeated. Perhaps because they had all gone through the same thing and didn't want others to be treated special. Jiang Hao walked over without paying attention to the boastful Heavenly King Hai Luo. Instead, he looked at the third cell. Previously, Mi Lingwei had been imprisoned there, but this time it was an old man covered in injuries who was at the middle stage of the primordial spirit realm. He had descended quite fast in his cultivation realm. Typically, those who came to the 5th floor were at the peak of the primordial spirit realm. Heavenly King Hai Luo was still in the late stage, and Zhuang Yuzhen was in the early stage. In front of the third cell, Jiang Hao looked at the person inside, and the person also looked at him at the same time. There was puzzlement, curiosity, and disdain in his eyes. A cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment realm? The old man asked. Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. It seemed like everyone looked down on the foundation establishment realm. It was understandable. Everyone sent down here was far beyond the primordial spirit realm. After all, it was only natural to look down on someone at the foundation establishment realm. What are you here for? I've said what I know. What else do you want me to say? The old man looked at Jiang Hao and laughed. Never mind. It's useless to talk to you. You can't make decisions anyway. Just ask whatever you want to ask. What's your name, senior? Jiang Hao didn't expect him to be so cooperative. Dan Qingzi, the old man said. What is your status in Azure Mountain? Jiang Hao asked. I am one of the teaching elders, Dan Qingzi said. Jiang Hao nodded and didn't speak further. Instead, he appraised the person. Looking at the feedback, Jiang Hao was astonished. An honorary elder of the Great Thousand God Sect. It had been a long time since he encountered someone from the Great Thousand God Sect. He thought they had faded away from the Heavenly Notes sect, but unexpectedly, he encountered one of them again. At first, the Great Thousand God Sect came for the Heavenly Fragrance Tao flower, but now they were here to test the limits of the sect. What are they planning? And there is also Fenghua. He needed to investigate that person too. However, the fact that he has a Great Thousand avatar and intended to abandon his main body for the avatar's revival was quite surprising. A Great Thousand avatar was different from a 9 extreme corpse dissolution avatar. One could truly exist independently when separated, while the other would gradually forget everything and die in a short time. So, once someone from the Great Thousand God Sect obtained a Great Thousand avatar, it was very difficult to kill them. On the other hand, those who used the 9 extreme corpse dissolution method just needed to kill their main body. The only thing to be concerned about was their corpse heart. But achieving the ultimate sublimation of the corpse's heart was not easy. It required divine artifacts. It also needs to be handed over to others, and life and death depend entirely on the person in control. Aren't you going to ask anything else? Dan Qingzi asked. Jiang Hao shook his head. Will it always be you questioning me in the future? Dan Qingzi asked. Maybe. Jiang Hao nodded. Ha ha. Just a peak foundation establishment realm cultivator? The Heavenly Note sect really underestimates people. Dan Qingzi laughed bitterly. An elder, actually have to let a peak foundation establishment realm cultivator interrogate me. This is so funny. Chapter 476. Chapter 476. Helping a senior give up on the thought of ending his life. Chapter 476. Helping a senior give up on the thought of ending his life. Looking at the sad face of the person, Jiang Hao merely lowered his head. If an ordinary person were to interrogate you, how do you think they would treat you? Dan Qingzi suddenly asked. They would look down on me. Jiang Hao tried to answer. No, it's insulting. Dan Qingzi gritted his teeth. It's a silent insult. The Heavenly Note sect underestimates people. I can't bear this humiliation anymore. Dan Qingzi began to mutilate his own organs. He wanted to end his life here. Senior, please wait, Jiang Hao said. When Dan Qingzi ignored him, he said, May I say a few words? Perhaps it will make you give up on the thought of ending your life. At these words, Zhuang Yuzhen and Heavenly King Hai Luo felt something. They thought it was better if the person didn't listen. If they did, it would be irreversible. Heavenly King Hai Luo was curious and wanted to do something. He then gestured to Dan Qingzi to tell him not to listen to Jiang Hao. But Dan Qingzi always felt that the person was mocking him, so he turned a blind eye. At this point, he felt everything being suppressed again, but the pain was much greater. A few more attempts, and he could leave this place. Jiang Hao could also see that as the cultivation realm lowered, the impact of suppression would be smaller. Dan Qingzi would die at the Foundation Establishment realm. What do you want to say? Dan Qingzi leaned against the wall and looked at the man in front of him weakly. A demonic sect is a demonic sect, after all. I don't want to endure the humiliation you all have given me. If you still have a shred of conscience, just kill me. However, at the Foundation Establishment realm, you don't even have the ability to kill me, even in my weakened state. Senior, why be so impatient? Jiang Hao said, if after listening to my advice, you still want to seek death, I'll help you instead. Really? Dan Qingzi was a bit skeptical. But it didn't matter. He could give it a try. There would be no loss. Truly, Jiang Hao nodded. I hope you'll keep your word. What do you want to say? Dan Qingzi asked. Jiang Hao beckoned to him. Senior, come a bit closer. At this point, Dan Qingzi moved closer. Jiang Hao was a little surprised. He thought Dan Qingzi would be restricted like Zhuang Yuzhen and the others. What do you want to say? Dan Qingzi asked. Jiang Hao didn't get too close. Senior, do you know of a place? What place? Dan Qingzi asked. Under the green tea tree, behind Azure Mountain, Jiang Hao took a step back. Bang! In the instant he stepped back, Dan Qingzi's hand reached out as if to grab the man's neck in front of him and strangle him. Come here, Dan Qingzi said furiously. Senior, you're tired. You should rest. I'll take my leave. Jiang Hao turned to leave. Bang! Bang! If you dare leave now, I'll kill you. I'll trade all my information for your life, said Dan Qingzi in anger. Tomorrow, I'll have you dead. However, Jiang Hao just left from there. Zhuo Cheng walked in and looked at the enraged Dan Qingzi in disbelief. This had never happened before. What did Jiang Hao do to make him so angry? I can tell you everything, but I have a condition. I want the life of that Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. Kill him, and I'll tell you everything. Everything you want to know. I can tell you who's watching you, what they want to know, and about the heavenly fragrance Tao flower and more. I know it all. I have only one condition. Kill that Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. Kill him. Dan Qingzi seemed to be losing his mind. Zhuo Cheng was even more shocked. The junior was indeed incredible. This kind of interrogation skill was simply a waste if he didn't work at the Lawless Tower. That's our junior, and he has quite a lot of contribution to the section. It isn't easy to kill him, Zhuo Cheng said. You have to show sincerity first, and maybe we can figure something out. This sounded familiar to Zhuang Yuzhen. He remembered that someone had told him the same thing before. At that time, his request was to see Jiang Hao. However, they had gone back on their word. This old elder simply wanted him dead, which was impossible. This was a demonic sect. They loved manipulating people. Trusting them was akin to selling oneself for nothing. At the White Moon Lake, Baiji meditated in the courtyard. The injuries on her body were gradually healing, and she seemed to have reached a higher state of mind. She knew that as long as she grasped this state, she might be able to advance further. It's just that she couldn't determine how many years it would take. Elder, a voice came from outside. Baiji opened her eyes and looked outside. Come in. Soon, a woman in a black robe entered. We've made some progress. She handed over a notebook to her. After reading it, Baiji was somewhat surprised. He knows people from the Great Thousand God sect and is aware of the end of all things. He is here to test the limits of our sect. How did you find out so much? Jiang Hao went there today, the woman in the black robe said. She was not very familiar with Jiang Hao. Baiji nodded without saying much. There's something I need to tell you. Elder Baiji, the woman in the black robe, said cautiously. The captive said that he will wait until we kill Jiang Hao to reveal the rest of the information. Tell him he's already dead. If he wants to see the body, he can cooperate first and then see it later. Yes, the woman in the black robe nodded. How's the situation at the Sea Fog Cave? Baiji asked. We are preparing to send in another group of people, but we still haven't found the problem inside. There is also no news about senior sister Insha, said the woman in the black robe. Baiji frowned. The Sea Fog Cave was more complicated than expected. It had been fine for decades, and suddenly trouble emerged. We need to change the course of our investigation. We need to find out more about the Heavenly Spirit Tribe and investigate more about the sentence that was found there. Also, find out about the origin of the Blood Wish Path, Baiji said. Perhaps by investigating in this way, she could find out something. Jiang Hao sighed as he left the Lawless Tower. It seems that Dan Xingzi is much more radical than the others. I have to make a trip to Azure Mountain, but I don't know how to get in. The place set up by an elder of Azure Mountain must be extraordinary. My strength may not be enough. Maybe I can ask someone else to go there. Jiang Hao thought for a moment. He wasn't sure who he could send. If he went by himself, it would definitely take a lot of time, especially since he wasn't familiar enough with arrays. This time, the problem wasn't as big as with Gu Qing. He just happened to offend someone with radical ideas. The forces involved were Azure Mountain and the Great Thousand God sect. These people couldn't threaten the Heavenly Note sect, so he was relatively safe. However, he also received some good news about Disciple Fenghua. The person wanted to probe the limits of the Heavenly Note sect, and there was a possibility that it was related to the Heavenly Fragrance Tao flower. That, in turn, might be linked to the stone tablet of the Great Thousand God sect. If he could follow this and find the owner of the stone, it would be excellent. But he needed to know who this person was. Unfortunately, with matters relating to both Qi Tian and Fenghua, he needed to depend on Lu. This was somewhat troublesome. But there's no need to hurry. Progressing too quickly was necessarily not good. Once he found the mastermind behind the stone slab, Hong Yuye would have other tasks for him, perhaps even more dangerous than the present ones. It's better to just think about it this way and take it easy. However, he also needed to place some pieces on the board to ensure his own safety. Chapter 477. Chapter 477. Getting Older. Chapter 477. Getting Older. Jiang Hao no longer paid attention to Dan Xingzi's affairs. It didn't matter whether the other party continued to be radical or not. As for exchanging his life for information, there was indeed some danger, but a prisoner like him who had been caught with evidence wasn't as valuable. If he spilled all the information, no one would care about whether he lived or died. Why would they satisfy his demands? Maybe he hadn't thought about these things before, but the people of the Lawless Tower wouldn't let him off so easily. They were all about using deception to maximize their interests. Zhuang Yuzhen had mentioned this to him before. Half a month had passed since he returned from the Lawless Tower, and he hadn't gone anywhere else or encountered anything unusual. Everything was proceeding smoothly. The sect was gradually returning to normal, and the mining area was still being cleaned up. The losses there were probably quite severe. Otherwise, the immortal sects wouldn't have retreated just like that. Jiang Hao could also sense that they didn't want to confront the Heavenly Notes sect head-on. He had no idea why. Another month passed. It was already early April. The incident of the immortal sect siege had become a thing of the past, and the fervor surrounding the Bloodwish path was gradually subsiding. It wasn't as infamous as before. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief at that. On this day, while he was still processing spirit herbs, senior brother Bai Yi came to meet him again. This time, junior brother Jiang, you have made significant contributions, so there's something I'd like to discuss with you. It's related to the law enforcement hall. When Jiang Hao heard that, he felt that something wasn't right. But he remained calm. Of course, senior brother, please go ahead. With your contributions, I can apply to have your name removed from the suspect list at the law enforcement hall. What do you think of it, junior brother Jiang? Bai Yi asked. Thank you, senior brother Bai, said Jiang Hao. But it would be a waste of my contributions to use them in this way. I want to accumulate more merit. Bai Yi didn't respond immediately, but stared at Jiang Hao. In the end, he nodded. All right. He was about to leave, but hesitated for a moment. Junior brother Jiang, don't you want to become a true disciple? Jiang Hao understood what he meant. It seemed that senior brother Bai Yi wanted him to become a true disciple. However, becoming a true disciple was too dangerous for him. At present, no matter how the sect arranged its tasks, he couldn't be assigned outside the sect. He had been under suspicion all along and had to cooperate with investigations. Once he was on the list, he would only be allowed to go out when the sect arranged it. Going out was extremely dangerous for him. The sect's tasks came every few years. If they failed once, there would be a second and third chance. If he didn't go outside, he basically had no chance of either failing or passing the tasks. Even if there was a chance, it would only be with someone at the same level as him now, and even if there were more team leaders, they would all be at the Golden Core realm. So, there was no danger at all. He was silent. Bai Yi also didn't say much. He simply turned and left. Since the Cliff Master wasn't present, many matters fell on his senior brother Bai Yi's shoulders. In this regard, he was quite capable. He didn't harbor malice, and he didn't show any signs of compromise when dealing with others. In the face of accusations from various branches, he didn't even try to defend himself. He just admitted it and questioned why they wanted to harass their branch. He made people give in. Even the law enforcement hall had to intervene. Being put on the suspect list was for his own good. If he went out, he would have to face too many things. This was the best for him. If he refused senior brother Bai Yi, he would lose his respect. Sometimes Jiang Hao wondered if he would be targeted, but fortunately, another month passed and nothing changed. In early May, Cheng Cho rushed to him. Senior brother Jiang, there's some new information, he said excitedly. I heard that Lord Beast and the others are coming back soon. So soon. Jiang Hao was surprised. It should have taken several more months. Why did they suddenly decide to return early? I heard that they received news that the sect was besieged by the immortal sects, so they rushed back. That's why they're coming back early, Cheng Cho said. When are they expected to arrive? Jiang Hao asked. Returning so early might not be a good thing. It meant that the person from the Heavenly Joy Pavilion was also returning. In his absence, people in the sect who held malice toward him could do nothing. That person was different. He was powerful enough to do anything. It seems like they will arrive in a few days, Cheng Cho said. That is indeed quite soon. Jiang Hao nodded slightly. He hadn't seen the beast and the others for a while. He didn't know if their cultivation realms had progressed. He should also be able to see Lu Xingchen soon. Since he hadn't been discovered by the sect, he should be back too. It would also be a good opportunity to check on the 3 remnant souls. It had been almost 3 years, so there should have been quite a few new developments. However, with their return, he wasn't far from his advancement either. He glanced at his interface. Still quite a way to go. This is with the presence of the holy medicine seed. Otherwise, the gap would have been much greater. It had been a year since his last advancement, and he hadn't received any bubbles for 2 months. Now, he was more than halfway there, which was considered fast. He only needed to get one divine ability. Then, he looked at his age. He was already 31. He wasn't young anymore. "How old are you, junior brother Chung?" Jiang Hao asked. The sudden question was quite unexpected, but Chung Cho still replied, "I'm about to reach my 40s. 40? Jiang Hao was surprised. "You look like you're only 27 or 28. Chung Cho lowered his head. It was due to his cultivation realm. If he hadn't advanced a foundation establishment realm in these years, he might not appear this young. 7 days later, Jiang Hao, accompanied by Chung Cho, arrived at the sect's main gate. Regardless of what had happened to the sect during these days, everyone was waiting at the gate for those who had gone out. They were the ones returning from the Bright Moon sect. It was a place that some might never have the chance to set foot in during their lifetime. Naturally, they were curious about what it was like over there. Lord Beast and the others should have made great strides in their cultivation realms, right? Chung Cho asked with a smile. Now that Lord Beast was back, the pressure on him would decrease. As far as he knew, the spirit beast was the easiest to get along with. Jiang Hao was the backbone of everyone, and Lord Beast was the guiding force. Whatever Lord Beast said, they obeyed. Jiang Hao glanced around and noticed Lin Ji was there too. However, he stood in the farthest corner, and no one paid attention to him. His 2 friends were also present, but unlike Lin Ji, they were well-groomed and drew a lot of attention. This was the difference between people. One must learn to accept and also learn to strive. Jiang Hao looked at the sky and waited for the spirit beast and the others to return. Chapter 478. Chapter 478. Missing Lu Xingqian's battle with the 3 soul remnants. Chapter 478. Missing Lu Xingqian's battle with the 3 soul remnants. Many people were eagerly waiting at the entrance of the sect. Jiang Hao was among them. He felt strange for some reason. Slowly, a small dot appeared in the sky, followed by the appearance of a sword, which grew larger. He could see many figures standing on it. They had arrived. Senior brother Jiang. Shali waved from above. She was the first to notice Jiang Hao. Too eye-catching. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. Shali didn't understand what it meant to be low-key. He needed to let her know when there was an opportunity. At this moment, Elder Baiji also arrived. She attached great importance to the trip to the Bright Moon sect and needed to understand what had happened there. As for the matters of the sect, Ku Wuchang and the others were also curious. At present, it didn't seem to be that serious. Soon, Jiang Hao picked up the spirit beast and the others. Senior brother Jiang, I brought back lots of food for you, Shali exclaimed. She also took out 2 boxes and gave one to Jiang Hao and one to Chung Cho. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes. Why was there a smell of marsh gas outside the box? What had Shali been up to again? He opened the box and found 8 pieces of pastry inside. Not surprisingly, they were all poisoned. Senior brother Chung, give it a try, Shali said as he looked at Chung Cho with wide eyes. Chung Cho immediately started eating. He was astonished by the taste. Jiang Hao also tried a piece. Indeed, it was very delicious. But he sighed when he saw Chung Cho struggling. It wasn't easy to endure the poison for someone at the Foundation establishment realm. I have a gift too. Chu Chuan took out a memento. He gave them 2 stones. There were 3 words written on them, Bright Moon Sect. There was indeed a hint of aura in the stones. That was it. Jiang Hao thanked him and accepted it. Chung Cho did the same. He had never been to the Bright Moon Sect in his life, so having a stone from there wasn't bad. Junior brother Chu, you're already at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm? Chung Cho was surprised. From Chu Jie's advancement, I gained some insights. Then I'd advanced too, said Chu Chuan. He had now surpassed Chung Cho and Shaoli. The beast stood on Chu Chuan's shoulder and nibbled on a carrot like an ordinary rabbit. A few days ago, Chu Chuan challenged Shaoli, and Jiang Hao asked while eating a pastry. He just had his teeth fixed, said the beast. Chu Chuan looked awkward. He didn't understand why, but he couldn't defeat Xiao Li at all. Why hasn't Junior's sister, Xiao Li, progressed? Cheng Cho was curious. He knew very well what kind of talent Xiao Li had. Xiao Li lowered her head and hesitated. Senior brother Cheng, you haven't advanced yet. I didn't want you to feel uncomfortable seeing everyone else making progress. It doesn't matter whether I advance or not anyway. Cheng Cho was dumbfounded. Jiang Hao didn't mind. Xiao Li had her own thoughts. Although she seemed careless, she was sometimes very attentive. Whenever she returned home, Cheng Cho had accompanied her. He had helped her with lots of other things too. Moreover, Cheng Cho was the one who had brought back the jujube tree for her. It was only natural for her to feel concerned about Cheng Cho. I have the beast for that too, Xiao Li said as she grabbed the spirit beast. At this moment, the spirit beast broke free from Xiao Li and approached Jiang. How? Master, look at this. It took out the collar and showed it to Jiang Hao. It's broken. Please buy a new one. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. How many spirit stones had he spent on keeping this spirit beast? And the speed of its progress was too fast. When he caught it, it was at the Foundation Establishment realm, and now it was already in the middle of the Gold Core realm. Otherwise, the collar wouldn't have broken. A Gold Core demon, indeed. Senior brother Jiang, we earn a lot of spirit stones during our trip outside, Xiao Li said on the way. Jiang Hao was speechless. He wasn't lacking either. He had earned a holy medicine seed, and his gains far surpassed theirs. However, holy medicines were difficult to sell for spirit stones. He was not only reluctant to sell it, but also a bit wary. On the way back, Jiang Hao listened to Xiao Li talk about her trip to the Bright Moon sect. It sounded exciting and dangerous. But from what Jiang Hao knew, the trip had been very ordinary. Perhaps, in Xiao Li's eyes, it was more exciting and interesting. She rarely went out and had never participated in this kind of conference. It was natural for her to find it fascinating. Back in the Spirit Her Garden, Xiao Li gave him some gifts again. They were delicious and beautiful. He accepted all of them. The next day, Cheng Cho didn't come to the Spirit Her Garden. He was poisoned and recuperating in his house. The spirit beast took Xiao Li to visit him. However, before they went, Jiang Hao gave the beast a new collar. It seems I'm a most favored pet, the beast said happily. What about me? Xiao Li asked. Here, Jiang Hao took out a snack. It was different from what Xiao Li bought for him. These were ordinary and plain pastries. Give this to Cheng Cho. Jiang Hao gave her a bottle of spirit medicine to give to Cheng Cho. It could be used for detoxification. Xiao Li's eyes widened as she ate the pastry. She looked excited. Perhaps, for her, this was the most delicious pastry. Jiang Hao watched them leave. He needed to prepare Chu Chuan's things as soon as possible. Now that he was at the middle stage of the Gold Core realm, he would soon break through to the late stage. At that time, he could even request to leave the sect, as he was no longer a child. As soon as he sent Xiao Li and the others away, Jiang Hao met Lu Xingqian. Just a glance, and he could tell that his cultivation realm was at the peak stage of the primordial spirit realm. Wasn't this too fast? In just 12 years, he had reached from peak Gold Core realm to the peak primordial spirit realm, and he displayed it so openly. Did the Heavenly Note sect really have such a genius? Junior brother Jiang, it's been many years. I heard you got involved in some trouble again and were restricted from traveling outside. Lu Xingqian smiled. It's just a misunderstanding, Jiang Hao said politely. He then appraised him. Since he didn't sense the aura of the three, and Lu Xingqian had ascended, he needed to see what the situation was. Jiang Hao was speechless. It's over? I didn't get to see the most exciting part, only the result. What a shame. By the way, there's something I need to mention, Junior brother Jiang, Lu Xingqian said. What is it? Jiang Hao asked. Everything related to him should have been taken care of. It's related to the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. Your master had a brief discussion with him on the way and came up with something. Lu Xingqian laughed. Chapter 479. Chapter 479. Secretly cultivating behind everyone's back. Chapter 479. Secretly cultivating behind everyone's back. About the Heavenly Joy Pavilion, Jiang Hao was quite interested. Within the sect, the most threatening person was the pavilion master. Because a vessel had not been found, his anger wasn't alleviated. Although they hadn't held back his resources again, it didn't mean that everything was fine. It was just that the other person hadn't seen him lately and didn't know he was doing well, so he paid no attention to him. But if problems arose in his cultivation realm later, they would target him. If the impact was significant, they would definitely seek retribution. There was still hope now, and he didn't want to violate the rules of the sect. So, things were relatively calm for now. However, the people in demonic sects were unpredictable and could act impulsively at any time. This was one of the reasons why Jiang Hao refused to be taken out from the suspect list. If he went out, the other person might act on impulse. In fact, it's not a bad thing, Lu Xingchen said seriously. With your master's help, the master of Heavenly Joy Pavilion has made it clear that he won't trouble you for the time being. This applies whether you go out or not. During this time, your master will also find someone to help him find the vessel. Your master knows people outside, so his help is not small. Jiang Hao lowered his head. This was indeed of great help to him. At least, he didn't have to worry too much for the time being. But he understood his master's implications. Given his current speed of advancement and the sect's achievements, he could become a true disciple. However, being on the law enforcement hall's suspect list provided a sense of security. As long as he was on the list, he didn't have to worry about being sent out. If he wanted to go out, he could just take on a mission. That was the best option for him. Although being a true disciple came with many privileges, dangers still exist outside. Junior brother Jiang, you should indeed consider whether to get out of the list and become a true disciple. It's very convenient during the sect's operations, and you won't be affected by trivial matters, Lu Xingchen said. The elevation of your status and position will also make the sect pay more attention to you and prevent others from troubling or sacrificing you. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. In fact, he was destined to come into contact with various traitors and undercover agents in the future. Those people wanted to use him, and he wanted to use them too. That will inevitably cause more suspicions in the future. Being a true disciple meant a higher status, and if they investigated him, wouldn't it cause trouble? However, there are still quite a few people who want you on the list, like those from the task hall. Lu Xingchen smiled. Jiang Hao awkwardly smiled back. He had given a task, haul 10,000 spirit stones till now. For a foundation establishment realm cultivator, to pay 10,000 was like giving away their entire family wealth. They certainly didn't want him to be out of the list. Is the vessel really that hard to find? Jiang Hao asked. He had killed senior sister Yunruo at the age of 19, and he was now 31 years old. 12 years have passed. In 12 years, the sect hadn't found a single vessel. Vessels do exist, but many of them are hard to find. You can't tell just by looking at them. Lu Xingchen sighed. Sometimes, you might brush past an enchanting vessel and not even know that your target is right in front of you. It's mostly about luck. That's why it's been 12 years, and they still haven't found a suitable vessel. Really, Jiang Hao was puzzled. Other sects have them, but snatching them would cause too much trouble. Moreover, if they happen to encounter a powerful vessel, it'll be dangerous to provoke them, Lu Xingchen said. Jiang Hao nodded. When the deadline arrived, the master of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion might still take action. If the attempt failed completely, he would be targeted. Do you know what happened at the mine, senior brother? Jiang Hao asked. It seems that a bottomless abyss has appeared there, and they are currently filling it. It seems that quite a few people are trapped inside. It seems like the rumors are true. There might be treasures deep beneath the mine. However, the sect doesn't seem to be in a hurry to go down. They're just gradually excavating, Lu Xingchen said. Jiang Hao recalled that Hong Ye had mentioned that an ancient battlefield might be buried beneath the mine. If that was true, The malevolent aura and deathly air could disintegrate anyone who went in. Only those strong enough would dare to go in and search for treasures. After Lu Xingqian left, Jiang Hao started tending to the spirit herb garden. He waited for another person to come and meet him. He waited for 7 days. Around mid-May, Jiang Hao looked at the confident Han Ming and said with a smile, "Junior brother, you look even more remarkable than before. Senior brother, you only know how to hide in the spirit herb garden. You don't gain experience or work hard to cultivate. It's inevitable that you'll be surpassed by me," Han Ming said as he gripped the sword in his hand. "Now, I have a new understanding from the Bright Moon sect and have reached the peak of the Foundation establishment realm. I've been constantly honing myself to reach the peak. I'd like to seek some advice from you, senior brother. Is this place suitable?" Jiang Hao asked. "Now that both of us are at the peak of the Foundation establishment realm, aren't you afraid your residence will be damaged if we spar here?" Han Ming had fought Jiang Hao several times and understood the danger that he posed. Not caring about the house represented Jiang Hao's confidence in his abilities. "Senior brother, I advise you to reconsider," Han Ming said. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hao moved a bit to the side to show respect. "How about here, junior brother? I hope you won't regret this later, senior brother," Han Ming said without reservation. The aura of the peak of Foundation establishment realm spread out, and the sword light flickered. Clang! Jiang Hao's blade blocked Han Ming's sword. So fast, Jiang Hao was somewhat surprised. Junior brother Han Ming was indeed deserving of being a top disciple. Even with his peak Foundation establishment realm, he felt somewhat challenged. At this moment, Han Ming had unleashed several sword attacks in succession, but Jiang Hao remained in place and deflected all the attacks. When the fifth sword attack came, he swung his blade down. Boom! He used demonic sound slash. In the breath of a moment, the thunderous sword light shattered, and the blade swept across the earth. It left behind deep grooves in the ground. At this moment, the sword fell to the ground, and the half-moon blade was held against Han Ming's neck. Jiang Hao slowly sheathed his blade and said calmly, "Junior brother, thank you for letting me win." Golden core? Han Ming had been astonished before, but this time, he lost his composure. Jiang Hao had actually entered the golden core realm. It was far beyond what he had imagined. "I guess I'm lucky enough to get promoted," said Jiang Hao. Han Ming gritted his teeth, picked up the fallen sword, and turned to leave. The impact of reaching the golden core realm might have been too much for Han Ming. Jiang Hao was concerned. He appraised Han Ming. Chapter 480. Chapter 480. Escorting the Heavenly King personally. Chapter 480. Escorting the Heavenly King personally. Looking at the feedback, Jiang Hao had to admit that junior brother Han was indeed outstanding. Among his peers, hardly anyone could surpass him. Shao Li had the advantage of being from the Dragon Clan, coupled with amnesia and loss of strength. For now, others were unable to match up to her. On the way to the Spirit Her Garden, Jiang Hao received another message. "Heavenly King Hai Luo wants to see me." Jiang Hao sighed. Is the Heavenly King Hai Luo planning to boast because he is finally leaving? "Beast, you go to the Spirit Her Garden first," Jiang Hao said to the beast. "Don't worry, master. I'll swim there," said the beast in the water. Jiang Hao didn't pay much attention to it. Since being left adrift in the water by Hong Yuye, the beast had started swimming as a habit. At the Lawless Tower, Jiang Hao took a deep breath. "Starting now, I have to act as a Gold Core Realm cultivator. My status will be considerably higher, and I need to adapt. If he continued to advance, he might have a shot at fighting for the top disciple spot." It seemed a bit far-fetched, but 12 years had passed inexplicably. Time passed faster than he expected. After entering the tower, Jiang Hao received a key and a talisman from Zuocheng. The person asked him to escort the Heavenly King to the sect's entrance. It was arranged by Elder Baiji. Jiang Hao was puzzled, but he followed the instructions. He quickly arrived at the 5th floor of the Lawless Tower. He could hear the voice of Heavenly King Hai Luo. "Old man, you've said a lot. If you continue, you'll die. Die? What's there to be afraid of? If that Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator is really dead, I have nothing to fear. I don't think he's dead. It's impossible. Impossible. Dan Qingzi sneered. Why is it impossible? I saw his arm before. Later, I'll ask for his head. Just a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. Who does he think he is? Does he really dare to claim to MO everything? I can sense it. You're all afraid of that Foundation Establishment guy. Is this how the Heavenly King acts? That Foundation Establishment guy is dead. I'll say whatever I want to say. Dan Qingzi suddenly froze in place. P100 kid at TNE person no nat arrived. How are you still alive? I saw your arm. You're a fool, aren't you? Heavenly King Hai Luo sneered. Do you think the Heavenly Note sect would kill someone who made you lose your composure and infuriated you? If he's alive, he can threaten you. Why do you think you can threaten his life in return? They deceived me? Despicable. They're shameless. Dan Qingzi roared. If it weren't for your talent and luck, you would have died long ago. In our overseas territories, someone like you would have been killed on the spot. Heavenly King Hai Luo shook his head. I would never accept trash like you under my name. You don't deserve to be on the same level as me. Since you're not leaving, I've decided to leave. Jiang Hao stood in front of the Heavenly King Hai Luo's cell. He knew that Heavenly King Hai Luo was about to leave. 11 Heavenly Kings joined forces to get him out. But seeing him so triumphant, it was likely he didn't know that his lover had betrayed him. You're leaving? He asked. Dan Qingzi didn't pay much attention to it. Sure enough, he had been deceived by the Heavenly Note sect. But now that he was here, the people at the Lawless Tower no longer cared if he found out. I'm tired of staying here, so I'm heading back, Heavenly King Hai Luo said and looked at Jiang Hao with a smile. Do you know why the 11 Heavenly Kings decided to free you? Jiang Hao asked. Heavenly King Hai Luo originally wanted to speak, but Jiang Hao spoke first. Because of a woman named Miao. Hai Luo looked confused. Let's go. The one sent to pick you up is outside. Outside, the Heavenly Note sect, Mi Lingyue stood beside a middle-aged man. His aura was astonishing. The people accompanying him kept their heads down. They didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. The Heavenly Note sect is indeed arrogant and conceited. They didn't even bother to assign someone to receive the resources. Could it be that they're expecting Heavenly King Hai Luo to come out on his own? Mu Longyue said in a low voice. The members of the Heavenly Note sect have peculiar ways of doing things. I don't know what they're thinking, Mi Lingyue said. Because she was the only one who knew about Heavenly King Hai Luo's situation, she had come along. When the people from the Heavenly Note sect come out later, I want to see if they can stand before me, Mu Longyue said coldly. Soon, two figures approached from a distance. Mu Longyue sneered, and his aura began to spread. It was just a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. He wanted to teach the person some manners. However, when he was about to release his aura, Mi Lingyue grabbed him. He looked at her in confusion. No, Mi Lingyue shook her head. That person is not that simple. All the people on the 5th floor of that tower are afraid of him. It's as if he can see through everyone's secrets. What? Mu Longyue's pupils contracted. He understood her implications. Soon, he retracted his aura. Chapter 481. Chapter 481. How can he control me? Chapter 481. How can he control me? Mi Lingyue. Jiang Hao was surprised when he saw Mi Lingyue. He didn't expect that she would come to pick the Heavenly King Hai Luo. Beside her was a middle-aged man with a remarkable temperament. It was as though the aura of the sea was restrained within him and was ready to erupt at any moment. The person should be one of the 12 Heavenly Kings, Mu Longyue. 2 enemies actually came here. He knew the secrets of the 2 and knew about their child's existence. If the person suddenly tried to kill him, he might just die here. This was the disadvantage of acting recklessly in the lawless tower. It was easy to offend some powerful individuals. Whether it was Zhuang Yuzhen, Mi Lingyue, Heavenly King Hai Luo, or the already deceased Gu Qing, and so on. They all wanted to kill him and be done with it. The more restrained he was in the tower, the more severe the backlash when he came out. It was just like with Gu Qing before. It caused him to expose the heavenly fate misfortune pearl, and the consequences went beyond that. If the other person had continued to pry, there was a possibility of complete exposure of the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. Because of this lesson, he needed to completely resolve the issue with Dan Qingzi. He had been threatening Jiang Hao and would definitely make a move if possible. He had to be on guard. "Greetings, seniors," Jiang Hao said respectfully. Mi Lingyue smiled awkwardly. It was indeed strange for Jiang Hao to be appointed by the Heavenly Notes sect to escort the Heavenly King Hai Luo alone. But she didn't believe for a moment that they weren't being watched. "Is your name Jiang Hao?" Mu Longyue asked. "Yes, that's me." Jiang Hao nodded. "Can we take Hai Luo away on our own from here?" Mu Longyue's face darkened. "Of course." Jiang Hao nodded. "Hai Luo, are you coming?" Mu Longyue looked at Heavenly King Hai Luo. Heavenly King Hai Luo frowned. He thought about what Jiang Hao had just said. Watching them leave, Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. There were no unexpected incidents. But he was quite puzzled about one thing. Now that the Heavenly King Hai Luo was only at the late stage of the primordial spirit realm, was he of any use to those overseas? The fact that one of the 12 Heavenly Kings had personally come to get him, he probably was still useful. Jiang Hao turned and left. On the 5th floor, there was only Zhuang Yuzhen left. Based on what Dan Qingzi said, he probably wouldn't stay too long. He had a radical personality, and the hatred had already been sown. Jiang Hao needed to find a way to make him let go of his resentment. Back at the Spirit Her Garden, Jiang Hao received a message from Cheng Chou. The Cliff Master had called him for a visit. Did he say why? No. All right. Don't touch the reserved spirit herbs for now. If I don't return by afternoon, you can then handle them. Okay. Jiang Hao went to his master's residence. Although he didn't know why, there was a possibility it was related to his advancement to the Golden Core realm. Or perhaps it was related to what Lu Xingchen had mentioned. A little while later, Jiang Hao met the grim-faced Master Ku Wuchang. "Master, the Master of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion promised me that he will not trouble you for the time being and will also restrain the members of the Heavenly Joy Pavilion from pestering you." Master Ku Wuchang's voice was deep. His gaze remained focused on Jiang Hao. It seemed to imply something. "Thank you, Master," Jiang Hao said respectfully. "Have you achieved the Golden Core realm?" Ku Wuchang asked. "Yes. I managed to advance because of some opportunities and mostly luck." Master Ku Wuchang didn't ask much about it. He just looked at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao lowered his head. He didn't dare to meet his master's gaze. He understood his master's insinuation. He wanted Jiang Hao to be out of the suspect list of the law enforcement hall. "Do you want to continue staying at the Spirit Her Garden?" Master Ku Wuchang asked. The Spirit Medicine Garden was usually managed by Foundation Establishment Realm disciples, and there were rarely any Golden Core Realm cultivators inside. Even if there were, they would occasionally come at night to make sure there were no problems. Under normal circumstances, no Golden Core Realm cultivator would manage it for the long term. "Yes, I hope you will grant this request, Master," Jiang Hao said pleadingly. He needed to stay at the Spirit Her Garden. If not there, then perhaps the mines. However, it was more dangerous there, and there were more problems. But it could help him advance faster, which was acceptable. Master Ku Wuchang remained silent for a long time before finally nodding in agreement. He did not mention the law enforcement hall's suspect list or anything about becoming a true disciple. "Do you want to learn anything?" he asked. "I'd like to learn some offensive spells," Jiang Hao said. The demonic sound slash was for the Foundation Establishment realm. Although it was still useful, its power was insufficient. If he could learn another slashing technique, it would make it much easier to deal with junior brother Han Ming in the future. However, his master knew that Jiang Hao had learned the first form of heavenly blade, moon slaying. It was hard to say whether he was willing to teach him anything else. For now, I will teach you the 1,000 demonic tones, Ku Wuchang said in a deep voice. A little while later, Jiang Hao left the courtyard. After passing on the technique, the cliff master asked him to return and cultivate diligently. And Han Ming, who had just arrived, was left behind at his master's residence. Jiang Hao understood that if he were the true disciple, he might also have stayed longer. The 1,000 demonic tones was not a sword technique, but it could be applied to the demonic sound slash. Combined, they would release astonishing power. The 1,000 demonic tones could be superimposed on the demonic sound slash and increase the speed by more than a notch. Although it still couldn't compare to the moon slaying and light and dust technique, there were certain conveniences that it afforded. It could shatter the psychological defense of weaker opponents. The 1,000 demonic tones could even be added to other spells. The moon slaying technique might work as well, but the two were incompatible and might cancel each other out. He would try it once he learned it. Back at the spirit herb garden, Jiang Hao began tending the spirit herbs. He collected the bubbles that were there. Most of them were white and green bubbles. They all provide enhancements to strength or spirit. I've been picking them up for over 20 years, but it's still not enough. But there is still time, and the impact it brings later will be greater. I wonder if something will happen. On the 5th floor of the Lawless Tower, there are only 2 people in the prison cells. One was Zhuang Yuzhen in cell number 1, and the other was Dan Xingzi in cell number 3. Unlike Zhuang Yuzhen, who was resting with his eyes closed, Dan Xingzi was sitting on the floor indignantly. As time passed, he lowered his head. The contempt in his eyes intensified. After waiting for a long time, he gradually closed his eyes. He opened his eyes again, and something flashed in them. He has figured something out. Zhuang Yuzhen and Hai Luo were afraid of a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator because that person knew their weakness. They weren't afraid of anyone else. In other words, his weakness was only known to one Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator. How could a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator control his avatar even if he knew about it? At least for now, it was impossible. This gave him an opportunity. Demonic sects only kept things as long as they were valuable. If they ran out of their value, they were of no use to the sect. He still had some value, so he was being guarded and watched. But what if he lost his value? At that time, either he would be silenced, or he would lose all his cultivation realm and would be thrown into the mines. But no matter which path he took, it was what he wanted. That way, he could break free and wouldn't be limited by anyone. He could even kill that Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator before leaving. Or he could stay away and wait for the right moment. But that Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator must die. As for other things, he didn't care about them much. If he thought too much, his resolve would weaken. Once his resolve weakened, other people could easily control him. He made up his mind and called for someone. I'll tell you everything, but I want that Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator's life. Chapter 482, Chapter 482, Undercover at Azure Mountain. Chapter 482, Undercover at Azure Mountain. Early in the morning, Jiang Hao walked out into the courtyard. He saw the spirit beast lying in front of the heavenly fragrance Dao flowers. It was drooling. The spirit beast had been like this ever since it returned. It sometimes eagerly licked the leaves. The scent of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower was appealing to both spirit beasts and humans. It was precisely because Hong Yue liked the flower that no one else was allowed to touch it. Jiang Hao worried that if the spirit beast licked it, it might not survive the next day. Suddenly, The spirit beast twitched and sat up. It wiped its drool and noticed Jiang Hao. "Master, why are you up so early? You're the one who's late." After collecting the bubbles, Jiang Hao began to water the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. There were many flowers in the courtyard, especially lotus flowers, which were abundant. Snow lotus, blue lotus, black lotus, red lotus, and a few more would make it a true 7 lotus flower. "Master, last night I saw Lin Ji. He might be going back to his hometown with his 2 friends after a while." The spirit beast jumped onto a peach tree that was already taller than the surrounding walls. He's still at the first stage of the lifeblood refinement realm, while his 2 friends are already at the early stage of the foundation establishment realm. After reaching the foundation establishment realm, they were no longer ordinary people, and the most obvious changes were in their strength and lifespan. In their eyes, ordinary people, and even those of the lifeblood refinement realm, were like clumps of dirt that would turn to dust in no time. They would always look down on others, even if they tried to not show it outwardly. The sense of superiority would be displayed subtly. "Are they going home to visit their families?" Jiang Hao asked. They said they were worried that the commotion caused by the Blood Wish path might affect their hometown, so they want to go back and check. It's also a good opportunity for them to gain experience. The spirit beast swung on the tree. Occasionally, it played with its collar and the golden ring. It spun the items in succession like a juggling act. All the old collars were cracked. The spirit beast didn't want to throw them away. His ability to take a beating has improved a lot, and the Star Moon Lifeblood refinement technique is at the 6th stage, said the spirit beast. Jiang Hao didn't ask any more questions. Lin Ji's path was the most difficult, but might also be the safest. After all, for the most part, he didn't need to leave the sect because his cultivation realm was too low, so he was usually assigned to do miscellaneous tasks. He would mainly interact with other lifeblood refinement realm cultivators. At most, he would take a good beating. He had done that already for a few years. But the biggest problem was his mental state. Jiang Hao didn't know if Lin Ji could endure it for long. After hesitating for a moment, Jiang Hao said, "When they're about to set off, follow them secretly. Don't show yourself." "All right." The spirit beast jumped onto the tree and patted its chest. "Master, rest assured, you can leave it to me. My friends know that I'm the most reliable demon." Jiang Hao just smiled. After watering the plants, he turned and left the courtyard. So far, the only thing he needed to be concerned about was Dan Qingzi. The overseas issues would have to wait, and he hadn't received any clue about Yinwei yet, so he had no choice but to wait. Only the matter with Dan Qingzi couldn't be delayed. He had to deal with it as soon as possible. After some hesitation, he decided to visit the Lawless Tower again and assess Dan Qingzi once again. In the evening, Jiang Hao looked at the empty cell and frowned. Was he sent down? Yes. He confessed everything yesterday, Zhuang Yuzhen said. I see. Jiang Hao's heart sank. It seemed that he had to leave as soon as possible. Dan Qingzi was in the primordial spirit realm, and that was because the Lawless Tower had absorbed his cultivation. It might only take him a few days to recover. Time was running out. Dan Qingzi is really decisive. Dealing with such a person was troublesome. Zhuang Yuzhen and Heavenly King Hai Luo were much easier to handle. Senior, have you been here for a long time? Jiang Hao approached Zhuang. Yuzhen, I like to go back, but last time when the people from the Divine Corpse sect came here, you guys didn't plan to release me, Zhuang Yuzhen said helplessly. Senior, could you please share some clues about the mysterious person who put you up to the task? It might help free you, Jiang Hao said. Jiang Hao suspected that the mysterious person was Dan Yuan. If not, it should be someone related to him, like the Bright Moon sect. It's impossible. I know too much about the Heavenly Fragrance Dao flower. The Heavenly Note sect won't let me go. It's better to just stay here. They can afford to wait, and so can I. There's nothing wrong with it. Zhuang Yuzhen shook his head and smiled. Jiang Hao didn't say anything. That was indeed the case. Zhuang Yuzhen knew too much about the flower, as well as the sect situation. Elder Baiji would not let him leave so easily. Moreover, once he left, the information he had about the mysterious person would be gone. The sect needed to keep him locked up for now. Zhuang Yuzhen was more concerned about the corpse heart. As long as the corpse heart was channeled, he could leave and even rise to a higher level. If the corpse heart wasn't in the Heavenly Notes sect, he would be fine. After that, Jiang Hao asked some questions about formations. Although Zhuang Yuzhen wasn't proficient in these, he had more than enough knowledge to teach a foundation establishment realm cultivator, especially one with little knowledge of formations. Jiang Hao studied all night, but he could only grasp a little. It seemed his talent for formations was a bit low. He found it relatively easy to understand when learning about talismans instead. It could also be the fault of the person teaching him. The one who taught him before was a master, but now the one teaching him was only at an ordinary level. As he taught, Zhuang Yuzhen noticed that Jiang Hao had reached the Golden Core realm. He was surprised, but he didn't say much. After leaving the Lawless Tower, Jiang Hao went to the task hall. Junior brother Jiang, you're here again? Come, we have a task here. Let me show you. The senior sister at the counter beamed. Jiang Hao was speechless. It's relatively simple this time. You need to go undercover to Azure Mountain and find some basic information about a person named Zhuo Qing, said the senior sister. How many spirit stones if I fail? Jiang Hao asked. Because it's a simple task, failing will only cost you 2,500 spirit stones. What if I succeed? Jiang Hao asked. You'll receive merits that can be added to the Merit Hall. It'll boost your ranking in Merit Hall. It can also make the Law Enforcement Hall push your name down the suspect list. That'll make it easier for you to regain your freedom. The task hall had it convenient. They didn't pay anyone anything at all. Jiang Hao accepted the task. The senior smiled. She was already starting to calculate the amount he would have to pay. Later, Jiang Hao went to the Spirit Herb Garden, collected some bubbles, and then returned to his residence to water the spirit herbs. After doing all that, he started making the 1,000 Miles teleportation talismans. At the middle stage of the Soul Ascension realm, coupled with his divine abilities, he succeeded in making the talisman without any injuries. However, the quality of the talisman was low. It spanned from 800 miles to 1,100 miles. After using the Heaven Secret's hidden talisman on himself, Jiang Hao activated the 1,000 Miles teleportation talisman. This time, he would be gone for 5 days. He had to return within 5 days, or else the effect of the Heaven Secret's hidden talisman would run out. If someone was still watching him, they would notice him immediately. The ones he needed to be most wary of were the Heavenly Saints sect and the Fallen Immortal clan. It seemed that the Sunset Immortal sect had given up. No one came to trouble him, even after they breached the mines. However, he still needed to be cautious. On the 3rd floor of the Lawless Tower, Dan Qingzi lowered his head. His cultivation was now declining rapidly. Just a few more days, just a few more days. Chapter 483. Chapter 483. Immortals live forever. Why would they care about a partner? Chapter 483. Immortals live forever. Why would they care about a partner? Dan Qingzi had been waiting in the Lawless Tower all this time. He was left with only Foundation Establishment Realm cultivation now. Now, he saw a glimmer of hope. He wouldn't have to wait much longer to die. However, he occasionally called some colorful names at the people passing by. The Heavenly Notes sect had broken their promise again. They didn't kill Jiang Hao, and this time, they didn't even bother to pretend. They just made him wait. But that was fine. He would wait. When the time came, he would take matters into his own hands. There would be an opportunity. While Dan Qingzi was still planning, Baiji had already arrived at the highest point of the Heavenly Notes sect. The 100 Flowers Lake was where the sect master lived, and others couldn't enter even if they visited the place unless they could deceive the sect master's perception. As she ascended, she saw a red figure in the pavilion. She seemed to be at the center of everything. She exerted an invisible pressure on the newcomer. Sectmaster. Baiji bowed respectfully. Hong Yuye seemed to come back to her senses. She turned and glanced at her. Have you found out something else? I have found out a lot. Baiji nodded. In the past few days, Dan Xingzi from Azure Mountain revealed much information, like who commissioned him, and so on. Oh, Hong Yuye seemed interested. He admitted that the reason Azure Mountain took action was mostly because of that other person, and their main purpose was to probe the limits of our sect. His intention was to force the sect master to take action, said Baiji. According to what he said, this was not his original intention, but someone put him up to it. The person who commissioned him is from the Great Thousand Gods sect, named Fenghua. In the past few days, I have looked into the information about the Great Thousand Gods sect, and it seems that there is no such person there. We are still investigating. Besides wanting to test the limits of the sect, this person seems to want to find out more about the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. However, Dan Xingzi does not know the people from the Great Thousand Gods sect who came before, as well as those from Azure Mountain who had contact with outsiders. Can he still contact Fenghua? Hong Yuye asked. He said he can't anymore, but he gave me a coded message. That person might have received the news that Dan Xingzi was captured. It's unlikely that the coded message will be a success. We haven't tested it yet. We fear that it might startle him. Baiji then went on to outline the follow-up plans. For now, we have given up monitoring Dan Xingzi and let his cultivation realm be absorbed in the tower. Hong Yuye was surprised. What's your plan? Baiji lowered her head and said earnestly, he is very cooperative and doesn't take his cultivation seriously. Moreover, he insists that Jiang Hao must die. In my opinion, he must have something to rely on and a method of liberation. So, we are waiting for him to take action. The people are ready, and with the cooperation of a Sky Origin Realm cultivator, even if he escapes back to Azure Mountain, it will be easy to find him. According to my speculation, his method of release might be related to the Great Thousand Avatar. There are traces of the Great Thousand Avatar technique on him. If everything goes smoothly, we will find him and observe him in secret. Hong Yuye nodded. In Jiang Hao, there have been no new discoveries for the time being. The only change is that he has advanced to the Golden Core realm. Baiji was not surprised. The advancement happened after the team returned from the Bright Moon sect, when most people's attention was diverted. This may be the opportunity he was looking for. Before going out, Baiji had already guessed that Jiang Hao was about to advance and that he was waiting for a good opportunity. There were currently no clues about the person behind him, so she didn't dare to mention it. After that, she reported other matters. The sect was currently recuperating, so there wouldn't be any major events for the time being. The only things to be concerned about were the mines and the sea fog cave. The sea fog cave might cause some waves overseas. The appearance of disciples from their sect in the sea might attract some curious people. This was easily solvable. There was no need to go all out. At Azure Mountain, a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator looked at Jiang Hao. A wandering cultivator? She asked. She was an inner disciple of Azure Mountain and was responsible for recruiting new disciples this time. Yes, a wandering cultivator. Jiang Hao nodded. In order to safely enter Azure Mountain, he chose to join the sect under the identity of a wandering cultivator. Both his appearance and name had been changed. Whether it was Azure Mountain or Heavenly Notes sect, they usually recruited Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators when accepting new disciples. The highest was usually the Golden Core realm. No one could see his real cultivation realm, which was at the middle stage of the Soul Ascension realm. It made things much easier. Cultivation realm? The Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator asked. I'm at the 9th stage of Lifeblood Refinement realm, Jiang Hao said. Your name? Jiang Tian. Age? 31. 31 at the 9th stage of Lifeblood Refinement realm. The Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator frowned, but she found this quite normal. The reason the wandering cultivator joined their sect was probably to obtain Foundation Establishment pills through the sect's resources. It would give him hope to advance to the Foundation Establishment realm. Achieving Foundation Establishment realm in one's 30s was quite ordinary. "Wait over there," said the Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. Later, he obtained a token to enter the trial. If he failed, he wouldn't be able to join the sect. Jiang Hao was unconcerned about this. As expected, everything went smoothly, and he entered Azure Mountain with a mediocre result. It was different from the Heavenly Notes sect in the sense that the various branches' true disciples would pick a portion of the disciples and send the rest to the outer sect. Jiang Hao deliberately made his aura very low, so he was successfully sent to the outer sect. This way, no one would be watching him. That night, he figured out where the tasks were issued. The next day, he took on a task. He accepted a task that rewarded Foundation Establishment pills. It was exceptionally difficult to complete. Most likely, 8 or 9 out of 10 would die outside, and this was what he wanted. Today was the 4th day, and he had to go back tomorrow. After that, he would disappear from Azure Mountain. It was unlikely anyone would care about a wandering cultivator who came for Foundation Establishment pills. Even if someone remembered him, they would probably just sigh and say he came for Foundation Establishment pills but died for it. After accepting the task, Jiang Hao returned to his residence and did not hurry to go to the back of the mountain. He needed to understand the situation there first. He spent a spirit stone to learn a lot from a Foundation Establishment realm cultivator. He asked about the person he was actually there for, and the person volunteered the information. He also found out many gossips, like the second top disciple liking the first. Many cultivators went to the back of the mountain. However, there was one place they wouldn't approach, and that was the green tea tree. It was said that approaching it would trigger a curse. What kind of curse is it? Jiang Hao was genuinely curious. It is said that if couples go there, their relationship would suffer. What if someone isn't in a relationship? Then they wouldn't be able to find anyone in their lives. Jiang Hao was quite surprised. Why would there be such rumors in Azure Mountain? The world was vast, and immortals lived long lives. Why would someone care so much about finding a partner? After confirming that most disciples could go to the back of the mountain, he was no longer worried. In the afternoon, Jiang Hao arrived at the back of the mountain. He buried a ring there, and then left the sect to complete the task. After that, he returned to the back of the mountain through the ring. On the way, he did encounter some people who seemed close to each other, but he ignored them. He needed to find out where the green tea tree was and see how much strength the avatar left by Dan Xingzi had. Dan Xingzi's true cultivation realm was definitely far beyond the soul ascension realm. His avatar definitely wasn't weak. It's been 4 days already. He must be leaving the Lawless Tower soon. I need to speed things up. Chapter 484. Chapter 484. A Young Girl. Chapter 484. A Young Girl. In the morning, Dan Xingzi was brought out of the Lawless Tower. He was at the 6th stage of the Lifeblood Refinement Realm. He was to be sent to the mines. The Heavenly Notes sect didn't kill him, which disappointed him, but it didn't matter. Once he left the Lawless Tower, he would be free. He would have ended his life on the spot, if not for avoiding unnecessary trouble. Now was not the time to hurry. Once he entered the mines, no one would be watching him at all times. Escaping would be easy. Soon, Dan Xingzi was sent to the mines. He held a hoe and approached a pool of lava. The scorching heat and boiling magma were daunting. It seemed capable of incinerating everything. Entering with his cultivation realm would undoubtedly result in death. Seeing this, a smile crept onto Dan Xingzi's lips. Heaven is helping me indeed. As he passed by the lava, he was the last in line. Without a second thought, he jumped in. In the blink of an eye, he saw the astonishment of the people around him and felt the pain of being burned by the lava. But everything was worth it. He was free now. In the rear, 2 figures watched Dan Xingzi die. They were unsurprised. Inform the others. We can begin. They were going to set up another trap for Dan Qingzi and find out who he had been in contact with. In Azure Mountain, a young girl was sleeping in a pit under the green tea tree. At this moment, her body, devoid of any power fluctuations, had undergone a complete transformation. Her lifeblood surged, and her spiritual power was vast. Gradually, her fingers began to move, and her long eyelashes fluttered. When her spirit enveloped her body, she suddenly opened her eyes. She looked confused for a moment. Then, the confusion was replaced by sheer joy. "Ha! I escaped." She sat up and looked at her new body and felt the satisfying strength within her. Assured of her safety, she let out a sigh of relief. Jiang Hao from the Heavenly Notes sect can't come here. She looked around in puzzlement. Why had she woken up under this tree? When she realized this, her pupils contracted. A long blade pierced through her from behind. Blood started down the silver-white blade that carried a force that could crush everything. "I was actually already here," said a cold voice from behind. Dan Qingzi was bewildered. "Jiang Hao, how could a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator have such strength?" The girl detonated all the surrounding formations, but no power appeared. How could this be? At that moment, another long blade slashed toward her neck. It carried a purple aura. Boom! Dan Qingzi blocked the attack with one arm and paid the price of losing it. Then, she smacked away the long blade from her chest. She stepped back and looked at the man in front of her. This attack wasn't something a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator could manage. However, what she saw was indeed a Foundation Establishment Realm cultivator in front of her. Jiang Hao held the long blade and looked at her indifferently. Dan Qingzi felt that this was absurd and funny. How could this person have such strength while appearing to be at the Foundation Establishment Realm? "What's your cultivation realm?" she asked cautiously. "The sect already knows that I've advanced to the Golden Core realm recently," Jiang Hao said. In fact, he was quite puzzled. Finding the green tea tree was easy, but he quickly noticed the problem there. It took some effort to dig it out, but everything went smoothly. However, after digging it out, he was surprised. He found a teenage girl there. Although she harbored the power of a peak primordial spirit realm, she didn't resemble Dan Qingzi's clone at all. The difference was significant. For safety's sake, he even appraised her. The answer he got told him that this girl was indeed Dan Qingzi's avatar, but she woke up right at that moment. Golden Core Realm? Dan Qingzi didn't believe it. Immediately, she erupted with power and attacked. However, despite her formidable momentum, she turned and fled after releasing her power. Bang! In midair, she was pierced through by a long spear, and she fell. She couldn't understand why the person before her, who appeared to be of the Foundation Establishment Realm, possessed such immense power. This avatar had the cultivation of the primordial spirit realm. Even if Jiang Hao used everything he had, he shouldn't have been able to overpower someone in the primordial spirit realm. When she hit the ground, Jiang Hao appeared next to her. Then, he made his move. "Stop!" A long sword pierced through her body again. "I just wanted to ask you a question." Another long sword pierced through yet again. Pain and powerlessness spread through Dan Qingzi. She looked around but couldn't see the attacker clearly. "I will tell you anything. Will you spare my life then?" Fear of death made her submit. Of course. A third sword appeared in Jiang Hao's hand, but he didn't attack her. He appeared right in front of Dan Qingzi. "What do you want to know?" asked Dan Qingzi. "Feng Hua. I want to know about him," Jiang Hao said calmly. Feng Hua is a hidden elder of the Great Thousand God sect. His task is to find suitable people in various sects, make friends, and trade, Dan Qingzi said. "Are you also part of this trade? Was the position of honorary elder given to you by him?" Jiang Hao asked. Dan Qingzi was shocked. How did he know about this? Dan Qingzi hadn't said anything about that to the Heavenly Note sect. So how did he find out? Something like that. We started with a trade, but after the trade was over, we no longer had any connection. The great Thousand God sect seemed reluctant to let go and finally lured me in as an honorary elder. I can enjoy the resources they give me and don't need to do anything, except when they ask for my help. Then how do I find this Feng Hua? Asked Jiang Hao. There's no way to find him. Usually, he comes looking. Dan Qingzi shook his head. Jiang Hao lowered his head and thought about it. Dan Qingzi exploded with power at this moment and flew into the sky with a whoosh. I advise you to leave as soon as possible. The commotion here has become too big. The people of Azure Mountain will be here soon. Dan Qingzi sneered. Jiang Hao sighed and circulated his energy. He appeared behind her amidst her mocking laughter. He swung the primordial heavenly blade and used the first form, moon slaying. Dan Qingzi's eyes narrowed. Her entire defensive magic shattered under moon slaying, and her defenses crumbled. A shield barely managed to block the attack. Dan Qingzi smiled. Suddenly, a long blade swept across her neck. At that moment, she was still smiling, but soon, her face distorted in terror. The second form of the heavenly blade, mountain suppression, slashed down. Dan Qingzi was cleaved by the blade. The two of them landed on the ground, with Jiang Hao picking up the enemy's storage magic treasure and then burning the body with fire. Only then did he undo the illusion of the heavenly cauldron, cover the big pit, and disappear from the spot. At the law enforcement hall in the Heavenly Note sect, some people were trying to find Dan Qingzi's location. In the beginning, everything was going smoothly, and they found some clues. But soon, the clues disappeared. This puzzled the group. After several discussions, they arrived at the conclusion that Dan Qingzi was really dead. Their plan had failed. Chapter 485. Chapter 485. The Sudden Appearance of the Demoness. Chapter 485. The Sudden Appearance of the Demoness. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief as he returned to his courtyard. He had nearly let Dan Qingzi escape. He needed to be more careful, especially when making enemies with someone in the Lawless Tower. But it seemed that Mi Lingyue and King Hai Luo didn't hold it against him. I wonder how King Hai Luo would react after returning. Jiang Hao shook his head in disbelief. I wonder if he will be like Shang or different. He would only find out in the next gathering. Given King Hai Luo's status and influence, Lu would definitely pay attention to it and bring it up at the gathering. Jiang Hao took out Dan Qingzi's storage treasure. He found 20,000 spirit stones inside. So many. Soon, he shook his head again. It was too little for someone like Dan Qingzi. Did Dan Qingzi prepare such a small amount of spirit stones for his backup plan? However, there were quite a few pills for the primordial spirit realm. There were also talismans and 2 magical treasures. One was a spirit sword at the Soul Ascension realm, and the other was a magical treasure to block attacks. However, this magical treasure had cracks all over it and had lost its luster. Is this an innate Dharma treasure? He remembered that he hadn't dealt too much damage to the magical treasure at that time, so it must have been damaged because of the owner's death. Thus, it was worthless and could only be sold. It wasn't even clear if it could be sold. After all, it was severely damaged. Maybe it'll fetch a few thousand spirit stones. For something acquired by chance, he didn't mind taking a little loss when selling it. What mattered was getting spirit stones. Otherwise, this treasure was just scrap metal. He then placed each item on the table and intended to check other gains. But just as he had placed them on the table, a fragrance wafted up from behind. "Quite a few good things you've got here," said a teasing voice. Jiang Hao, who had intended to put away the items, froze and then turned to look. It was Hong Yuya. Her long hair flowed down. She was dressed in a red and white gown. A strand of air fell on her chest. "Greetings, Senior." He greeted her respectfully. "Are these all yours?" Hong Yuya walked to the table and examined the items. "They belong to a senior. I am temporarily keeping them for him and will return them after some time. I am just double-checking to ensure nothing is missing," Jiang Hao said seriously. "A senior?" Hong Ye sat down and looked at him with narrowed eyes. What kind of senior is this? A senior whom I deeply respect. He is unrestrained. He is not bound by worldly constraints and never bothers with the differences between men and women. He transcends the prejudices of the mundane world, Jiang Hao said earnestly. Is that so? Hong Ye was quite interested. Is this senior a man or a woman? Jiang Hao hesitated momentarily and then said, I think a man. He had first met Dan Qingzi as a man, so he was probably a man. Later, he had taken on a female avatar, but Jiang Hao wasn't sure if that counted as Dan Qingzi being a woman. Do you wait for him to come back and retrieve these things? Hong Ye looked down at the table. Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. The senior trusts me, and I'm not an ungrateful person. Hong Ye fell silent. Then, she looked at him with a smile. Do you think I'm an ungrateful person? The question puzzled Jiang Hao, but he quickly said, Senior, you are highly respected and naturally not ungrateful. Do you trust me? Hong Ye asked again, with a smile growing on her face. It was an unsettling smile. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. I trust you. Well then, Hong Ye narrowed her eyes. How about I help you keep these things for your senior? Jiang Hao was at a loss for words. No, Hong Ye asked coldly. Jiang Hao lowered his head. He looked at the storage treasure and the 20,000 spirit stones. There were the pills and the spirit sword too. He could see the primordial spirit sword for 20,000 spirit stones. The pills would fetch him another 20,000. Altogether, it would be 60,000 spirit stones. He sighed inwardly. Senior, your virtue is vast and encompassing, like the boundless ocean. How can one worry you with trivial matters of the world? I'll take care of this small matter. Just that. Hong Ye sat upright in her chair and smiled. It seemed that she didn't care about the items on the table. Jiang Hao was speechless. For a moment, he didn't know how to praise her. At this moment, Hong Ye picked up the discarded magical treasure. She seemed a little disdainful. How long has it been since you bought red azure tea? She picked up the spirit sword. When it was unsheathed, the power flowed like a galaxy, but it felt somewhat restrained as if it were sealed. Clang! Hong Ye lightly flicked her fair fingers against the sword. The sword's body instantly flowed like a galaxy, and a powerful force was released. Jiang Hao was surprised. This power was not much weaker than his own. It was a good sword. The price might be higher than he expected, especially when the power was unleashed. Putting the sword back on the table, Hong Ye no longer paid attention to it. It seemed like ordinary scrap metal to her. Jiang Hao didn't dare hesitate. It has been a while. Do you have any objections to buying it again now? Hong Ye asked calmly. But for some reason, there was an undercurrent in her calmness. It seemed that if the person before her refused, this undercurrent would completely engulf him. No problem, Jiang Hao said and lowered his head. Put the things away. Hong Ye looked at the table. After some time, Jiang Hao put away the items and then brewed some tea. It was the Heavenly Sky Snow Bud Tea, which was worth 251 spirit stones. He had bought it earlier. Although the price had increased, he didn't know if Hong Ye would like it. Jiang Hao felt quite nervous watching her take a sip. At that moment, Hong Ye glanced at him. Her gaze revealed nothing, but it made him feel uneasy. However, nothing happened. Hong Ye was still drinking her tea. She looked satisfied. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He had fooled her. However, if he didn't get red azure tea soon, he would be in trouble. Although he had gained a lot this time, he couldn't sell the magical treasures and pills. He could only use 20,000 spirit stones for now. The gathering is over? Hong Ye asked. Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. Indeed, the gathering had taken place some time ago. Even Gue had changed her mind at the gathering about coming here. Tell me about the gathering, Hong Ye said as she sipped her tea. Just as Jiang Hao was about to speak, he heard footsteps outside. Then a young girl said, Beast, are you home? There is some delicious food in the cafeteria. Let's go together. Since you have friends there, we can eat a bit more. Shall we? Jiang Hao was surprised. How'd she come here? It was even more surprising that she could approach the area while Hong Yuye was there. Jiang Hao remembered that whenever Hong Yuye visited, no one seemed to be able to approach them. He sneakily glanced at the person drinking tea. She seemed indifferent about the matter. Chapter 486. Chapter 486. Poisoning the Demoness. Chapter 486. Poisoning the Demoness. Senior, it seems like someone is here, Jiang Hao said. Isn't that the dragon? Hong Yuye glanced at Jiang Hao. This made him somewhat worried. Xiaoli didn't know her place. She was just a young dragon. If she said something to offend Hong Yuye, the consequences would be dire. Beast! Xiaoli arrived at the door and looked inside, but she didn't see the spirit beast anywhere. Jiang Hao let her come and go as she pleased, so when she didn't see the spirit beast, she walked in. Beast! Xiaoli made her way to the hall. But soon, she saw Jiang Hao standing in the living room, and Hong Yuye sitting and drinking tea. Senior brother, senior sister, you're here too? Xiaoli looked surprised. She didn't fear Hong Yuye, but she recognized her. Jiang Hao was surprised. He had watched Hong Yuye carefully. When Xiaoli called her senior sister, she didn't look displeased. How did you come here? Hong Yuye asked softly. Xiaoli ran to Hong Yuye's side and took out a box of pastries tainted with the marsh gas. Here, this is for you, senior sister. Jiang Hao frowned. Pastries with poison for Hong Yuye. He broke into a cold sweat. He was worried about Xiaoli's life. The cafeteria is about to serve a meal, Jiang Hao said calmly. Only then did Xiao Li remember why she had come here. I'll go find the beast first. After saying that, she ran out without looking back. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. You're very worried about her safety. Hong Yuye picked up a piece of pastry. Xiaoli is still a child and speaks without thinking. I'm worried she might unknowingly offend you, senior, Jiang Hao said with his head down. You're always cautious, aren't you? Hong Yuye took a bite of the pastry. Jiang Hao kept his head down and didn't speak. Since he came to the Heavenly Notes sect, he had always been cautious. He didn't want to provoke anyone powerful. That was the only way he could stay alive and grow. He entered the sect at the age of 5 and was now 31 years old. 26 years had passed. What cultivation realm are you in now? Hong Yuye asked. Early stage of the Golden Core realm. Golden Core realm is considered powerful among your peers, but you still seem so cautious. Hong Yuye picked up a second piece of pastry. Among his peers, he had already surpassed many people. Compared to some primordial spirit realm and soul ascension realm seniors, I'm still very weak. So, when will it end? Hong Yuye asked. Jiang Hao lowered his head. Perhaps when most of the people were no match for him. Or perhaps after he surpassed the person in front of him. Every day, he worked hard to become stronger. So, he would wait and try to keep a stable state of mind. Only then could he avoid dangers. I just want to live peacefully for now, Jiang Hao said. Hong Yuye looked at him and remained silent for a long time. Tell me about the gathering. What information did you gather? This time I have some news. Jiang Hao handed over the notebook. He talked about the Heavenly Spirit Tribe and the overseas seabed, but Hong Yuye wasn't interested in that. She also didn't care about Gui's friend. However, Jiang Hao Tian, becoming a senior at the Astronomical Academy, piqued her interest. Jiang Hao sat across from her. This seems suspicious. They probably want to improve their light and dust technique, since they've been ridiculed for it for too long. Now you can not only go to the Bright Moon sect, but also to the Astronomical Academy, Hong Yuye said with a smile. I'd rather stay here and guard your flower, senior, Jiang Hao said helplessly. In fact, the Bright Moon sect might have been an option before, but after the discovery of the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl, it was no longer feasible for him. He would be exposed to Xing. As for the Astronomical Academy, they were interested in Jiang Hao Tian. Jiang Hao Tian was the person bestowed with vast power by Hong Yuye. He was someone whom countless strong individuals couldn't probe into. Jiang Hao wasn't exactly that person. So, the Astronomical Academy was not where he belonged. Hong Yuye chuckled. It seems like there's quite a bit of information about this. Heavenly King. The Heavenly King Hai Luo was a person infatuated with someone at the Foundation establishment realm. He had established his footing in the lawless tower, but it seemed that he had been betrayed by someone dear to him. Perhaps that woman did it on purpose to save him, said Jiang Hao. Do you believe that? Hong Yuye asked. Jiang Hao lowered his head. In the cultivation world, most people were selfish. He liked to think the worst of people because that way he could sense danger in advance. That was how he avoided crises. That was why he didn't have real friends. Even the people he vaguely knew before had started avoiding him after the trouble with the Heavenly Joy Pavilion. They were all afraid of getting into trouble because of him. That was to be expected. He also made an effort to maintain his solitude, so he wouldn't burden others when he faced dangers. At the same time, he wouldn't be burdened by others. Besides all this, did you gain anything else? Hong Yuye handed the notebook back to Jiang Hao. Actually, there's something else. Jiang Hao talked about Dan Qingzi. I learned about Feng Hua from a senior at Azure Mountain. This person seems to have set his eyes on the heavenly fragrance Dao flower and belongs to the undercover elders of the Great Thousand God sect. He seeks people to cooperate with him in various trades. If the transaction is successful, he recruits those who trade with him and gives them the status of an honorary elder. Perhaps finding him will give us a lead regarding the stone tablets, and maybe we can even find out who assigned the mission to the Great Thousand God sect. It was the reason why he had sent Qi Tian as an undercover agent. A year had passed. He needed to find a way to pass a message to Qi Tian. For that, he needed Lu to owe him a favor. In the Milky Way Sea area in the overseas territory, various people gathered in the streets, which were bustling with activity. At this moment, Qi Tian was on the first floor of a large treasure shop. He looked at the spirit stones he had collected over the past few days and felt quite sentimental. He had never encountered so many spirit stones in his entire life. If the spirit stones were sufficient, he had a hope of defeating and killing his enemy Dash. Senior Blood, there's a golden core realm customer who needs your attention, said a woman as she walked into the shop. All right, Qi Tian nodded. He had changed his appearance and identity for several months now. He had left the eastern region for more than a year now. That person had never appeared, and he probably never would. He had entered the end of all things and changed his appearance, so even if someone was watching him, they wouldn't recognize him at all. Now he was free. He was no longer constrained by that person. Qi Tian smiled. Sometimes he felt that person had been too confident. He thought that the person had acted mysteriously to make Qi Tian believe that he was powerful. But if he was powerful, why would he use a golden core realm cultivator like him? He was sure that Jiang Hao pretended to be strong on the surface, but was actually very weak. Chapter 487. Chapter 487. Probably another marriage alliance. Chapter 487. Probably another marriage alliance. After Hong Yuye left, Jiang Hao finally relaxed. He looked at his chest and noticed that the palm imprint was still there. He didn't know when the imprint would dissipate. It was too easy for it to fail. He just had to find a way to break off from the heaven extinction goo poison and have a relationship with other women. If that happened, the one-heart palm would completely lose its effect. Regardless of who it was, if one person in a relationship caused trouble, the palm technique wouldn't work. Thinking back to the records in the book he had read about it, he wondered if both the people in the relationship had issues. Maybe that was why the palm hadn't worked. So, they both lived in guilt and thought that they had let the other down. It wasn't impossible. As for what it would feel like to leave an imprint, he would never know. Hong Yuye would never agree. When you reach a certain level of strength and surpass worldly concerns, do you really care about physical intimacy? Jiang Hao was puzzled. He cared now because he was still an ordinary person. Even as a soul ascension realm cultivator, his state of mind was still human. He couldn't let go of it, no matter how much he convinced himself that he didn't need it. However, it was different for powerful individuals. Some formidable ancient experts didn't even have a gender. So, he had no idea how such existences would treat their partners and whether they would prioritize strength and benefits. In some ancient texts, there were few mentions of relationships between men and women. Most were about strength and personal interests. Even in personal biographies, they were rarely mentioned. In a grand scheme, relationships between men and women seemed somewhat insignificant. Perhaps those whose minds were preoccupied with such matters would find it difficult to become renowned, immortal figures in the world. This time, when Hong Yuya left, she didn't leave anything behind. She neither told him to take care of her flower, nor gave him anything, except that one mention of red azure tea. That was a somewhat troublesome matter. Firstly, it required spending 10,000 spirit stones. For him, that was a huge expense. Fortunately, he was now at the early stage of the Golden Core realm, and buying it once wouldn't attract too much scrutiny. This was the change in status brought about by an increase in the cultivation realm. The Golden Core realm cultivators were generally assumed to have a lot of spirit stones. However, the Golden Core realm cultivators weren't any better off than the Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. The same applied to Primordial Spirit realm and Soul Ascension realm cultivators. Jiang Hao had experienced this. Most of the time, he was quite poor. It was just by chance that some people left behind a few things, which gave him quite a few spirit stones. Now, he had approximately 36,500 spirit stones. After deducting 2,500 he owed to the law enforcement hall, he only had the 2,500 owed to the peak enforcement peak. He had 34,000 left. His task involved finding someone in Azure Mountain, but unfortunately, he hadn't had the time to find out more about the person. He had his own priority. He was pretty laid back about it. If he could do along the way, all the better. However, if he couldn't, he didn't think much about it. In that way, he lost 2,500 spirit stones to the law enforcement hall. Fortunately, he still had quite a few spirit stones left for now. Even if he lost 10,000, he still had more than 20,000. Finally, Dan Qingzi's matter has come to an end. I obtained a clue about Feng Hua, but unfortunately, I couldn't find him. Thankfully, this matter is not urgent. Regarding the tasks given by Hong Yuye, he didn't dare to draw conclusions too quickly. It involved many factors. First and foremost, the person concerned was too powerful. It wouldn't do to meet them unprepared. Even if Hong Yuye were to take action, he could face danger. When powerful individuals clashed, the aftermath was something that would impact him too. Apart from that, there was also Yin Wei and the situation overseas. Yin Wei hasn't appeared till now. I wonder what he's waiting for. I don't know when someone from overseas will come to investigate senior sister Yin Sha's matter. As for other things, he didn't need to worry about them for the time being. Senior brother Qian Shun was also acting strange. After the last time, he hadn't targeted Jiang Hao again. It seemed as if there had been no grievances at all, as if everything about the Blood Wish path had also stopped after the incident. Perhaps his goal had already been achieved. In any case, there wouldn't be any trouble for the time being. Is this a rare period of peace? For Jiang Hao, this was undoubtedly a good thing. He just didn't know how long this peace would last. After taking a break for a while, he could try to buy red azure tea. For now, he couldn't do it. He needed everyone to know that he had reached the Golden Core realm before making the purchase. That way, they would think it was normal. At the southern border, Baizhu walked into a large courtyard. There were some guards here, but they were all ordinary people. Occasionally, there were a few with lifeblood refinement realm cultivation. There was a pool and a rock garden in the courtyard, and the people living here were either rich or noble. In the middle, a woman paced anxiously. She sighed helplessly. Unlike the guards, she was in the primordial spirit realm. Annie Chow, what's causing you a headache? Baizhu walked in wearing a pink skirt. Her long hair flowed down her back. Your Highness, you're back. Annie Chow said with joy upon seeing Bai Zhu. She hurriedly approached and checked her before heaving a sigh of relief. You've been gone for more than 10 years. I almost told them that I couldn't keep an eye on you. Andy Chow said indignantly. Bai Zhu tucked her hair behind her ears and smiled. There's so many princesses. Surely, not everyone is paying attention to me. Not many princesses can live to over 300 years old. Andy Chow stopped talking when she saw Bai Zhu's fierce gaze. Have you been stationed at the Jinzhou prefecture all along? Bai Zhu looked around. Yes. After the last letter that asked us to come to the southern border, we've been here all along. But why stay on the border? Annie Chow was puzzled. Because the southern part could be destroyed in an instant, Bai Zhu said casually. Auntie Chow didn't pay attention to it. She took it as a joke. Princess, in all these years, did you find someone? Why can't I travel the south alone? You don't have an aura of cultivation. Maybe it's just that you can't see it. After hesitating, Auntie Chow suddenly said, Princess, are you worried about the 500-year lifespan limit? Bai Zhu still maintained her soft smile. Actually, I've never understood why the royal family has a 500-year lifespan. Most of the royal family members lacked cultivation talent, yet they had extremely long lifespans. This was innate. This was a question Annie Chow had no answer to. She changed the topic. Princess, it's good that you're back. His Majesty sent a letter and asked you to return. Just me or everyone? Bai Zhu asked. Everyone. Annie Chow sighed. I guess it's another marriage alliance, Bai Zhu said indifferently. Probably. Annie Chow nodded. I have to go back again. There are so many rules in the imperial city, Bai Zhu said helplessly. By the way, there's news from the imperial city. Your elder brother, Prince Bai Yu, has completed the Golden Core realm and entered the primordial spirit realm. Auntie Chow smiled. Big brother managed to reach the primordial spirit realm? That means he can live for more than 1,000 years. Bai Zhu walked by the lake. She was surprised by the news. What about my eldest brother? No news yet, Auntie Chow said. That's expected. My eldest brother might not even know about my existence. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. For him, my lifespan isn't even enough for a trip outside. Bai Zhu placed her hand behind her back and smiled. She didn't care about being ignored by her siblings. Chapter 488. Chapter 488. More spirit stones, the better. Chapter 488. More spirit stones, the better. After the affair with Dan Xingzi, Jiang Hao finally enjoyed a peaceful month within the sect. In early July, he arrived at the Snow Lotus Pavilion. Senior brother, what would you like to buy? The woman at the desk asked. The vendors here would occasionally change. Meeting the same one from last time was pretty rare. After all, there were quite a few of them. I'd like to buy some tea leaves, Jiang Hao said. Tea leaves? The vendor smiled. Senior brother, were you the one who asked about red azure tea before? Jiang Hao was puzzled. He had asked about it once. I was the one who answered you last time. Not many people ask about it, so I remember you, the woman said with a smile. Are you planning to buy it as a gift? Besides red azure tea, we have other high-quality tea leaves that I can introduce you to. What is the current price of red azure tea? Jiang Hao asked. The price remains the same. It's still 10,000 spirit stones, said the vendor with a perfect smile. Would you like to take a look? Although red azure tea can't be touched at will, we can allow you to look. Also, there are some other good tea leaves here if you prefer. Sure, let's take a look, Jiang Hao said. Shortly after, in the tea room, Jiang Hao waited for the woman to bring the tea. Some tea leaves were quite expensive, and they weren't left on display. Senior brother, take a look at this first, said the woman as she took out other tea leaves too. No, I just want to see red azure tea first. All right, the vendor smiled. A characteristic trait of red azure tea is the red tips on the tea leaves. The woman opened the box. The red tips were striking, and the tea was surrounded by a dense spiritual energy. It was of good quality. Jiang Hao nodded. It was better than what he had bought before, but slightly inferior to what he had found in the Bright Moon sect. 10,000 spirit stones? Jiang Hao asked. Yes, it is suitable for giving as a gift, but the price is a bit high, said the woman as she closed the box. Then, she began to introduce other tea leaves. Senior brother, you could take a look at this. I'll take this one, Jiang Hao suddenly said. This one? The vendor was quite surprised. Senior brother, you can learn more about it before making a decision. That's all right. I want red azure tea, Jiang Hao said. The vendor was stunned. She felt like she had misheard. Senior brother, are you saying that you want to buy red azure tea? Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. Upon hearing this, the vendor was astonished. Senior brother, please have a seat, and I'll pour you a cup of tea. Senior brother, take care. The vendor even saw him off as he left. Having spirit stones was a really good thing, especially when buying expensive items. However, he spent spirit stones just too quickly. Luckily, he didn't need them for cultivation, or he'd be even more lacking. He had intended to set up a stall. As he passed through the streets, he saw a formation. This made him think about upgrading the formation in his courtyard, but Hong Ye hadn't given him a new formation diagram, and neither had Elder Baiji. Buying it on his own was a bit too expensive. Just the materials alone would cost a few thousand spirit stones, and he had to set it up himself. In the end, he bought a book named 6 Golden Core Talismans. After that, he set up his stall for a while. The sales were much lower. After the sect's recuperation, the demand had decreased. It was more difficult to sell things now. When he was about to close the stall and leave, a customer suddenly arrived. Jiang Hao looked at him in surprise. The person was wearing the sect's attire, had a dark complexion, and appeared to be in the 9th stage of the lifeblood refinement realm. But in reality, he was at the golden core realm. Jiang Hao looked around. He didn't see others like the person who had just arrived. He used the daily appraisal ability. He is here to investigate the people who appeared at the bottom of the sea and has assumed the identity of a 9th stage lifeblood refinement realm cultivator to join the Heavenly Note sect. He is currently going around the stalls and purchasing things while hoping to find some clues from vendors. Someone from overseas has finally come. Jiang Hao wasn't surprised. However, this method of Ionins the sect was similar to his. Does everyone think like this? If that's the case, he shouldn't do it like this next time. It was too conspicuous. However, when recruiting disciples, it was indeed the best way to enter the sect. Even the immortal sects had a high possibility of being able to enter other sections. Senior brother, how much is the Divine Walk Talisman? Gong Xian asked. Jiang Hao frowned. This person wasn't really playing his part well. As a lifeblood refinement realm cultivator, he shouldn't be able to afford it. Showing too many spirit stones to buy talismans for some in the lower cultivation realm wasn't normal. 5 for 1 spirit stone, Jiang Hao said. How about 6 pieces? I just joined the sect, so I don't have many spirit stones, Gong Xian said. Jiang Hao agreed. After all, not many people bought those talismans. Being able to sell them was quite good. By the way, do our sect members wear black robes? Gong Xian asked. I saw some sect disciples in black robes outside, which is why I wanted to join the Heavenly Note sect. They're really powerful. Black robes? Jiang Hao shook his head. 6 haven't seen them. In fact, only those under Elder Baiji wore black robes, and most of them worked at the Lawless Tower. Ordinary disciples didn't wear them. The person could ask around, but he wouldn't get much information on Sea Fog Cave. He paid the spirit stones and then didn't linger. It seemed like he had just asked casually about the robes. After a while, Jiang Hao closed his stall and went to the task hall. The senior sister, who was at the reception, smiled at him. Junior brother, failed another mission again? There's still a month left. You still have a chance to complete it. Jiang Hao was speechless. In the end, he paid 1,000 spirit stones and left behind a balance of 1,500 spirit stones to be paid within the next 3 months. When he returned to his courtyard, he saw that the peach tree was beginning to blossom. In a month or two, it would bear fruit. The spirit beast was clinging to the bamboo beside it as it nibbled on the leaves. "What are you doing?" Jiang Hao was surprised. "Eating bamboo leaves. It tastes better than carrots. Master, would you like to?" "No, thank you." Jiang Hao shook his head. The spirit beast was really strange sometimes. "Master, I noticed something lately," the beast said as it hung upside down from a branch. "What is it?" Jiang Hao sat down. "You haven't tied me up for a while now. When will you tie me up again, master?" asked the beast expectantly. Jiang Hao was speechless. He sighed. He had no spirit stones to do that. Ignoring the rabbit, Jiang Hao got up and went into his house. He read the book he had just bought on talismans to learn something new. At the sea fog cave, Baiji arrived at the entrance. "What keep going on? We've caught a strange thing. We tried to transport it out, but its vitality was disappearing, so we had to ask you to come." "Elder Baiji," said a black-robed woman. "Can you communicate with it?" Baiji asked. "Yes, but it refuses to respond," said the black-robed woman. Baiji nodded without asking anything further and decided to take a look. Shortly after, they passed by the stone tablet and arrived at the edge of the fog. They found tentacles there. These tentacles were controlled by a spell. The tentacles originated from a huge head, which looked withered and wrinkled. It seemed like the tentacles made up its beard and eyebrows. Baiji was astonished. She had never seen anything like this before. There was no record of such a creature in the bestiary. Chapter 489. Chapter 489. Finding a Powerful Mistress. Chapter 489. Finding a Powerful Mistress. Baiji walked in front of the creature and locked eyes with it. She could see its body and its eyes, but its arms and legs had turned into tentacles. The number of tentacles was more than the normal number of limbs. The creature stood about 2 meters tall. It was much larger than an average person. This was a strange monster, most likely from the depths of the sea. "Can you understand what I'm saying?" Baiji asked. The creature just looked at her with cold eyes. "Your strength is a bit weak. Were you the one trapping people at the edge of the fog?" Baiji asked again. However, the creature still looked at her coldly and didn't utter a word. It didn't understand her. "If you communicate well, I can release your restraints. If you answer the questions, I can send you back to the sea fog," Baiji said. The creature seemed to hesitate. Baiji could tell that it could understand her. "If you have any requests, you can mention them too," she said. "If you're worried that we won't keep our word, you can propose something that can be fulfilled immediately." "Blood, flesh," said a hoarse voice. Baiji smiled. She wasn't afraid that the creature would make demands. She was only worried that it might refuse to speak. Early the next morning, Jiang Hao put away the 7 forms of Heavenly Blade. He had understood the 4th form for a while now, but unfortunately, he couldn't modify it as he wished. He could only continue to comprehend it. Recently, he also delved into the Blood Wish path, which was indeed a terrifying cultivation technique. If one's life was long enough, one could become stronger to a certain point. As for the limit, Jiang Hao didn't know what it was. After all, he was clueless about the realm after Return of Void. It's July, so it should be about time. In a few more months, he could advance in his cultivation realm. He wasn't there yet. It should be achievable by the end of the year. After reaching the late stage of the Soul Ascension realm, he could compete with Senior Brother Bai Yi. Senior Brother Bai Yi was a true disciple of the Cliff of Broken Hearts. Senior Brother Dongfang didn't seem to be in the normal order of seniority. After all, he was a remnant of the old branch. But Senior Brother Bai Yi was so strong that he was one of the top disciples. He didn't know if he ranked 7th or 4th. On the 5th rank was Senior Sister Yi Yaching. The 6th was Senior Sister Wei Si. Senior Sister Yi was in the late stage of the Soul Ascension realm. If Senior Brother Bai Yi wasn't ranked behind them, then he must be stronger. Jiang Hao suddenly remembered that the competition for the top disciples had already ended, and no one had emerged as the new 10th top disciple. Manlong wasn't allowed to participate. Lu Xingqian is back, and with his peak primordial spirit realm, he could become the next top disciple. Unfortunately, he didn't want to participate. Becoming a top disciple was more boring for him than it was now. Lu Xingqian wasn't lacking in resources. If he was, he wouldn't have ever left the Clear Sky School. Everything he did was out of boredom. After packing up, Jiang Hao went to the courtyard. For some reason, the beast got up early today and stood motionless in front of the heavenly fragrance Dao flower. "What are you doing?" Jiang Hao asked. "Master, haven't you noticed that the flower has been disrespecting me lately? It's not growing more leaves. Isn't disrespect a normal part of your life now?" Jiang Hao asked. The beast turned to Jiang Hao and said seriously, "Master, you should try a bit harder." Jiang Hao chuckled and walked out. The spirit beast hurriedly followed. "How about finding a powerful female companion? That way, you can work a little less." Jiang Hao chose to ignore the beast. The peaceful days continued for another month. He thought he could be at peace at least until the end of the year. But one day, he received another message from Elder Baiji. She asked him to the Sea Fog Cave. This message made Jiang Hao break into a cold sweat. That place wasn't a good place. The Sea Fog Cave was related to the Heavenly Spirit Tribe, which in turn was related to the Saint Bandits. Recently, a member of Saint Bandits, Yin Wei, had targeted him. Going to the Sea Fog Cave gave him the feeling of entering a tiger's den. But Elder Baiji's order had to be followed. He made his way to the Sea Fog Cave after some preparations. This time he went alone, so it was a bit safer than before. After all, there were no other juniors he had to worry about. He didn't quite understand why he was asked to come to the Sea Fog Cave. When he arrived, he saw a black-robed senior standing at the entrance. "Junior brother Jiang," she said in greeting. "Hello, senior sister," Jiang Hao bowed. He had seen this senior a few times before, but they had rarely talked. "Follow me, junior brother." The black-robed senior didn't waste any time and led him inside. They walked to the depths of the Sea Fog Cave. The further they went, the more Jiang Hao felt uneasy. He didn't sense anything around, so it might only be his mind playing tricks on him. Luckily, he had the golden ring. If something happened, he could escape. "Actually, the reason I called you here this time is the same as before," the black-robed woman said in hesitation. "We've captured a strange creature that can communicate but knows very little. We can't be sure if it's lying, so we had to ask you to take a look." Jiang Hao's abilities were evident, and his contributions in dealing with the captives were seen by everyone. Bringing him in might have a certain chance of solving the problem. "Senior sister, you're too kind. I just got lucky last time. I can't compare to the other seniors," said Jiang Hao humbly. He was puzzled. They caught a strange creature? What could it be? Shortly after, he arrived at the edge of the fog and saw a weak monster. The creature had many tentacles and looked weary and resentful. From a distance, it looked somewhat like an octopus, but up close, it resembled a human somehow. Its tentacles acted like hands and feet. "What is this?" Jiang Hao was surprised. "We caught it from inside the Sea Fog Cave," the black-robed senior said. "It's not very strong, but it's extremely fast in the sea fog, so it took quite a bit of effort to catch it." "Is this the creature that was in the sea fog before?" Jiang Hao asked. The tentacles didn't seem to match. The size of the creature was also different. The tentacles he had cut off were much thicker than this. The creature was indeed weak. At that time, he could cut off the tentacles with a single strike by using the power of Foundation Establishment Realm. He is not the same one. The tentacles back then probably came from deeper within. "We cannot trace them for now," the black-robed woman said as she shook her head. "But this creature seemed to be trapped, so it's only by coincidence that we caught him. Trying to find a second one is exceptionally difficult. We might not be able to find another at all." Jiang Hao nodded, but was still unsure why he was called. "They wanted you to see if you can extract more information from it. So far, we only know about the giant tentacles inside, which are extremely fast. We have no information about what lies deeper the origin of the tentacles. It's something we have never seen, the black-robed woman said. Apart from that, we can confirm that it likes blood and flesh. Absorbing them makes its body more agile. It perhaps relies on flesh and blood to become stronger. Chapter 490, Chapter 490, Calling Her Sister-in-Law. Chapter 490, Calling Her Sister-in-Law. Staring at the peculiar monster in front of him, Jiang Hao was quite surprised. It was the first time he had seen such a strange monster. In reality, he was very wary of the sea fog cave, and the things inside were no exception. After giving a rough explanation, the people around him stepped back. Now, only Jiang Hao and the monster were left facing each other. The other creature looked wary. Jiang Hao silently appraised the creature. Jiang Hao remained silent. The appraisal didn't reveal much, but he discovered the creature's capabilities. It could discern directions and find lost individuals. But what exactly was inside the sea fog cave? There was no information about it at all. The creature from before was the same. He had no information about it. Are you also trying to deceive me with sweet words? A deep voice echoed in Jiang Hao's mind. It was the voice of the creature, Aja. Having a name indicates that the creature has a race and language. If it were just a simple sea creature, it wouldn't have a name. It might have no concept of what a name was. It seems I won't get more information from you. Jiang Hao sighed. He didn't plan to get involved in this matter. In his view, the sea fog cave was extremely dangerous, and once he got involved, he might have to enter the cave. There was no need to throw himself into the fire. Without saying more, Jiang Hao turned and left. Although the woman in the black robe was disappointed, she still escorted him to the entrance of the cave. I have let you down, senior sister, Jiang Hao said apologetically. Junior brother, you must be joking. We're the ones who caused you trouble. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Jiang Hao turned and left. At this moment, a man and a woman happened to pass by him and entered the cave. The man was unremarkable, but the woman kept her eyes closed for some reason. Without much thought, he walked straight on. At this moment, the two of them noticed Jiang Hao. Why is he here? He has even reached the Golden Core realm. Is the Bloodwish path that strong? Whispered the man. If the rumors are true, he might not live much longer in the Golden Core realm, the woman said with her eyes still closed. Anyway, we shouldn't pay much attention to other people's choices. Perhaps we'll find out more about him next time. By then, he might die under the Bloodwish path. All right, let's focus on the sea fog cave for now. This seems more troublesome. These two people were the ones who were on guard outside Jiang Hao's courtyard before. Back at his residence, Jiang Hao sighed. The sea fog cave seemed very complicated, and it had changed since the Saint Bandits became active. He was unsure if that place was important for the Saint Bandits. But the glimpses he had seen earlier indicated that the place was definitely not safe for ordinary people. I should focus on advancing my cultivation realm. With sufficient cultivation, many dangers would become manageable. Jiang Hao calculated the spirit stones he had now. A total of 24,366. The 1,500 spirit stones for the task hall had also been settled. In addition, there were many treasures and pills that he couldn't sell yet. There was a primordial soul realm halberd, a soul ascension realm spirit sword, a pile of masks, many primordial soul realm and soul ascension realm pills, and a primordial soul realm burning blood pill. Once all were sold, he would become wealthy. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to sell them so casually in the sect. He could only try to sell the 2 heavenly rejuvenation pills. Organizing all of this, Jiang Hao took out the 6 Golden Core Talismans book. Recently, he had learned about the first talisman, the Heavenly Sword Talisman. It was an advanced form of the 100,000 Swords Talisman. At first, he thought of making the 1,000,000 Divine Swords Talismans. However, he let go of that idea because it wasn't easy to make. It was too demanding. After learning about it, Jiang Hao began to practice. Even though he had already reached the soul ascension realm, he needed a long time to improve his success rate. In 1 month, he had progressed from a success rate of 2 out of 10 to 6 or 7 out of 10. His progress was already fast. Given some more time, there might not be any failures at all. During this month of practice, he used the materials he had purchased from the Bright Moon sect previously, so he didn't need to spend his spirit stones. In early September, the peach tree had started to bear fruits. It wouldn't be long before they matured. Jiang Hao took a moment to appraise them. It would take 3 years for another incarnation. There were 4 more incarnations remaining. The sea fog cave didn't bother him anymore. There was no news from that place for now. These days went by relatively peacefully. However, after advancing to the Golden Core realm, some Golden Core cultivators seemed to look at him unfavorably. In their eyes, he had advanced because of the Blood Wish path, and they were not very pleased. At the same time, they looked down on him a bit. Perhaps some conflicts would arise due to these differences. It was unavoidable. Seeing someone of the same cultivation realm with inferior talent, they would naturally feel threatened. He was waiting for the conflict to start. Only after that, things could settle down. Otherwise, staring at him and harboring more and more resentment was not a good thing. At noon, as he thought about the Golden Core realm cultivators who would target him, he got a call for another gathering. I can finally find out what happened to the Heavenly King Hai Luo. Although there were many speculations, most of them weren't true. He found the spirit beast and Shaoli under the peach tree. They seemed to be waiting for the fruits to ripen. Shaoli nervously held the spirit beast when she saw Jiang Hao. "Senior brother Jiang." "It isn't ripe yet," said Jiang Hao. After that, he didn't pay attention to them and walked inside. The beast sighed. "Master is so popular with women, but why doesn't he find a companion? Should I look for a few? Isn't there a senior sister already?" Shaoli asked in confusion. "I felt their auras blend together. One is not enough. What if she doesn't respect us?" The beast said. "But aren't you very influential?" Shaoli asked. "Yeah, but your influence is small," the beast said seriously. "We definitely need to find a suitable companion for Master." "Then should I call her sister-in-law next time instead of senior sister?" Shaoli asked earnestly. "That makes sense. Then, next time, I'll call her sister-in-law too." The beast nodded. "Then, are we still looking for a new sister-in-law?" "Of course we are." Jiang Hao stood on the balcony and listened to their discussion. He had an urge to chase them away. The beast was already in danger in front of Hong Yuye. But Shaoli was different. Shaoli could indeed talk with Hong Yuye. Moreover, she was an honest child. If she said she would call Hong Yuye that, she would actually do it. He didn't know if Hong Yuye would do anything to Shaoli, but it was better to be cautious. But how was he going to explain it to Shaoli? In the end, Jiang Hao decided to put it off and explain it to her some other day. She could eat and do whatever she liked, but she had to be careful with her words. One sentence could possibly jeopardize the lives of both of them. That you're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.